G'day, and welcome to the very first ExileCon. I am your host, well, I guess, ZiggyD, and I'm joined here by the beautiful Tarke Cat, and none other than Kripp.
Hey guys, how's it going?
We're here in sunny New Zealand, and our objective this morning is to distract you guys while everybody takes their seats and gets ready for the keynote, and to stop you from rioting. We have zero content.
Yes.
But it's going to be great.
Yep. Well, we have ourselves
Yep.
and our witty thoughts and our predictions.
Yep.
And we can tell you guys about the things that we've seen in the convention so far, and there have been a few. I don't think I've seen anything too spoilerific, though. I think they're really saving what they have to say for, let's see, 44 minutes and 7 seconds.
Yeah. I'm going to take a stab in the dark. I'm assuming there's going to be trees involved.
Well,
yep.
There's certainly a tree involved with our scene, and it is very well done. Throughout the convention, we just had a brief walk around this morning, but they really did do a very, very impressive job setting things up. I think most of us have been to a lot of the different conventions around the world. It's always the first one or the first few that really develop that character and flavor to what the companies want to bring and show the world. And I have to say, this is certainly one of the more impressive ones that I have seen. So, a lot of good things so far.
I don't know if you guys get the full scope of this, but this tree is about 3 stories high. Yep. We went up to the 3rd story and were able to kind of look down over it. And yes, it's littered with a bit of grimdark corpsery, bit of corpse art.
Yeah.
Very good.
It was very noisy setting this up, I imagine.
Oh no.
Well, how do you think they got it to look so realistic?
I mean, yeah. Volunteers?
Yes. Or involunteers.
We've seen a lot of fantastic stuff around here. There's a lot of like art up, and even the merch store is very cool looking with palisade walls and stuff like that. So, GGG have outdone themselves. I know from talking to Chris about this in the lead up, he's been ridiculously exciting, like kind of nerding out about this whole concept of doing this. I think it's something he's always wanted to do, so I feel like they've spared no expense on it, kind of decking it
up. For
up.
a small indie company, they're doing okay.
Yeah, doing all right, doing all right.
Do they still qualify for this?
Yeah.
Or is this a title you never lose?
You never lose a small indie company, by the way. Yeah. All 3 people who've set this up.
Can you acquire it later if you don't start with it?
With enough deaths like within the team, you can get a smaller indie company. Yeah.
I see.
Wow, that's great. This has been a great intro.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd just introduce our guests here a little bit more. Tarke Cat is quite known for bringing people in the community together and
against their will.
Yes, typically organizing a podcast is often the case of bringing people together
like
against their will.
organizing this, basically?
Basically, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. You just tie people up upside down, and then, they kind of have to get along to the people they're tied beside.
Yeah. Basically, you spend 5 days sending emails with no replies, and then you start hitting people, and then they start turning up. Yeah.
Oh. Well, they do turn up.
Eventually.
Yeah. That's very effective.
Yeah.
But this is the sort of content that keeps the community going, though. Yeah. Bringing this sort of bringing those people together, kicking and screaming, and having lots of discussions and getting very off track. I was wondering, what's been the thing that gets you guys really amped when you're doing a podcast?
Mostly waiting for Ryze to turn up. That always gets me very excited. But I think the one thing which is always interesting about those is you have a lot of people who care very passionately about being the loudest person talking, and then just seeing who can get the most screen time possible. Yeah.
Well, that's good. That means you have the right people. You have the people who are very passionate about their opinions. And, Path of Exile is the type of game that kind of fits that. People have more opportunity than just about any other game to be hipster and prove it, right? So you have to expect such things.
You're going to be having a podcast tomorrow, I believe, on the schedule?
No, today at 3 p.m.
Today, yes. There you go. So that's very soon after the announcement. What do you think would be the thing that would blow you guys away and leave you arguing endlessly, screaming at each other live here from ExileCon?
Well, without putting me on the spot, so thank you for that, Ziggy. I think the main thing really is going to be, I'm sure there'll be all different things that we're really excited about. I'm massive for lore, so I'm really hoping we get some really cool new narrative and laws and bosses. Most people won't care about that at all, and they just want to see who's the new guy we're killing or getting killed by.
And what do they drop?
And what do they drop?
More importantly.
Yes, most importantly, yeah.
Kripparian, you're known by many as the person who got them into the game in the first place, kind of starting things off early in beta, right, and bringing people in with the content, showing off the game and showing what could be achieved with it. And even Chris himself has said that you've had a pretty big impact on the development of the game, in particular like the content cycle, telling them to be consistent. What has been the thing that you felt like you were able to really draw all those people in with? Like, what's that special spark for Path of Exile for you?
Well, I don't think I had to try particularly hard to get people into Path of Exile. I just had to feature the game that I like playing. I mean, for me, I always kind of did what I felt like doing, what got me up in the morning, and for a long time it was Path of Exile. I'd go to sleep thinking about like some kind of problem to solve and like a build or kind of how to work around an item. And often, I'd dream about builds, and then, I'd get up in the morning, okay, I can make this work. I figured it out. This is how we're going to do it. And I love those challenges. When new leagues come about, you go through the builds that other people do so you could learn things, you can adapt them, and you try to make your own build. And just the build crafting for me is the fun part. Playing through a new league with a new build is essentially how right was I on this one. So I love that experience, and I'm glad that each time they have a new league, some leagues are wildly popular, some less so. But for me, what I get out of the leagues when they come out is this validation for my theory crafting. And there's a bit that goes into it. We can talk about that a little bit later. I don't want to hog the airspace too much, but I get pretty excited to see how things turn up with what I planned on doing each league.
Well, something very interesting you said to me yesterday was that coming to New Zealand for the first time, you were kind of shocked about how much of New Zealand is apparently a fan of Path of Exile, because there's lots of things here that look like Path of Exile. But I think it might be the other way around.
Well, I don't know. The Path of Exile lore is certainly contagious. So, I mean, maybe they did rewrite the history books after playing Path of Exile. That's maybe an option. But no, in all seriousness, it's really amazing coming to New Zealand. The place itself has such a rich history. It's not one that a lot of the rest of the world is exposed to. And having played Path of Exile, of all things, right? You come here in New Zealand and you see some of the movies that they highlight on the airplane. You come through, you enter, the gates of the airport even, and they have, art from the Maori people, and it's incredibly alike what you've seen in Path of Exile. So your interpretation of the things that you experience coming to New Zealand and the culture that they have here is enriched from having played a video game. And it's such an insane experience that I feel like the Path of Exile team is like entitled to like some kind of tourist, bonus or something from the country. I feel like they're like a national treasure here in a way, because while there's so much rich history here, there's very few outlets for exposure, and Path of Exile, being the go-to action RPG, actually spreads New Zealand culture around the world, which is an insane thing, and you don't even really realize that until you come here.
Yeah, it's something so many people haven't experienced, and I know for myself, like you said, it's been a bit of a gateway, like seeing that stuff in Path of Exile, and then kind of like seeing the inspirations here from New Zealand, like the Maori art and culture has been really wild, and it's been one of my favorite things here, just like the little snippets of things that I've learned when we've been traveling around. Has there been anything you've really noted in kind of New Zealand that's blown you away? It's your first time here too,
Yeah,
Tarke.
so the main thing for me is there's a museum we went to recently, and the obvious things where you go, oh, I've kind of seen that in game before, but when you get to the natural history floor and you see like the skeletons of some of the birds, and you're like, that's a monster I've killed over and over and over again. I can highly recommend everyone checks out natural history museums, because it's a bit different when you see a skeleton like this big in person, and then you've seen like the 20-foot version of it killing you in game, but it's exciting.
Yeah, for me, we went to this beach recently, and I felt like I was on the Twilight Strand. I haven't seen a beach before with like this black kind of rocky sand and random debris and things like that around. I found a giant driftwood club. I was extremely immersed. It was great. Like I wouldn't be surprised, even like the landscapes and things like that, a lot of the hills and stuff. And I know that like even some minor details, seemingly like the grasses and things like that. And I feel like a lot of that's just lent to the kind of alien feeling for people, because things in New Zealand look very different if you've never been here. There's like a complete unique kind of ecosystem and landscape and stuff that even me being from Australia, which is only a few hours away, it's still wildly different. So it gives a nice magical kind of appeal to Path of Exile, I think.
It also ties together, people that play these action RPG games. They're like, what sword can I get? What shield can I use? What, barrel helmet can I put on top of this character? But at the same time, Path of Exile does have that, for the people that want to experience that side of things. But a lot of the weapons, especially the ones that you start with, are, like you mentioned, they're the driftwood clubs. And again, they start resembling some of like the weapons of the culture that they've had here, where they're like the shark teeth around, and it's kind of like a sword, or the more gritty club. Certainly, it represents more than just what people expect. They have a very strong flavor in the Path of Exile universe, and again, it's not directly highlighted in the culture, but there's all these hints that really captivates you.
You also see this in the character design as well. So if you go to Auckland Zoo, they have this entire exhibit of these bizarre animals called giraffes. And the in-game equivalent for the Templar is a spot-on old man, very long neck. Yeah.
That's true. The authenticity of that is
perfect.
Wild. Yeah, that blew my mind the first time I saw that. Direct inspiration.
Oh, yes.
You mentioned kind of like the lore and feeling of the universe, and I've been very excited walking around here and seeing that feels like we're going to have a very meaty, thick kind of feeling to whatever's going to be revealed today. I have no idea. None of us have any idea. Specifically, we avoided any spoilers so that we could do like a predictions panel, I guess.
It's not a case where we know everything and then we pretend it's like, I wonder what it will be. We actually know nothing, which is why we're talking here and we can actually guess. But again, I don't feel they've been quite evident. It's not like there's a corner of ExileCon right now where they have this thing that we totally have never seen before and really kind of hits you as new content. I think everyone here at ExileCon is going to be surprised and impressed on what they'll have to deliver in the upcoming content.
I will say, though, there is some concept art floating around on the floor that I think is new, but with concept art, you never really know. There's been a lot of, Ziggy, have we seen this before?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, characters and kind of different takes on characters and stuff, and it's hard to tell if it's like an inspiration for something that will get changed in-game or if it's like a new direction for things. I was definitely having a look at some of those character concept arts upstairs. It's pretty exciting stuff. What's your wildest prediction, Tarke, for what we'll see today? I know you've been thinking about it. We said we weren't going to do much predictions, but I know you've been thinking about it.
I think, looking at the merch store with the Celestial Cat socks, there are going to be a lot more cats involved in 4.0. I think this is the cat expansion. That's why they have me here. I'm putting my money on that one. Lots of cats.
It's hard to argue with this.
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I can't just say that maybe it's not cats, maybe it's puppers.
True.
Uh-oh. I better steer the conversation away from this topic before there's a fight on stage.
I don't know. In my mind, they always impress me. Over the years, we've all seen Path of Exile grow its complexity, grow its reach, grow the number of acts, many times over even, in some cases. But it's always kind of a surprise. I'm always left thinking it's like this version of Path of Exile, that's about as well as you can design an action RPG game. And then the next season comes and, they actually improved it in some way. And they've done that, season after season, content patch after content patch, year after year. It's something that we have to remind ourselves. Path of Exile, it didn't come out a few months ago. Path of Exile has been played by many of the people still playing it for years. I played it for the first time. It's been, I think, more than 7 years now. So, I mean, just to think about that is insane. How many games grow from someone's essentially basement and getting a few friends over and trying to make some kind of game based on their passion, and they invest everything they have into it to a point where it's actually playable, it's an indie game, and it starts growing and catching on because of the actual content year after year, to the point where we're 7 years in, their numbers keep growing up, and now we have ExileCon in New Zealand, right?
That's wild.
It is actually a crazy thing. We see so many great games out there. They come out, they have their moment, and then a few weeks go by, a few months go by, and everyone but that guy in the bar forgets about them. But Path of Exile's not been that. It's really been something special.
Yeah. I think also, like, with what you said, since we've all been playing, like, 2013 is when I started playing in the beta, and it's a game that's always surprising us. Like, we never thought they'd fix desync. And all the guys back then remember their /OS macros, and they fixed desync, and then it's like, oh, maybe they might get rid of one of the difficulties. It'll be like normal, cruel, merciless, and they're like, oh yeah, Act 6, 7, 8, 9.
They had a few fixes for desync back then. I believe one was called Combs Heart.
That fixed it. That was pretty good. Yes. Just get all the life nodes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very good fix.
I think it was like,
except against Vol Smash.
Yes.
I think it was like 280% life or something characters would aim for back then.
I think the 300 number has been hit by the higher level players, but yeah, this is a time when it wasn't just about getting to max level, because that was somewhat unobtainable. Though we've met Havoc, we've met many of the legends. I'm sure there are some people who couldn't make it to ExileCon, but certainly seeing so many faces from over the years, from players who've contributed to the game or just playing it through that form of contribution, kind of raising the skill bar, the achievement bar year after year. So many of them are here, and it's just been an incredible experience to meet them once again. And they tell me their side of things, tell them mine. I don't know. It's been such a wholesome event for me, but I'm sure I'll forget about all of that once they start doing announcements. Start thinking about my plans in the next 2 months.
Yep, I understand that. Yeah, it's been crazy meeting so many people here, like just so many familiar faces. It all feels so familiar too. That's the weirdest thing. Like, it doesn't feel awkward in a way, because I feel like I've either watched these people or talked to these people or played Path of Exile with these people so many times over the years. But yeah, that's been wild. I was wondering, Kripp, you were talking about when you first started playing Path of Exile. I can't actually remember my earliest Path of Exile memory. Like, it's that point. It's like trying to remember when you were a toddler, and you're like, what's my earliest memory? And you're like little scraps. I was wondering, kind of, what's the first thing you remember from Path of Exile?
I remember the first character I made, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. And I remember the first time I started playing Path of Exile, it was a surreal experience. When I killed the zombie, he dropped a divine orb.
What? You're hooked.
Yes. Well, I didn't know what it was. My question was, is this rare? I ended up making a ranger, and I actually had Chris Wilson on the stream when I was playing it. And I don't remember, what I asked at the time, but I remember having a discussion about, my character. I was feeling pretty happy with it, and it's like, oh, wow, this is so overpowered, because that's kind of how the game sells you, right? It's like, okay, well, wait until the next act. And I remember being quite overconfident in my ranger's ability to survive the game. Being a ranger, I was just getting all the evasion that I could because, well, you just want to dodge attacks.
Naturally.
But 7 years ago, evasion was not really the star of the game. You would evade hits, but once the one started landing on you, your hit points very frequently dropped to the non-existing numbers. So I think I played a ranger to the level 30s or so. And that's when I started playing on hardcore. I played the Ground Slam Marauder.
I recall
yes,
that.
Such groundbreaking builds at the time, where you get as much health as possible, and then you use Ground Slam, and see what you do is you link as many support gems as possible to Ground Slam that increase its damage.
So you deal damage to the enemies. Is
That's
that
correct.
The secret tech?
This is the idea.
My first Path of Exile character was equally as successful. I was a Shadow because he looks cool and Shadow sounds cool. I saw the passive skill tree and decided I will take every node which has claws written on it because claws are also cool.
Actually, back then, I'm not sure if they were that cool.
They weren't. They weren't. The idea was in place. I was like, this will be brilliant. I then had to spend 3 months watching Freeze Pulse Marauder videos to learn how I could get past enemies, because it turns out taking all the claw nodes and nothing else wasn't a good strategy in hardcore back in 2013.
No.
Yeah.
No, it was not.
I had a very similar strategy with the first character I remember. I don't even know if it was the first because it's like it's so scratchy now. It's so long ago, but it was a I don't even know if it was a Shadow. It might have been, but it was a lightning themed character. So I had Tempest Shield, I had Lightning Strike, and I had Spark, and I would rotate usage between those. And naturally, similar strategy to you. I got all of the lightning themed things on the passive tree that I could see. And yeah, it went very, very well. I remember being in the early parts of Act 2. I don't think I made it to Val on that character. It was like just when Val was added, I believe.
Vol was insanely hard when he was added. Combined with desync, a lot of the desync back then had to do with your character being stunned. And Vol had that phase where the ceiling starts falling and the rocks start falling. And on normal, they didn't really do any significant damage. But there was 4 difficulty levels back then, not 3. There was normal, cruel, I think ruthless, merciless. Yep. Yeah, around ruthless, things started getting a little sketchy because those falling rocks would hit you for like half your health, and it wasn't just the health damage. You know, you hit your potion, you're all right. It was the fact that that's when the desync started happening, and then Vol comes back up from the ground, and then it's Vol smash time. And you don't know if your character was quite where you thought it was.
Yeah, PoE's definitely grown a lot since then, but yeah. I do have very fond memories back in the day of, oh, I've walked into this room and I haven't seen any mobs for 10 seconds. Oh, wait, never mind. And then your character teleports across the screen and instantly gets one shot.
Yeah. But, I mean, these days, they don't have to worry about that. They're also spoiled, right?
Yeah.
They just use abilities and they just kill everything.
They press a button,
and your character is where it is. And like, who needs health potions even, right? You just use those flasks that increase your damage by 30%, that multiply with each of the other flasks that increase your damage by about 30%. Then you have like a lot of percent.
So basically what we're saying is we're better than everyone else who played recently because we remember when we had to struggle.
But it's true. In the early days of Path of Exile, everything was a struggle, especially if you played hardcore and couldn't, you know, always increase your item stash over time.
I'm very glad the game has changed since then. Whenever I get too nostalgic, I go back and watch Etup spend 30 minutes to kill a crab with ethereal knives and think, you know what? I think modern day Path of Exile is a lot better. It's fun to think back, but I think modern day, 30 minutes for a crab, I'm glad things have changed.
Well, it was probably a pretty epic crab, right?
It had a yellow name.
Wow.
Yes.
I do love bringing that video out on stream whenever people get a little bit too nostalgic. Put it on fast forward, it still takes about 20 minutes. It's a classic one.
Well, the main issue back in the earlier days of Path of Exile was the game was so difficult, but at the same time, the complexity was still there. So the opportunity to go through the passive skill tree and the different gem combinations was always there for you to try, and I mean actually try, to be able to take on the game. I think the first really popular build was Spork Totem, because everything killed you instantly, but if you put the totem in the doorway...
Sorry to cut you off, Kripp, but I hear that we have a fan coming on stage to meet you.
He's a big fan.
Big fan of Kripp.
Welcoming none other than Chris Wilson joining us on stage. Hey, Chris. Good to see you. We'll get Chris mic'd up, and then I believe he's just going to mercilessly tease and troll us because, I mean... Hey, Chris, are we on?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. I think we're good
now.
Yes,
there we go.
So, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Yes!
Yep. It's been a long day so far.
And it's only just begun. In 20 minutes, you're going to be up on stage doing the keynote presentation, and obviously
Yeah.
not going to spoil anything for us. So,
Oh, maybe some bits and pieces.
Would you like to reherse it one extra time before
Nice.
it goes live?
Okay, well, I start with, hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Oh,
and then the crowd goes
That's
wild.
a great part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be good.
I actually, when you say that each time, it does kind of bring it back, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much you understand from the audience perspective, but I think so many players who play Path of Exile these days have been doing it for so long. So to hear you introduce yourself as they once learned about the game many years ago kind of brings them back into a moment where their ears are more open than they can ever be.
Nice. Yeah, that's the plan. It's going to be a good show, though. We put a lot of work into it. It's going to be awesome.
Okay.
So what do you want to know?
So
Everything. If you just start from the beginning and go towards the end, that'd be good.
All right, so we have announcements, right? We're going to start the show with a pile of announcements, more than people expect, hopefully, and that should be a lot of fun. And then we're going to send people on their way to explore the show. There's some awesome stuff lined up. You know, you can play various things we're announcing. We've got a lot of cool content you guys are contributing to. There's people streaming the new gameplay. We've got, the racing finals. We have the card game that everyone seems to be hyped about, especially Kripp here.
yes, I flipped over the cards and they say ExileCon card game at the back.
That's right.
But ExileCon ends in like a few days.
And then the
but
card game ends.
what about the people that want to keep playing the ExileCon card game after ExileCon is over?
We'll see how it goes. This particular version of it kind of requires being at ExileCon. We have the map device with Zana, played by Zana. We have, it's an actual map device upstairs. We've got a crafting table.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah.
We have a lot of different staff members as monsters. I'll talk about it in the keynote, but it kind of requires, 120 people cooperating to run a card game for you guys.
Is that why everyone has terrible items and one transmutation orb?
Oh, they'll get better items. It's like Path of Exile, right? We're going to get some awesome stuff. I saw a headhunter.
Really?
Yep.
oh,
I mean, Jonathan had it. Maybe you've got to find out how to kill him.
I'll just say quickly.
I only have a transmute orb.
Yeah.
What's my best case with this thing?
You can add a mod to something.
For anyone who isn't at the con who would like some cards, I may or may not have some. If you'd go to my DMs, I'll just take this opportunity to make some extra revenue. It's an inexpensive holiday.
You only have like 4.
4 cards that have been in the same room as Chris. So they've got that premium,
I heard people were buying extra con tickets to get extra starter cards.
I've heard that.
There are some better cards out there to find from higher level monsters than what you get from the beach,
people farming the beach for those white items,
Well, the beach is a registration tent outside, right?
Yeah.
You stick $180 in, get 5 more starter cards. Thank you, by the way.
I know that from talking to you about this over the past year or two, Chris, that you've been super excited for this idea of ExileCon. How long has that been an idea for you that you've wanted to do something like
Well,
this?
we posted about it publicly in May of last year, which is surprising. So that's 18 months ago that we were saying to the public we want to run this. It had been discussed for a few years before. But it was when we really had a specific plan for how we wanted to announce 4.0 that we had to make a convention around it. We needed to make a big deal about it, and we decided to do it the expensive way. Hence a multi-million-dollar convention.
So this was a convention formed around a massive expansion
Yes.
rather than the other way around. That's wild.
That's right. We didn't make 4.0 a few weeks ago just to have some content to show at ExileCon.
Are you saying you've actually prepared for this?
There has been some work. We
Wow,
made a
okay.
video, you'll see it, and I wrote some slides last night, quite late. I left that VIP dinner early to do so.
Just last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knowing you, Chris, I expect about 4 hours of content in that 1 hour keynote presentation.
I've been told to speak slowly.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Can we have a demo of that?
You'll see it in a few minutes.
Fair enough.
I wonder how much do you play into the roots of the players that play Path of Exile? Do you kind of see the player base as they are now and try to get the next step of evolution, or do you try to go back, several content cycles or several years back and try to play at the hints of why people started? What do you kind of see as the direction options each time you need to add content to the game?
Well, we want to make sure to appeal to both new players and existing players. And for something like ExileCon, we want to make sure to hint at new content. Like, what is this tree? There is no tree in the current version of Path of Exile that looks like that. but maybe there is in the future. And so we've also got stuff around like the map device and so on, which are related to the current version of the game. And so we made sure to both appeal to the nostalgia of people that have been playing for 7 years. Like all the people I've spoken to so far have been like, oh, I started with closed beta and so on. And those are the reasons why they came out to New Zealand, because this is such an important part of their life for so long. Though on the other hand, we want to show them the future. We want to show them what kind of stuff and we're working on and excite them about new things.
I do have to ask you, from everything from the merch store,
yes,
aside from Celestial Cat Socks, which is obviously the best,
it is.
What's your favorite piece?
Sandspitter. Okay. Yeah, I put 10 aside.
10?
Yeah, for myself.
Nice. The little plushies are quite adorable.
What is the functionality behind the Chaos Orb ball? Like, if you throw it at a piece of your older clothing, can you get an improvement?
Nice. Well, people have asked me, what are the RNG benefits of having this Exalted Orb stress ball near your computer? And
it's the Exalted Orb.
Yeah, it is. There's no RNG improvements. You can't improve your clothes. But what happens is when you fail to improve them, when you fail to play Path of Exile successfully, you can relieve your stress by squeezing it. Exactly what it says on the packaging. We would not sell something that made the game better for you.
I don't know. I don't know if people who play Path of Exile read the back of packaging. You know, it's just better to figure it out on the fly.
I spent quite a while of some of my lifespan iterating on the wording on that packaging personally. I want to make sure people read it and appreciate it.
Okay.
Just to let you know, PoE players aren't very good at reading Reflect in particular, so I don't think they'll be reading the back of any cards.
Nice.
I hope you're not thinking of doing anything to that red shirt, Kripp.
I still have it around. Doing something to it might even be like washing it one more time. It really has a very limited life cycle left.
Nice. That's a part of the history as well, I feel.
Our team respect the shirt you're wearing, by the way.
Oh yes, this is the first. I actually don't remember what it was called. Is the first challenge league?
Yes. Yeah.
Did it have a name, or was it just
the Anarchy and Onslaught? Maybe is the two leagues.
I believe it was
halfway through the open beta.
I know it was. I know that the more difficult parts of completing the challenges were finding all of the exiles and killing them.
Yep.
Because
that'd be Anarchy.
Okay. The Righteous Fire Exile, I don't remember her name exactly anymore, but she was really brutally hard back then.
Good.
You would just, if she was on your screen, you went the other direction.
Nice. Brutally hard is something we're trying to get back to Path of Exile. You'll see today.
Okay. And the other achievement was, the other really difficult part was having each copy of every single unique item in the game. And this is particularly hard on hardcore.
Yep.
Because very few Chevron wrappings and Combs Heart were being found.
Yep.
At the same time, many more of these items were exiting the league day by day.
I understand.
Yes. So
you
it's very hard to just have one in your
hardcore
inventory for the purposes of acquiring this T-shirt.
Yep. We actually learned that when you post something, it's possible for the postal workers to rip the package open and steal it because it's marked Path of Exile. We got a letter back from New Zealand Post saying your package was pillaged, which is the word for like a postal worker taking the shirt out in the post. So there's one of those floating around somewhere.
Are these postal workers now legally regarded as pirates?
Nice.
And that's an illegitimate shirt. And I love how this whole segment was just about Kripp flexing on us with his T-shirt. So.
Yeah. Well, we can't talk about the announcements yet, so we have to talk about something, right?
Zero content.
The challenge leagues are still happening, of course.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is there any kind of goal to try to have very few winners at the end?
I think that, we stopped giving the shirts out a while ago for a variety of reasons, and the challenges are certainly completable. It's kind of a rite of passage thing where a lot of the player base feel they should be able to complete 36 or 40 of the challenges. Loosely in the future, we are looking at trying to improve the system so that there's a bit more challenge behind the challenges, if you know what I mean. Like there's some extra way of completing stuff. This ties into 100 conversations. There's questions about battle passes, which we're not doing at the moment for various reasons, partly because mixing money with challenges is something that's going to be very sticky. But I do want the challenges to be hard. Like, I want it to be something where people can really aim to have a 3-month goal for the people who are playing a lot of Path of Exile.
Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of the challenges just themselves, how many people do you want to complete it? Like you say, you want people to kind of feel that accomplishment, but you personally, how do you feel challenges should be?
I like the idea that someone who's done everything, there's like 5 or 10 of them in a league, ideally, right? The top 5 or 10 players, we know who they are. they're the people who are getting to 100 first at the moment. I want them to have a lot of stuff to do, and this is something we're definitely talking about in the future. There's a lot more leagues coming out for Path of Exile, especially in the build up to 4.0, so I'd really like to have something that motivates people to play as much as they can and really explore the depths of the new content, because there's often quite rare stuff to find there, and just having it be a challenge completion to see it isn't really as good as we could go with this.
Now, I'm curious for maybe some of the older challenge leagues, what's the fewest completionists you've ever had in one of the challenge leagues, if you know?
I don't have the stats on hand. There are some of them that are certainly harder than others. You can tell because Reddit's angry during those 3-month periods.
Is that when you're kind of relishing?
I don't really relish Reddit anger, no, to be honest. It's a bit of a downer.
But if you want the game to be hard, you want people to be brutally destroyed by the game difficulty. So there's a different angle to that, isn't there?
Well, sometimes you get the ability to make it hard for localized situations, like if you're running a special event. The demo we've got at ExileCon isn't easy. It's tuned for people like you guys, right? Like, we're trying to kill Kripp. You know, it's gonna be good. So we may not be able to release it in exactly that state, but we can tune stuff super hard for special events, which is fun.
Okay.
Do you think Reddit will be happy or angry just in general when it comes to the 3.9 and 4.0 announcements?
Or is there some kind of combination of these two emotions?
I don't want to jinx it, but I'm very proud of all our announcements. Like, yeah, I think people are going to like them. It's going to be good. We put a lot of work in. All of the 4 trailers we're showing are awesome. I mean, they're very different things, right? There's a lot of breadth of Path of Exile being shown today, and people are going to like it. And we're going to show this so soon. Like 10, 15 minutes from now, we're starting a trailer that will hopefully really impress people.
Can I just say, we managed to give them, say, 4 trailers, so thank you for that. We're getting some leaks.
More minor spoilers getting teased out. Was there anything you really wanted to get people, moisten people's expectations a little bit here?
I'm going to answer that question later on today, because I did something that was like, I mean, look, anything that was posted on Reddit yesterday was not from us. Like, that's not officially, sanctioned stuff that was being talked about. But we did something a while ago, just to planted a clue for the community, and I don't think anyone noticed. I'll talk about it afterwards.
Okay. Well, Chris, I believe you have to run and get ready for this keynote.
Yeah, I've got some work thing.
Some work thing.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it, and I'll chat with you guys later on. Enjoy the show.
Look forward to seeing you.
Right, good luck, everyone.
See you later. Good luck.
Well, Chris did a fantastic job of getting us a little closer to the keynote presentation. We have just 8 minutes until that'll be beginning, folks. And I don't know about you guys, but I actually didn't sleep last night. I woke up every half an hour. I would look at the alarm clock every half an hour, and my body was just like, it's ExileCon time. I don't know. Did you guys get any sleep last night?
I had a very thorough 10 minutes.
Nice.
Yes.
Impressive.
Yeah, it was good.
I slept more than this, but my excitement for ExileCon has required me to sleep almost not at all coming here to New Zealand.
Yeah, I think
I was so excited on the 24-hour flight. I couldn't sleep at all. No.
Definitely not ideal, but nonetheless, I feel like the adrenaline will carry through 2 days here for us. And it seems like a pretty jam-packed schedule as well. Like, it's back-to-back, and there's, like, parallel things running as well. So a lot of stuff, I believe, is going to be released as VODs after the event. So if you're seeing things on the schedule, but you're not able to see them on the stream, do not panic. You'll be getting VODs of that a little bit later. Have you had a chance to look at the schedule? Anything you really want to check out? Everything?
Everything, yes.
Yeah.
Everything.
I'm going to try and hit everything.
I thought it was pretty interesting that Chris was quite understanding of the people who are coming to this event. They try to make the demo as difficult as possible. It's true. I mean, we're in New Zealand. And people that want to be here, they're here, but they really want to be here.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like this is at the doorstep of most of the people that play the game. Path of Exile is a very international game, played everywhere around the world. And they had their first convention in New Zealand, which is not close to anything, but pretty
slightly
close.
Far away.
Yes.
Yep.
I heard the next stop is Antarctica. Yeah. Yes.
There's not much else down that way. But yeah, that's it. Like, it's a screening process, effectively, of people who really, really want to go. Yeah. And usually at events like the demos are toned down for kind of like to make sure journalists can get in and be pretty comfortable with the game they may not be familiar with. But everyone here is at least fairly familiar with the game.
Yep. I also think you need to respect the fact that this is all being streamed for free. They're not charging any tickets for it. It's all going for free on the YouTube, and also that they're letting everyone restream it, because a lot of companies aren't as kind when it comes to that. So they're definitely helping the community a lot with this one.
Now, for me, the biggest announcement I think Path of Exile has ever had in terms of like blowing me away was when they started talking about the new acts that they're adding to the game. Because previous to that, they would have like a big announcement every year-ish and some change. Guys, we're adding a new act, but this act is going to be a little bit better than the last one. But then when it came to like, what was it? Is it Act 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10?
Yeah.
I'm like, this is still going, right? The announcement's still going, and they're still talking about new crazy stuff I couldn't believe. So I wonder if they can top that, you know?
I think they'll try.
Of course they're going to try. I don't think there ever is like, yeah, guys, that was it. We're over the hill now.
That would be a very good opening. Hi, guys. Chris here. This will be a very disappointing announcement compared to 3.0.
We're pretty much done. We're tapped out. I'm out of ideas. Yeah, I remember being shown that trailer for the first time of the 5 new acts. I was actually like in the office at the time, and it was a little bit early. I know, streamer privilege, but Chris has a habit of trolling me a lot with announcements and giving me fake announcements and feeding me false information. I don't know. Maybe he still doesn't trust me or something, but
I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. Look at me. But it went the first act, and I'm like, oh, new act, sick. And then it went another one. I'm like, okay. And then it went bam, 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 bam. The next like 3 acts. I'm like, you trolling me? And now Chris has said that this is going to be bigger than that. So I don't imagine we're getting 5 more acts. That would
5 more.
25.
That'd be at least 6 more for
Yeah,
No.
for it to be
You
bigger.
multiply it. You multiply it.
Hype inflation.
Yeah, exactly. So like 18 more acts, like 36 more acts, something like that. So I mean, that's the only thing that would be reasonable. Otherwise, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. I'm just kidding. We'll like try not to say something that they possibly can't meet. I believe we have like just a moment until it's actually beginning. Everything's gone quiet. Everyone's gone. There was people around. Now they're all gone.
Oh
What
yeah,
happened?
we must be missing out on something.
Yeah, I don't know. Should we like go see what's up over there?
Well, probably waiting around and watching an empty stage is more entertaining than us. So
Probably.
Yeah, I agree with that. And on that note, I think I'll thank Tarke and Kripp for joining me. I'm ZiggyD, and we'll be back a little bit after to ramble for a little while longer. But we'll actually have content then, because we'll have seen things that we can discuss. So.
I hear applause.
Oh, it's beginning. And fade out.
That look in your eyes, I recognize it. Survivors, just like Aina. That is my name, exiles. Aina Frey, which means lone fighter. For a long time I've searched for a worthy companion, a hunter as fierce and strong and handsome as Aina. I walked the plains of Vastery and found no one worthy. I delved into the Azurite mines. Even though my best friend Nico begged me not to, I found many crunchy bugs, but still no hunter. Then I decided there was only one place left to search. The land of New Zealand! Oh, this is not the menagerie. Aina must have taken a wrong turn on the path of exile. I make a joke. You like it? I know where I am. Do you? Do you? Do you? I know because Aina knows. Welcome to ExileCon 2019! Or, as the local survivors like to say, Kia ora! Yes. From the land of the orc, yes. Now, what was I going to say? I have come Oh, yes, we have people here from all over the planet, yes? Yes? Very brave to come here all this way. But don't worry, here we have at ExileCon shelter, food, and weapons. I hope you bring your weapons, huh? Huh? I brought mine. Come, Shadow, come. This is my Shadow. He goes everywhere with me. Now, do we have any beasts in the building? Oh, there's one. I said, do we have any beasts in the building? Oh, yes, I hear you well now. Aina can hear. Well, my beast friends, you know what I like to do with a beast? I like to hunt them and kill them with my bare claws. Well, they're not really bare claws, but, you know, if I can't kill them with my bare claws, you know, I like to use my crossbow. I prefer to call it my happy bow. You see, come, Shadow, come. This is how it works. When I'm hunting, first of all, if I'm going for a big beast, like this one here, he looks like a big beast. Stand up, beast. Not you, the big one next to you. You are too skinny. You will make a good carcass, yeah? Very useful. Don't worry, we use all the pieces of the animal, like grinding gears using all the pieces for the game. Big beast. Stand up. What is your name? What? Noshi. Okay, welcome, Noshi. Put your hands up so I can aim straight. No, put your hands up. Did I say put them down? I tell you when to put your hands down. So, when I'm hunting a big beast like Noshi, I have to tread very carefully. I'm stalking now. I'm not talking, I'm stalking. And then I'm taking aim, generally in Oshi's direction. And boom, he's captured. You can sit down now. When I'm going for a slightly smaller beast, I have to, yes, you can stand up now, smaller beast. Yes, what is your name? Very exotic name. So when I'm aiming for a smaller beast, like, what? Jason? Okay. When I'm going to take a shot, Jason here, I have to aim more carefully, like this. I'm lining up my shot, and boom! He's been captured. Good, yeah. Aina is very good. Shadow, where are you? You can take it away. Because when I'm hunting little tiny insects, I can't use my crossbow, can I? So I have to stamp on them. It's funny, no? Yeah, it's funny. So if I'm stamping on them, I have to stamp a few times because one little insect is not very nutritious, is it? So I have lots of insects. I pick them up, I eat them. Very nutritious. Very good. So today, I have come from very far away to be here at ExileCon. Yes. Do you know how many beasts I had to sacrifice to get here today, just to get the portal open? I lost count at 50 beasts, and I will have to sacrifice 50 more just to get back to my menagerie. But don't worry, because here today, we are here all weekend. All of us here to celebrate. All of us here to celebrate. You are going to get a chance to meet the originals. The first ones from Grinding Gear Games. Don't worry, They are not going to bite you like the first ones Einar is used to, don't worry. They are very friendly beasts. You are going to get to talk to them, and they are going to talk to you. It's going to be great. Today, at this convention, is here for Einar to meet all his friends and talk about all his achievements. But this is not ExileCon. This is ExileCon! Now, if this was ExileCon, things would be very different. The main event would be sacrificed by combat. Yes, I'm coming to you two. Yes, 2 lucky survivors here. Are you married? Engaged. Oh, then this should be very easy for you. Because when you are married, you will find a lot of fighting going on. A lot of... and you know, very, very easy. So don't worry. Things are only going to get worse. Now, sacrifice by combat. I like that. If this was... listen, I have to say, out there on one of the stages, we have streamers. Do you know what streamers is? Yeah? If this was ExileCon, we would just have lots of blood and goo and snot and everything just pouring off the stage all over you, married people. You like that, huh? We can see who has the biggest bloodstream. It will be good. Oh, I like your hair. It's very nice, beast. The only problem is he can't see behind you now. You can see. I like it. You have to tell me what you're doing with your hair. So, we are going to have streamers. This is not really what it is. Streamers is where you have another stage out there, and you will be able to talk and speak, talk and meet, more talk, more meat, more talk, meat. I am hungry. I didn't have my breakfast this morning. Meat. No. This is what it is, streamers. Now, the other thing you will be able to do today in ExileCon, you will be able to buy many, many things. Many, many things, you lucky people, that is exclusive here to ExileCon. Let me show. Oh, no, save it. This one is very rare. This is an albino rower. Very rare. Here is a little beastie here. It's a baby rower. Very cute, yes? No, it grows into a huge monster and will eat you up. This one is for you somewhere out there. He's captured. Here, we have another beast. This is a sand spitter, I think they call it. Yeah, sand spitter. I think I used to date one. No. I think I used to eat one. Yeah, that's it. I now make funny. This one's for you. Oh, yeah. And this one here for you two, because you're lovers. I like you. Give it to them. And one over here. Oh, very good catching. But this is my baby. This is very rare. It's a little albino for my new friend down here. So today we are going to have, there are announcements to be made. You have to listen out because I have been told by the first ones there are going to be announcements, there are going to be games you can play. So you have to listen, and Einar has been told to say this. I do not know what it means, but this is what I've been told. Einar was also told to prepare a long talk. Yes. This is better, I think, you know. A long talk is boring. Einar is only used to talking to beasts in the menagerie, and they do not listen good. So, a little poetry. Thank you. What is your name? Thank you, Russell, for putting me on the spot. hunt. I love to smile. But most of all, I love you, Exile. But more than that, I love to hunt. Now, I'm going to make a special announcement now. Do not do what the rower do, okay? Do not do your toilet all over the floor and all over the table. All right? There is defecation houses just through into the foyer. Please use that. The other thing, of course, is if there is a fire, please make your way to the nearest safe exit. You will look around, you'll find your nearest exit. Make your way very carefully, very quietly. And if you do want to light a fire, be quiet about it. Now, I think this is all I have to say. So, without any further ado, I'm going to introduce you now to 3 of my best friends. They are more beautiful and they smell better than the beasts in the menagerie, except on patch days. They are the reason Aina exists. We wouldn't be here without them. Please put your claws together for the 3 founding fathers of Grinding Gear Games, Path of Exile. Please welcome Chris, Jonathan, and Erik!
All right. Hello.
Love you too. Hi everyone, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. And welcome to ExileCon. This is Erik, our creative director, and of course, he's responsible for all of the scary shit that you've seen and are gonna see. And this is Jonathan, our technical director. How are you feeling?
Everyone, it's pretty scary up here, honestly. You know, like there's a ton of people in the audience, ton of people online. It's
Yeah, there's 6 digits watching on Twitch,
Yep.
plus everywhere else, and there's a lot of people out there. Well, it's honestly really amazing that all you guys could join us here in New Zealand. We understand it's really far away from everywhere else in the world. I think like a 12-hour flight to anywhere except for Australia. Hopefully more than a few of you are doing really fun activities in New Zealand, like visiting Hobbiton. That's really good, worth checking out. So we've been preparing the content you're going to see this weekend for a really long time, many years. And after so many years of planning, it's amazing to finally be here on stage to present it. Thank you so much for coming to see it in person, and thanks to everyone who tuned in from home to watch the live stream. So when we released Path of Exile 1.0 back in 2013, we had around 20 developers at Grinding Gear Games. They fit in one room. That version of the game only went up to Act 3. It was primitive by today's standards, and was the first version of Path of Exile that we were proud enough to call fully released. We knew that to keep the game from getting stale, we had to do something really big every couple of years, in addition to the regular free content expansions. So by 2015, our studio had around 45 developers, moved into its current office, and this allowed us to create an entirely new act of content for version 2.0, extending the length of Path of Exile's storyline by a third. While 2.0 was a big expansion, we knew the jump to hit 3.0 had to be a lot bigger. So we expanded the studio to 90 developers and were able to add 6 new acts of content in 2017. That was honestly one of the best moments of my life. After keeping the secret that we were adding 6 new acts, there weren't any leaks, we released a trailer that kept revealing new acts in sequence, and the reactions from the community were amazing. It just made all the hard work worthwhile. So since then, we've been asking ourselves the question, how are we possibly going to top that? Well, over the last 2 years, we've expanded up to 145 developers, and we're really proud to finally reveal Path of Exile 4.0.
The gods are dead.
But left on their own, men will always seek to take their place.
Criminals! Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land.
The only result is pain and death.
The demon is escaping! Kill her!
Get them. Only 20 years since Kitava fell, and already corruption spreads like a plague through these shattered lands. Wretched malevolence lurks in the shadows. It is our calling to put it to an end. It must be done if Baeclast is to survive.
Well, that feels amazing. Thank you. Path of Exile 2 is a new 7-act storyline set 20 years after the defeat of Kitava. When we finished developing 3.0, we knew that we couldn't extend Path of Exile's campaign forever. Adding more acts would make the game just too long before players got to maps. At the same time, we knew we really needed to bring the quality of Path of Exile's campaign up to a 2019 standard. We realized that we needed to make a new campaign. For years now, we've been wanting to make a sequel to Path of Exile. The problem with that, though, is that sequels split a community between two products. It's also hard for a sequel to compete with the amount of content and features that the original game has. We've just spent 6 years making expansions for Path of Exile, so imagine if we released a Path of Exile 2 and it was just a bare campaign with none of that extra content. This would be a sad shell of an action RPG compared to the current state of Path of Exile. It'd have none of the years of expansion content and improvements that make the game great. So we're creating Path of Exile 2 as a new campaign alongside Path of Exile 1 with a shared endgame. The original campaign is still fully playable, and because it's the same game, it'll still continue to be maintained with all of the updates and game system improvements that we'll make to Path of Exile. When we add new skills to the game, you'll be able to play with them in either the Path of Exile 1 or Path of Exile 2 campaign, and all of the microtransactions and stash tabs that you've purchased in the past will be fully usable regardless of which campaign that you're playing. Most importantly, all of your favorite Path of Exile expansion content like Delve, Breach, Incursion, and Legion will be fully integrated. At the same time, we wanted the freedom to make all of the changes that a true sequel requires, like changing the skill system, all of the Ascendancy classes, improving the engine, and a lot of other things that we aren't announcing this weekend. Path of Exile 2 addresses all of the things that we feel are deficiencies in Path of Exile 1. We're not abandoning the Path of Exile 1 campaign, though. Not only is it still fully supported in Path of Exile 4.0, we're doing a lot of work to get it up to a 2019 standard. Here's what Act 1 Town looks like in 3.9, which we're releasing in 4 weeks. We're also going through the campaign and we're improving materials to work with our new physically based rendering pipeline. Over the next year, you're going to see a lot of improvements to the Path of Exile 1 campaign, which will be deployed ahead of 4.0 with a 3.9 series of patches. We're also re-rigging all the old character classes to work with the new 4.0 animations, so you'll get all of the ongoing animation improvements in the old Path of Exile 1 campaign as well. In the next year, we're going to continue to deliver 4 amazing leagues on a regular 3-month cycle. All of this content is designed with the Path of Exile 2 campaign in mind, and we'll continue to fold it into the game as needed, like we would with any other league. We don't have a firm release date for Path of Exile 2 yet, and are absolutely going to wait until it's ready before releasing it. We're planning on waiting at least another year with 3.9 expansions before the beta of 4.0, though. So, I'm sure you're wanting to see some 4.0 gameplay. We've prepared a live demo for you. Everything ready, Jonathan?
Everything's ready.
All right, let's go. So, today Jonathan's going to do a short live demo of some of the content we have in this build of Path of Exile 2. This is played right live, like he's literally playing right there. We're starting here at about level 11, which is about halfway through Act 1, because we want everyone seeing the playable demo of on the show floor to be able to experience the start of Act 1 without having any of the surprises spoiled for you. So right away, as Jonathan plays through the graveyard, you'll notice the massive improvements we've made to the Path of Exile engine since 3.0 was released. Environments, characters, and items all use physically based rendering, which gives the whole game a realistic look. We have new main character class models with all new animations and completely new item base types. Most of these have physics for many of the little details, which look a lot more awesome than before. We've put a lot of work into updating skill effects. For example, when you fire a split arrow, you'll really feel the individual arrows, because they can stick in objects and they can bounce off others realistically. Oh, this looks so good. Slight spoiler, but that support gem he's using turns any skill into a barrage. Any bow skill. So, the 4.0 campaign contains a variety of optional side quests that lead to meaningful boss encounters. Relatively soon now, Jonathan's going to encounter an NPC called Lachlan, who has lost his family and needs help.
My family, where are they? Isabel and the boys were only to be gone for a few minutes. But it has been, I don't even know how long. Hours at least. Days, weeks. What season is it? Stranger, I know we have just met, but I'm so worried about them. Around here, they could have fallen into a sinkhole or been choked by grave dust. Please, could you see to their safety?
The game has changed a lot more than just visually, though. One of the things we've really wanted to do for a long time is to make fundamental changes to Path of Exile's skill system. The skill system in PoE is really cool and versatile. Personally, it's one of my favorite things about the game, but there have always been some awkward things about it. We really wanted to find a way to address all of the shortcomings while not sacrificing even a single bit of the functionality that we already have. So, you can see in the inventory here, there's something missing. All of the sockets on the items. This is because in Path of Exile 2, you no longer put gems into your items. Instead, the skill gems themselves have sockets, as you can see here, and there is a dedicated screen for socketing them. Jonathan's going to change his split arrow skill for Ice Shot and add some support gems to it. There are some really big advantages here. For one, every single skill gem in Path of Exile 2 can be a 6-link. This is going to cause huge changes in how players design character builds. In the past, players didn't want to have more than one primary attack skill because you could only have 1 or 2 6-links on your character. Now it's totally viable to have a lot of powerful primary attack skills with full support gems. The thing I'm really happy about, though, is you don't have to screw around with your gems all the time when you're leveling. Check out this bow here. The socket colors are the same between the two bows. They're both 4 green sockets, like every other bow in the game. And this means that when you find a new item, you just slap it on. You don't have to think about getting fusings and jewelers out because you do that on the gems themselves. As we swap between the bows as well, and for clarity, this means that in-game, when you're trying to roll your perfect item, you can focus on the mods and separately on the sockets and the skills. So you'll see here as Jonathan swaps the bows, the DPS values for all your skills update at a glance, and that's because we've completely changed how the character screen works and so on. Jonathan will go into more detail later today about that. So it's still possible to fine-tune socket colors on items if you need to, but because everything that drops has fixed sockets, it's way easier to just pick something up and put it on while you're leveling. For new players, another really great advantage is it's now impossible to socket a support gem into a skill gem it doesn't work with. For example, multiple projectiles here just can't go into Leap Slam, but as you can see, it works on the other bow skills. So you might be wondering about skills like auras. A lot of the time in the old skill system, you would throw a few gems together in a 4-link with few or no support gems. How can you do that when you have such a limited number of active skill slots now? The answer is meta gems. Meta gems are like super support gems that let you put multiple actives into them. For example, we want to run a few different auras on this character, so we put the proficiency gem into the character and load it up full of auras. It even gives you a single keybind you can use to cast all of the auras with one click. Come on. Trigger gems like Cast on Crit are also meta gems, so this means you can put an entire Cast on Crit setup in one gem as one of your 8 6-links you can now have. There is a huge amount more to talk about with what meta gems allow you to do with Path of Exile's skill system, and Jonathan will be going into all of it in the PoE 2 gameplay deep dive later today. He'll cover how all the existing Path of Exile things work in Path of Exile 2, as well as introducing a whole lot of new stuff. That is a talk not to miss. Oh, and I should add, the supports you're seeing here for the bow skills, they're 3.9 content, so you'll get to see that much, much sooner. And that's something I want to emphasize. While Path of Exile 4.0, sorry, Path of Exile 2, as we're now calling the campaign, is still quite far away, we are getting as much of the content in as early as we can, apart from the campaign itself. So you'll get to play most of the new stuff we're doing quite a lot earlier. It's the campaign and the skill system that are being rolled out on launch day. So one of the things we really wanted to improve on Path of Exile 2 was our lighting system. The new PBR rendering, in addition to a much more realistic light fall-off, makes this area look significantly better than we could possibly achieve in the past. So you can see here there are some monsters called courtesans who can explode the blood cretins. When blood cretins are covered in blood, they get a lot stronger, so you have to be careful. We've tried very hard to design very interesting monster fights, starting as early as Act 1 of the new campaign.
This area generated much longer than it usually did in every other demo we did.
Yeah, but that's actually a feature that we're proud of. We have put a lot of work in to make sure there's even more randomization on our random areas. I know racers will hate to hear that because they can't memorize the layouts, but we want it to be very, very hard to find your way around. And there's a talk that Reese is doing later, I think it's tomorrow morning, where we're talking about topics like world generation and stuff like that, rather than just level generation. You'll see what he has to say, but it's pretty interesting.
Had to happen on the stage demo.
We have to give you an authentic Path of Exile experience involving some backtracking.
I've got a Quicksilver, so we're all right. I mean. Here we go.
Oh, this run-through is going a lot better than some of the rehearsals we did. It turns out some of the monsters hit pretty hard if you're not good at it, so... What's that, sir? Yeah, you got to level your gems up, Jonathan.
Oh, it's terrible.
So this is ExileCon Plays PoE. Okay, should he go left or right? Awesome.
Please make them stop. They're whispering. They're screaming. No, don't give in. You're not dead. You're still moving. You're still here.
So one of the things that's really exciting about creating an entirely new campaign is that we get to apply all of our boss creation skills to early bosses as well. The first few acts of the original Path of Exile have bosses that are some of the earliest content we ever made, and their age is really showing. For comparison, this fight here is at the same level as Fairgraves in the original campaign, but as you can see, it's a lot more advanced with a lot more going on. new level up animation. So here we are in Einhar's favorite place, the hunting grounds. Now, we're ready to show you something that players have been requesting for a really long time. You've seen it, in Path of Exile 2, we finally have shapeshifting. So, each shapeshift form can use any regular Path of Exile 2 attack. That makes sense. Here on the Werewolf, for example, we're using Leap, Slam, and Cleave. And one of the things that we thought was really important with shapeshifting is that you can change back and forth at literally any time, mid-animation, walking around in the middle of a skill, whatever, just hit the button and change forms. One of the things that we're really proud of is a new grass technology we have. It's done using pre-computed ray tracing and is way nicer looking and has much better performance than what we used before. Got some friends there? So that right there is a small slice of Path of Exile 2.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So almost the entirety of Act 1 of Path of Exile 2 is complete and playable today on the show floor. It's not just those areas. It starts right on the riverbanks at the beginning, like you saw in the trailer. Play all the way through. That's somewhere in the middle. If you can make it in the 45-minute timer, just keep playing. See if you can get to the Act boss that isn't done yet. We'll see. Please check it out and let us know what you think. You can play it on the bottom floor of the convention or on the top floor on one of the 120 Omen gaming PCs generously provided by HP. It's a logo. So, as I said, the demo on the show floor is played right from the start of Act 1. It has quite a lot of different content than what you just watched. If you're watching from home, the best way to see this demo, because you can't play it unfortunately, is to watch one of the streamers who's going to be playing the demo throughout the weekend. The first of these is at noon in New Zealand time in 90 minutes when Kripp Plays while chatting with Jonathan. So, some systems in Path of Exile 2 are not ready to announce yet, and so they're not present in today's demo. The first thing a lot of you are doing is hitting P to see the passive skill screen. Surprise, it's just the same as the in development 3.9.01 for now. That's because we'll work out what we're doing with the passive skill screen, blow your socks off with that, and then announce that at some stage before release. So in around 3.5 hours at 2 p.m., Jonathan's going to present a deep dive into some of Path of Exile's 2 new game mechanics. A closer look at the new skill system, meta gems, 19 new Ascendancy classes, and more. So you definitely need to be here at 2 p.m. to watch that, but conveniently, it's after my 1 p.m. deep dive about 3.9.0, which is equally good, so just, you're here for the afternoon, basically, and if you're watching from home, I'm sorry if you live in Europe right now. So, we've just announced how we're making huge changes to Path of Exile's campaign in 4.0. How about the endgame? Well, it's been 2 years since we launched War for the Atlas, which was our last substantial endgame-focused expansion, so we feel it's high time for some big changes. What we'd like to show you now is what's coming in Path of Exile 3.9, which will be released in 1 month.
Listen carefully, for this is important. I worked with a group of exiles once, much like yourselves. Together, we faced a terrible evil that plagued the Atlas and threatened our world. Through great perseverance, we were able to defeat the Elder. But it wasn't enough. They kept going back. Over and over, again and again. There was something inside them that could never be satisfied. They sought more power, more prestige. They sought to rule and conquer those strange lands. Each time they returned, I feared more and more what they were becoming. So I did what I thought was right. I sealed them in the Atlas forever. They found a way back.
Path of Exile, Conquerors of the Atlas is an expansion with a new endgame Atlas storyline set after the defeat of the Elder. The exiles who defeated him have become a danger to Baeclast, so Zana has attempted to trap them in the Atlas. I guess there's only so much grinding you can do before you go insane, eh? From what we can see, Havoc and Steel Mage are both pretty close to that point right now. So when you first open the Atlas in 3.9, it's going to look significantly different. First of all, you notice you now start in the center of the Atlas. But the much larger change is there are only 91 maps to start with. In order to unlock the rest, you're going to need to find and defeat the Conquerors to take back Watchstones and socket them into the Atlas. Socketing one of these watchstones into a region of the Atlas will both level up the tier of maps in that region and reveal new maps. You can socket up to 4 watchstones into each region, revealing all the maps and eventually raising the level of the entire Atlas so that every map is between tier 14 and 16 if you want. Because you can socket and unsocket these watchstones whenever you like, you can completely customize which maps you're finding on the fly as your strategy changes. Yep, it's amazing. You're going to fight 4 of the Conquerors many times as you play through the new Atlas. These are challenging fights, so it's only fitting that they have some special rewards. If you're lucky, a Conqueror might drop a new type of support gem that we're calling a Support Gem Plus. These new gems are better versions of existing supports, which at level 1 are more powerful than the level 20 versions of the ones they replace. So this has an additional fork compared to the normal one, for example. Okay, there's plenty more stuff to discuss about Conquerors of the Atlas. For example, how do you get these cool new currency items? We'll go into more detail about this, along with the Support Gem Plus system, the final boss fight, what's replacing Shaper and Elder Rares, new skill and support gems introduced in 3.9, and more in the deep dive presentation later today. Like every other Path of Exile expansion, Conquerors of the Atlas also contains a new Challenge League, and we have a trailer of that league to show you.
Take a clean knife and cut a sample of flesh. Repeat 4 times. Mix the 5 samples in an equiformatic solution. Heat. Stand back. The intrinsic darkness will make itself known. Observe its anger, its aggression. Observe its changing form. It's never comfortable to stay in one shape for long. It will try to kill you. Best not let it. Plunge the clean knife repeatedly. Try more heat. More! Perfect. Only every living creature to go.
In the Metamorph Challenge League, you will find and collect samples from some of the monsters you kill. Tane Octavius will let you combine multiple samples of monsters together to create a shape-shifting Metamorph whose skills are derived from the monsters you combined. Defeating the Metamorph will yield many rewards, including new currency items called Catalysts that let you add various types of special quality modifiers to your jewelry. These quality modifiers both improve specific types of mods on your jewelry and also make it easier to craft associated mods. At the endgame, multiple map bosses can be combined to create a single, highly dangerous but rewarding Metamorph. I'll be doing a deep dive into both the Conquerors of the Atlas expansion and the Metamorph League that comes with it at 1 o'clock today in just over 2 hours. We'll of course be live streaming this. So, for a year we've had a few developers working on a bit of an experimental skunkworks project at the studio. Let's watch a video about it.
So mobile games are kind of bullshit, right? You know, pay-to-win microtransactions, time gates, energy bars, random nag screens, notifications, video ads. You know, you get the idea. There's really a lot of evil garbage going on in mobile games today. But in 2012, when you first released Path of Exile on PC, you really could have said the same thing about a lot of free-to-play games there too.
So this is what it looks like. There are 8 skill binds, 5 flasks, the same gear you'd expect to see on any Path of Exile game. One of the major benefits of this project was the tech we've developed. It's allowing us to improve our tools and engine and system across the board for all platforms. Our goal is to bring Path of Exile to mobile with absolutely zero compromise.
We wanted to make something that is a real Path of Exile game. We didn't just farm it out to an external studio. It's developed entirely by a team here in New Zealand. The only thing that's fundamentally different between phone games and PC games is that you expect to play for shorter game sessions on a phone. Maps are a perfect length to have the quick turnaround time required for mobile gameplay while retaining all of the deep systems that Path of Exile players expect.
Back then, we really felt like we could do free-to-play on PC without all that player hostile stuff. So we thought, you know, maybe we can do the same thing on mobile. Maybe we can make a game that bucks all those bullshit trends and make it something that's a good game first, that just so happens to be played on a phone.
So needless to say, around a year ago, it became real difficult to announce that. But we figured if we make a sequel and give you that first. So, look, the mobile project is really experimental. We haven't really fully decided where we want to go with it yet, but we welcome feedback, and our plan is basically have it at the show floor. It's upstairs in the chill out zone, which is secretly a mobile zone all along, and it's marked as a chill out zone on the map to fool you. And play the game, let us know what you think. And on a personal note, this isn't scripted, this part. So on a personal note, I was apprehensive about this project, right? Like, I was unsure we'd be able to do it, but playing the build this week, it's good. It runs fast, it plays well, give it a shot. Let the actual demo do the talking. We're going to get Ziggy to play it with Trevor, the mobile Fall guy, later in one of the stream sessions. So we'll see his actual legitimate reactions. And let's make it a good product together, because we all want to be able to have something fun to do on phones when we're on the bus and stuff. So give us your feedback. We'll make this what you need it to be. All right. So one of the great things about porting Path of Exile to iPhone, and of course Android, is that we can easily create a version that runs on macOS. So next year we'll be releasing Path of Exile on macOS alongside 3.10, 3.11. Now, this is going to be the same version as the PC version. It plays on the same servers. It's the same game, not segregated. It's just that you play it on your Mac, so you can play it at work. So, I'm also pleased to announce Path of Exile's third collaboration with Twitch Prime. Just before the release of Conquerors of the Atlas next month, we'll be launching a 3-month promotion where Twitch Prime members receive a free set of microtransactions every month. You can receive a free 1-month trial of Twitch Prime, of course, to try it out and receive free microtransactions on Path of Exile and other participating games. So, you may have looked in your swag bag and found a box with some cards in it. At ExileCon, we really wanted players to interact with our staff, so we came up with a game that has a few social elements. Think of it as a card game action RPG that you can only play at ExileCon. So all of the GGG staff members will be walking around ExileCon as monsters. On their t-shirts, you can see their stats, and in the deck boxes, you'll have weapons and armor you can use to defeat the monsters. So when you kill them, and please don't actually kill them, you'll be rewarded with more cards as drops. Your character can have equipped 1 armor, 1 weapon, and a shield, or a 2-hand weapon, just like the game, as well as an amulet and 2 rings. The damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense on the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield has to be equal to or larger than the attack on the monster. Your rings and amulets can count as either attack or defense, and they're pretty rare to find. This is explained on the rules, and of course ask any staff members if you need help. To attack a monster, just walk up to a staff member wearing a shirt and show them the equipment you want to use. They'll give you the reward and remove some of the durability from your items, so make sure you don't waste your best items on the trash mobs on the lower level. Now, I should note, the staff have been told what rules to individually use for durability damage, so if they totally wreck one of your best items, that's because their instructions say that that monster wrecks your best items. So it's not their fault, don't get angry at them. So, what's next? Right, you're not allowed to attack the same monster twice in a row, so keep walking around to encounter different staff members. Once you've defeated Katava, then you can start grinding maps. Zana, played by her actual voice actress, is over by the map device on the middle floor where you can buy some maps. Make sure you visit the crafting bench on the top floor if you want to use your currency items. If you can get far enough in maps to kill the Guardians, you'll be able to collect fragments required to challenge the Shaper. Of course, that's me. While I'm going to be super busy during the convention, I'll make time to talk to anyone at the Twitch after party who can bring a set of fragments to challenge me. There's one other thing I wanted to mention. Thanks, I know who you are. I know the account name. There's one other thing I wanted to mention while I'm here. We're hiring. So if you want to work for Grinding Games and feel you have the game development experience and skills to make an impact on Path of Exile, please email us at hr@grindinggear.com with a cover letter, resume, and if applicable, code samples or an art portfolio. And the poor person that checks that email address just got a bad surprise. Okay, guys, so it's time to go and explore ExileCon. In addition to the card game, there's heaps of other things to do. You should definitely play the gameplay demo of Act 1 of the Path of Exile 2 campaign. Upstairs, you'll find a chill-out zone where you can try the experimental mobile project. Online at pathofexile.com/ExileCon is your schedule that shows what talks are happening where and what time your favorite streamers or developers will be hosting meet and greet sessions or appearing on the streamer stage to answer questions and play Path of Exile 2. Tomorrow, Riker will interview my personal heroes, David Brevik and Max and Erik Schaefer, founders of Blizzard North and creators of Diablo 1 and 2. That's going to be a session you can't miss. You'll probably also want to watch the racing finale tomorrow to see who is going to be crowned the ExileCon 2019 race champion, winning $10,000. Finally, don't forget to check out the 390 and 400 deep dives in 2 hours here in the main theater for heaps more information about the new expansions. After all of that, we'll see you at the Twitch after party tomorrow night to relax after a long and very busy weekend. Thank you so much for attending, and have a great show.
Thank you so much. Oh.
You're not mic'd.
I know I'm not mic'd.
There we go.
Oh, no, there we go. Thank you so much, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. It is so good to have you guys here.
Yeah. That was great. Awesome. All right.
It feels like we worked towards this for 13 years now. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, see you around ExileCon. I'm the elder, by the way.
Yep.
I'm gonna.
See you guys later.
Ow. Wow.
Yeah.
That was wild. Path of
Can I play
Exile
it?
2.
When can I play it?
You're
I
like,
want to play
like
it.
an hour, dude. Chill.
But that's like 60 minutes away.
True. Too long. Holy moly. I don't know. Very first impressions. Like the thing that grabbed you the most. Go.
Arc and gritty.
Yeah.
Wow. No, just like amazing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the animations. The shape-shifting animations. Oh my god. Kripp.
I feel it's a very smart direction for them to take the game. I think a lot of the people that have been invested in Path of Exile for like 7 years now do it because they see a certain genius in the development team, but they see that generally, historically, through the game mechanics. And I think they've taken this point to realize that, you know, maybe we can even blow them away with how the game looks and feels and plays. And look, I haven't played the game. We were honest with you guys. We hadn't seen anything in terms of what you just saw there before our, pre-show. But I'm actually very excited to try it, and I think trying it is going to be the experience because I feel like they're trying to really blow us away with everything else now. So, gimme.
Yeah, I did not expect that level of like jump forwards and the look and feel of all that. Like the early game bosses that they were showing were insane. Like that bell beast thing, what was the crow bell?
I mean, for me, it was even just the new thing where you see the other exiles getting hung.
Yeah,
that was so good.
So good. That's a great intro. Yeah. You pick your one exile and the rest die. They're dead. Snapped. That was savage. I think the thing I'm like most excited about though is the skill gem system change. I've heard from Chris before that the idea of like putting them on the gears had its problems. It really locked you in like so much, and for a lot of players they get into a position where they don't want to try new skills. They don't want to like change their gear around because it's a massive hassle or very restrictive to be able to do that. But then on top of that, like we're going to have more skills to play with now because what do they say, 8?
Like 8 6 links,
8
which
6
is
links?
quite a couple.
It's like an insane concept.
It's certainly a really big problem when people watch someone else play Path of Exile. And as the player, there's a lot more going on than pressing one button. But for someone who watches someone else play the game, it often is that because you tailor your character around one skill. And the reason you do that is because, as you very clearly identified, you can typically only have 1 6-link, maybe 2 6-links, but my experience when I'm using a character with 2 6-linked gems, I'm cutting hard on like curses or auras or summons or something else is not happening. Even the quantity of gems, let alone the links themselves, is sacrificed. So on the flip side, Path of Exile has always been a game where it's a struggle to get the premium stuff. So now that everyone's going to have a whole bunch of gems and links and be able to use all these skills, I'm really curious to hear kind of like the follow-up on that. Like, how do they make it a restriction? What is the barrier to actually getting full-fledged 6 links? Are they going to make certain gems a lot more rare? Or are they going to have like some kind of intermediary gems that are very common that work almost as good as the rare gems? I mean, maybe that's not even a system at all. Yeah, I'm really curious to hear more about what they have in store. It's certainly very exciting, but I feel like they could have had a 2-hour presentation.
Yep, absolutely. And there is like the deep dives coming up a little bit later today, which I think is supposed to answer some of those questions. But yeah, how do you like upgrade the amount of sockets you have available? Is it based on an item progression thing still, or is it some other system? What happens to fusings and jewelers and chromes? Do they have a purpose now?
Sure, there's someone out there with like 99999 fusings in their stash tab. He's like, my life is ruined.
I think it's also a really nice way to like normalize the difficulty, because I think with a lot of the talks I've had with devs before, one of their biggest issues is how do you balance around people with everything and nothing. So it seems like more people are getting 6 links, that should be able to make like the difficulty a lot more consistent, because you know what players are going to have, and it's not like a guy in like tier 4 maps on a 2-link, you know.
Well, I feel like, so we don't play characters with 1 skill, but we do play characters around 1 primary skill. And what often is the side effect of that is the secondary skills, they're still very important to the overall power level of your character. Using those skills is not that important. So, like, maybe you have a leap slam, but you're using a leap slam to move. But suddenly, if you have a 6-link leap slam, you're going to start using leap slam for damage. So suddenly, you're using leap slam for damage. It actually matters where you leap slam. And suddenly, if you have a 6-link leap slam, maybe you're making a different gear consideration, because maybe you want like some unique that has a bunch of damage to movement skills, right? Could be, right?
I mean, or even
so it just opens up so much, and I think it makes gameplay a lot more interesting when these skills that will still be using leap slam, but when you can kill stuff with leap slam, when it's part of like the actual character's identity, it's just a whole different game.
And this opens up the potential for them to explore new designs of skills that slot into a system that wouldn't have made sense before, like a skill that you use only every so often, but it's still a 6-link. It's a big skill, it's an important skill, but you maybe use it once per every other pack or something like that, rather than something you're using constantly in a constant spam. So you get to explore that kind of, which addresses one of kind of my biggest issues with the pure combat in Path of Exile, which is that you're not weaving too many skills together very often. So this allows them to really explore that. I'm super excited about that.
You might also finally get like the hybrid melee range builds. Like I remember when I first started playing, I like tried I'll have a 6-link weapon swap to go from bows to swords, but now you could be like, I'm a bow build that shapeshifts, and now I'm like meleeing, which that shapeshift thing was really cool with like the blood and yeah.
I think we probably have more questions about that than thoughts, right? I mean, how does that work? How do the items work? You're still using the bow, right?
Yeah.
But like, how does the bow scale your claw damage? Does using a bow actually scale claw damage the most? You know.
And he said werewolf form, so does that mean we get like more forms? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more.
More form,
Put
giraffe
forms. Why are we here, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I never thought they'd do the shape-shifting, because it's like they have to do all the new animations, they have to do all that stuff, and then maybe get like locked into limited skills and stuff. But Chris said that it's going to be, you'll be able to use basically any other skill that makes sense. I don't know if you're going to be able to shoot a bow when you're in werewolf form, but at least like your melee attacks and stuff should work, it seems.
I mean, the thing which is particularly cool about that is, like, leading up to the event, there's been lots of like random streamers trying to guess what it is, and I've had a lot of arguments with Nugiyen, particularly like, Tarke, they're never going to do shapeshifting. So I'm really looking forward to rubbing it in his nose later when I see him on the Baeclast, just like, so about that shape-shifting we're not seeing, you know.
I never expected it. I was on Nugi's side. They were never going to do shape-shifting. Not worth it. But it looks sick. It looks so good. And the like instant transformation and like it kind of washing away as you're transformed out of it. That I do like that idea that you can kind of like seamlessly toggle between it, because depending on how they design it, if it's a certain sort of buffs, but maybe it has some drawbacks or something like that, maybe it's slower but tankier.
It's Path of Exile. There's certainly some drawbacks in there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how the game works.
And that's what's that'll encourage you to like change back and forth, you know, and that's great. That's so druidic as well, the idea of changing a lot, not just always being in that form.
Still kind of like reflecting on everything that I just saw in there. There's just so much in a short period of time. I'm sure people on Reddit are going to be going crazy over everything. But I mostly am kind of repeating myself in my head right now, the significance in the game engine improvements. I think it's going to allow them to push out content in a better way. So it's kind of like a soft promise for better content, which is surprising because, I mean, I think Path of Exile does do some of the best job in the industry for their update cycles. At the same time, we've grown to love this grittiness in the art form that is Path of Exile. I never really imagined Path of Exile being a different game visually in any way, right? I never thought that there would be a Path of Exile 2, let alone graphically, right? They still kind of captured how the grittiness of Path of Exile works, but it's so like super realistic that I think it'll appeal to people that didn't enjoy the grittiness of Path of Exile. I think through Path of Exile 2, even like take away all the gameplay improvements, all the skills, all the campaign, all the acts, take all of that away. I think Path of Exile suddenly becomes a game that appeals to a much wider audience. Obviously, everyone here loves the grittiness, but there's a lot of people out there that just, you know, they need something hyper-realistic, or they need something hyper-cartoony or something.
Can, yeah.
It's a more widespread potential to appeal to an audience that I think this is a big deal. A lot of people play these games because of the community, and the Path of Exile community has always been a strong point. I hope you guys are inviting, but I think there's going to be a lot more people that are going to be part. So you guys better be nice on Reddit. I think that trailer is going to go a long way on the internet, and I think a lot of people are going to start looking at Path of Exile as their new main game. So be nice, guys, and let's see what we have in store.
I think the thing as well is, and like it won't show as much here because there's a slight separation, but for most of that trailer, there was lots of just me and Ziggy just going, "Whoa, look at it! It looks really cool." Just like saying Path of Exile 2 is kind of weird, just to be like 2 on the end. But it looks amazing, and I think it's also the fact that the trailer looked good, and then the gameplay looked good, and
good,
very good, very good.
Good is like a 7 out of 10 for me. I would go quite a bit above that.
Super, super good. It looked.
Wow.
They got me on here for my amazing words. It looked many goods, and the fact that it wasn't just a case of.
What about like good to the good, like to the power of good?
Yeah.
Good squared. Good squared.
I think we should stop this because we'll go on for 20 minutes. But
good wordsmithing, Tarke.
It looks nice. So basically, not only does it look nice, and Chris said nice words, but it was the fact that you could actually like see it backed up in the gameplay and what Jonathan was playing. And what often happens when a new game comes out, I see the cinematic, I'm like, this looks awesome, and then I get less excited the more I see. I'm more excited after that, and.
Yeah, they weren't afraid to like get in and show actual gameplay demo. I expected a trailer. I expected, you know, some like explanation.
I was expecting death. What was that 1 HP thing? Someone disable his potions.
Jonathan just clutching it through. But the live demonstration was sick, and it was, you know, you get those unscripted moments. It's like, oh, the level's a bit too long, or I got lost in backtracking. It was like, yeah, it's still Path of Exile.
Everything was over the top. Like, now that you mention it, people take that for granted. They companies out there, they announce their game, they're like, here it is, and it's an extremely edited, out of like beta clips pieced together. That was played by someone, right? That was a live demo. I think a lot of people will take that for granted as, you know, as they see some other company release some footage of their game, but that's not the same thing. That played very well, that seemed like it was extremely smooth. The skills were very complicated, yet very easy to understand on the screen. Like, I don't know what skill that was, but yeah, you shoot it up in the air, it falls down and casts Ice Shot.
Yeah, it was new modifiers that allow you to like turn things either into a barrage or like a
like Arrow Nova or something.
We all got that, right?
Yeah.
As complex as the skill was,
the
graphics seemed simplistic enough to understand what was happening, which again is a problem that they didn't identify in their presentation, but certainly exists in action RPGs these days. The more complicated the skills, the more difficult it is to actually understand what's happening on the screen and watch someone else play.
I mean, not only is there visual clarity, but also the fact that even though 4.0 is like a year away, we get to see the improvements now. Like, we're seeing a lot of the new bow tech coming in with 3.9. And while it might be a while until we get to play the new campaign, we actually get to play the new stuff. It's not just like, here's something you might maybe get to play in 5 years. It's actually like happening, which is what I think is really cool about it. And I have to admit, I even thought mobile looked pretty good. I'm someone who spends a lot of time like on buses because I don't have a car. Chris, feel free to buy me a car and driver's lessons. But anyway, yeah, it looked cool. It looked cool. I don't know. I thought it was cool.
I'm very nervous.
The
internet will rip you apart.
I'm trying. Now. Okay, so last time I spoke about a mobile game, it didn't go very well.
You're telling me?
Yeah. Oh, really? Have you had any experience with mobile games?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks. What did we agree on? Nice. It looks nice.
Good squared.
Good squared.
No, I think everyone is really nervous about the idea of like a mobile version of Path of Exile. I think, Chris was very nervous about announcing that, but at the same time, like, they were talking about how when they announced the game initially, free-to-play was a barren wasteland of terrible, terrible games for the most part. And they kind of like showed something could be different about that. So they're trying to do that, I guess.
Obviously, we have the least context on the mobile game. I don't think it's fair for us to say, yes, it's the best thing ever, or, yeah, we just don't know. But going with what I've been saying with their presentation just now, I feel like they were very humble with what they were announcing.
Yep.
We see other companies when they have announcements, everything is like, oh my god, guys, this is the best thing ever. Here's this like 10-second clip of mashed up buggy content that we kind of edited into a clip that looks like decent gameplay that you may have seen before, but not really. We promise it's different. But what we actually saw there was like real difference in many angles, in many ways. So I'm kind of excited about the mobile game based on that. That the presentation offered a tremendous amount of substance rather than hype. I think, yeah, they were very humble about it, and certainly they were very humble about the mobile game, as they probably should be with the negative connotations that come with the mobile release of anything these days. But I'm quite excited to try it. I do like my mobile games, and I do think that it's probably not a hopeless project if they announced it here.
Yeah, and so this was the one thing that I actually did know a little bit about.
So can I just say, screw you? Because I've spent so many days like, so Ziggy. He's like, no, I know nothing, Tarke. You can trust me. I'm your friend.
Okay, the context for this is that Chris approached me and he says, I want to know if you want to volunteer to do this thing, but in order for you to be able to agree to it, I need to tell you what it is. I need to spoil it because of the connotations. So Chris was like, I don't want to just drop you in on something like this if you don't want to do the mobile thing. So later on I'm doing a hands-on with it with the lead developer who's kind of working on the mobile project. And I was like, I'll give it a go. So that had to get spoiled for me. But yeah, Chris is, the biggest thing I got from chatting to him about that is that they are not really sure what they want to do with it, apart from that they want to make as their version of what is a good mobile game. So it's at the moment it's just a very close recreation of Path of Exile on mobile. And Chris said they're open to either keeping it that way and developing that out, or or changing it a bit more and making it a bit more of a different game, more of a standalone, unique mobile experience. Based on feedback, I think that was the thing that I took away from it. So I think if you guys are at the event and you play it, then give that feedback, because I think Chris is pretty hungry for that. Like I said, I think they're all a bit unsure about it, but it's something that they want to try. So yeah.
I know we haven't really talked about it, but also the whole Conqueror of the Atlas 3.9 thing.
I'm still trying to figure that out.
Yeah, this is as this is going, I'm trying to unpack everything we saw. So we saw Path of Exile 2, which is like a new game, which is insane, but they're still updating the old game. Then we have Conquerors of the Atlas, which is the new 3.9 expansion. Then Metamorph, which is the League.
That's the Challenge League, yeah.
Yeah, which also looks pretty cool. And mobile, and a card game. And yeah, it's just
well, I think they were pretty clear that the card game is not an actual game outside of ExileCon.
It's a full-blown card game. I'm going to be selling cards. Don't ruin this. Okay. I'm going to have my eBay account set up soon. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, the Conquerors of the Atlas thing, so it's a completely new endgame system. I freaking love the way that they announced it, where they're like, the players have gone evil. They're too, like, lusting after, they keep going back. Even though we defeated the Elder, they keep going back. What are they doing? I sealed them in there. I freaking love that. It's the meme that, like, there's only one monster left on the map. It's me.
It's good. I also like the new currencies as well, like getting Hunters Exalted Orbs and all this other stuff.
Well, most of the other people are going to get those. We might get, like, one.
We'll get one on the first day. People complain about stream RNG, then we'll get nothing for like 3 weeks.
Or you find one and chat is like, no, what are you doing? Don't use it on your items. No, you sell it for Chaos Orbs.
Oh, God. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I'm very curious, like, what that means for, I guess I'll explain this in the deep dive later, but what that means for Elder Shaper. Like, seems to be gone as a part of this. Will that become like a separated out kind of thing?
I don't think they'll delete it. It'll still be there.
It's certainly an interesting way to make items into legacy items.
Yeah. Ooh.
If they are removing them, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what happens with that. But I mean, that kind of like reminds me of the fact that the Path of Exile 2 is they're retaining the existing 10-act campaign and then adding this new, did they say 7 acts or something?
7 acts, yeah.
Yeah, so kind of going for something a little more reasonable maybe,
Yeah.
even though they're completely remaking a new campaign. But it's set like 20 years after the events. But they still have both of them. I'm guessing this is like a standard, like a standard kind of version of the game, like a standard league sort of thing.
You're confusing me now, but yeah, basically... It works in my head. It makes sense. Okay, so basically, I'm guessing it's just like you play Path of Exile 2, you do all the new stuff, everything carries over. If you want to, you can do the old, and it's all.
The way that it kind of makes sense to me is maps are always the end game.
Yeah.
However form they exist in, once you get to a high enough level to tackle on the end game system, that's what you're playing most of the time. The acts in the game, they act as a way for your character to progress through the game, learn a story, and acquire items, and basically learn how you want to set up your character through the quest, through the challenges, and through the items that you find. I think the idea behind Path of Exile 2 is the journey to get from wherever you start off in the world to the map endgame is going to be different. And with a different set of challenges and different environment, I think it's pretty appropriate, because if you think about it, Path of Exile 1, you know, the old world, it's got 10 acts. As they talked about it, the new world's going to have 7. But if they go from 10 acts to 17, it's kind of like, you know, yeah, we're going from level 60 to 65 in our game, you know? So it's not quite as interesting. When they're promising a new story, when they're promising a new parallel, I think they have a lot more creative freedom. And I think it allows the user a more interesting and compelling experience. And I'm sure there's going to be some trade-offs. I don't think it's going to be just completely isolated. I think there's going to be some reasons to use one storyline rather than the other. Maybe some characters will be more adept to one of the storylines. Maybe spellcasters would be better taking the Path of Exile 2 rather than the Path of Exile 1 to reach endgame. I don't know. This is just things that I'm thinking about. Obviously, they're a year away, so I'm sure some of these things are up in the air and they won't be able to confirm or deny them when you pressure them into a corner, which I hope you guys will do here at ExileCon for us. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't think that the reason for Path of Exile 1 to just exist is just for no reason. I feel like Grinding Gear Games as a company, there's some purpose to everything that they've done or left in their game. So those are my thoughts.
I feel like it might end up being a bit more of like a Path of Exile classic kind of situation, where the old campaign's there for the people that miss it and want to play it. But I think the biggest thing about this is, Chris has spoken about this in the past, but doing like a "you've killed the gods" storyline with the current game is like, where do you go from there? You can't really like tell a more humble story after that. So them having a completely new and separate campaign that you play instead allows them to tell a much more humble, grounded story of an exile once again escaping from being exiled, or in this case being attempted to hung. We might be getting Jonathan up on the stage, I believe. Yeah.
I see a very excited Jonathan in the background.
No.
Not
quite.
No, he's running away.
Been
I
rejected.
think one thing which was also really cool. So yesterday at the dinner, I was sat next to like the guy in charge of the narrative, and I was trying to like get things up because I'm really into lore and I read all the books. I'm one of those annoying people, and we were talking about this thing of like, well, where do you go because you've changed yourself to this axe system? The fact they're going for a completely separate campaign means that they're not burdened anymore by the old, and I like the fact that just as a company, they respect the player enough that they're like, you know what? We'll just do a completely separate thing, start from scratch, rather than force us to go through all this old content, which I know a lot of new players or just old players are like, I've done this act so many times now, I don't want to have to go through this and then even more, I
have to tell you, the main reason why I'm not crazy about hardcore
we're cutting, dude.
all of the time. We're at?
We're being cut off. They're sick of us.
Oh,
they're sick of
nice
us.
too many times. Yeah.
And down.
Hello again, everyone.
Hello.
We have Jonathan here with us.
Excellent. I'm very glad to be here. It was kind of crazy up on the stage, and yeah, a lot of people.
Well, you did a good job. I think we were all impressed you didn't die. We were kind of hoping that you would.
Right.
But at least maybe I can be the fall guy and show people truly how difficult the content is as it mercilessly defeats me.
I just want to mention I didn't have any kind of invulnerability cheat there. I was just going for it. I could have died and it would have just happened. I would have had to respawn.
Have the forensics team go through the footage.
Yeah. I think I think they might have because I was dying a lot when I was testing in werewolf form. So I think they might have added a little bit of extra damage reduction, more than what it's supposed to have to werewolf form, just as a slight concession to realism there.
All right.
But yeah.
So I'll be checking out the game here.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've never done any kind of this content, so you'll have to walk me through.
100%. Yeah.
I'm the noob in this case.
Yeah, well, I mean that's good, right? I mean, I'm very interested to see what you think, seeing your actual first time playing the game. I'm really keen. We haven't had anyone outside of our office playing it at all. And I've been wanting to show people this stuff for such a long time now. It's just it's really exciting.
Okay, and we have Ziggy and Tarke. You guys can comment.
I think I don't even have a mic.
Oh.
I have a mic, I think. You don't, Ziggy.
No.
You can just get very close to my face and we'll just do everything.
That's very
just
intimate,
if you can comment in oohs and ahs, preferably.
Yes. Big smiles.
Yes.
But right off the bat, I guess, just before we even start here, do you have any questions about what we announced in terms of like structure or anything like that? Because I noticed you guys were talking on stream a second ago.
Too many questions.
Okay, too many questions. So feel free to ask me anything here.
So maybe you can settle a little bit of the debate, let's say, that we had. So how purposeful is it that there are multiple campaign sets of acts, for example? So would you just... Do you have the original 10 acts as a novelty, or is there a purpose to do them? Is there like maybe some variation because your hardcore character died and you don't want to do the same run through? That's kind of what I was trying to finish my thoughts at the end there. So or maybe is one act tailored towards maybe a ranged character better than a melee character?
So the main reason we wanted to keep them is just there's so much really good content there, and we didn't want to throw that away. It's like we've worked really hard on this stuff. But the other thing as well is that splitting communities when it comes to online games, like when I look at all of the various different online games that that have been popular, like live games, and then for example, you sort of go from like EverQuest 1 to EverQuest 2. EverQuest 2 is like less popular than EverQuest 1 was, and there's Lineage 1 and 2 as well. There's lots of I would say history is littered with games that that were less popular, with sequels that were less popular than the original. So we just thought that it was not a good idea to split the community up. And the way we wanted to do that is we wanted to sort of assure people that everything was going to be maintained with PoE 1. So the way we do that is we make sure that both of them are in the same game client. They're both always going to be sort of available. Like if there's anyone out there who prefers the PoE 1 campaign to PoE 2, which I really hope there isn't, because PoE 2 campaign is like way more awesome. But if there was, I don't want to feel like they're not supported. I want them to feel like, hey, everything's there. And also it's a bit of a statement as well in terms of like, all your microtransactions come across and like all that sort of stuff. Like it's one living game. It just has 2 campaigns in it. And it's actually really good as well. The skill system of the PoE 2 skills, that will be across both campaigns. But the actual character classes, you'll be like the character models. We've re-rigged the old character models to the to the new rigs, so that you get all the new animations, but it's still the old characters. And so the thing that we're actually thinking about is that the old characters are different people than the new character classes are, and so for that reason, that's why they have different Ascendancy classes. But the basic plan here is that and this is like a hint. Like when there are new people, they come with new Ascendancy classes, and that's something that's sort of how we see it, if you know what I mean.
How new are we talking about?
Well, here's the thing, right? So this is actually another thing that maybe you guys didn't quite get, is the fact that, okay, both of these 2 campaigns, they join in the same endgame. Like you can play in a
I figured.
Yeah, you can play in the same party with people who went through on the different campaign. And so, okay, maybe you missed that one. So that means that all the 19 classes from the old campaign have to be balanced against the 19 classes of the new campaign as well.
So if I wanted to make a Pathfinder, I would have to play the old campaign.
So that's the thing. Once you have played once you've ascended in a campaign, that Ascendancy class becomes available in your pool. On the account, and at that point you can play that Ascendancy class on any Ranger, for example, that you play.
So there's like the old Ranger Ascendancy.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Cool.
And you unlock them by playing the old campaign. So if you're a completely new player, there is still an advantage to playing the old campaign through once, I guess per character class, to just sort of get those Ascendancy, or at least up to the point where you ascend.
Or 30-something.
Yeah, something like that.
Wait, you can hear me, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good, all right. So when you said new Ascendancies, I thought there was going to be just like reworked of the old.
No, they're new, and they're living with, in addition to the existing. So there are going to be 38 Ascendancy classes once we release Path of Exile 2.
You realise that Scion is even harder to balance now.
Yeah. Oh, it's ridiculous. Like we certainly had some cringe moments when we were first proposing this concept, but we got on board. And honestly, it's fine. And it's honestly, like, the other thing as well is we're really trying, and I'm spoiling content now from like one of the deep dives later, but
we don't mind.
Yeah. we're really trying to make sure that the stuff we're doing in the new Ascendancy classes are stuff we couldn't do before, so that it doesn't trample too much on what we were doing in the old Ascendancy classes. We want them to feel actually different and unique.
What is something that you couldn't do before? That's a very interesting thing to say.
So it's a lot of stuff to do with the way the skill system works now, and once again in the deep dives I'll be covering a little bit more about that, because we had like the lightest treatment possible, because we kind of just threw out there, we are changing the skill system a lot, and we kind of said a few of the advantages, but we didn't really talk too much about it. So I'm going to be covering quite a lot of like the history of our skill system, and like, whoa, I'm getting a bit of feedback here, and stuff like that in the deep dive. So yeah, it's actually quite a technical thing. I'm just going to be going straight into like, how do we design skill systems, what we're thinking, all our design goals, all that kind of stuff. So hopefully you'll be able to see that and have a look.
Should we get started?
Let's get started. Okay, so can we pop over to the screen there, and you can see the new intro where we have a nice, pleasant hanging scene going on there.
Just for anyone at home, me and Ziggy don't have a special monitor, so we're enjoying this side-eyed laptop view.
To really stretch your necks.
Right. Maybe they can put on the foldback monitor in front of us. I'm not sure.
It's good. It looks good. It looks good from here.
Yeah.
It's cozy. Thanks.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Now,
see the new,
so we can play Marauder, Ranger, or Witch.
we only put the three primaries in there for now.
Okay.
We've got more animation work to do.
Kripp wants to pick. Enjoying the side-eyed laptop view.
Really stretch your necks.
Right.
There we go. A character with that name already exists.
Seriously?
Who's been playing?
Yeah. Well, it's on the show floor, right? Like, it's on the same servers as the show floor, so Yeah. Okay.
All right, we're going Marauder.
You killed the other ones. The monster.
Well, he highlighted the Ranger, and in the trailer, the Witch lives. So I have to play for fairness' sake for the audience. I'm just kidding. I just want to pick Marauder.
Can you hear audio, by the way?
I cannot hear much audio.
Okay, right. Maybe we can get some fallback on the audio.
Oh, I can hear a little bit now.
Okay, cool.
All right, we're going Marauder. So we got Heavy Strike. Oh man, I'm not used to the normal
Yes, I know.
keybinds.
And so this is the thing. There's so much muscle memory in putting skill gems in your items that, like around the office, like every time I always pick up a gem and I move it up to my inventory, and then I'm like, oh yeah, and then left to the skill screen.
There's no options.
No, we turned it off for the demo.
Okay, well we'll try to make the best of it here. So we have auto attack and heavy strike, and just I can see the Marauder looks a lot different. He looks more human, I would say.
I mean, the character model is one of the first things that we ever worked on in Path of Exile, like in 2006, right? So, like, you know, really it was a long time coming to giving updates to those character classes.
Now I know for optimal efficiency I should be killing none of these, I believe.
But, you know, it's fun to have a check them out though, right?
Well, I got a wisdom scroll. That's like a third of a ring, right? Human, I would say.
Also, just out of interest, we saw a lot of new armor. Will that mean that...
So all of the base types are all being refreshed for PoE 2. That was it's a mammoth task, that. And the other thing as well, I also just want you to appreciate, by the way, because, you know, this is a really mammoth task, is re-rigging all the microtransactions to the new character classes. It's going to take a really, really, really long time. So, you know, we really need to hire some more riggers to get that mammoth task out of the way. Yeah, it's quite a big one.
So Heavy Strike is an AoE now, like a really small AoE?
Yeah, it's actually like that on prod right now, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But I think that that we actually increased it a little bit. So yeah, I should actually say, so actually that's something that is actually important, is that because we're doing new animations for all the character classes now, we were able to really think about, like, you know, like when you're swinging, like what the arc of the swing is, and then make sure that that's big enough. So like Heavy Strike has bigger AoE than it does on prod because of the fact that the swing arc is like much larger. And so when we were designing the character class, something we really didn't do the first time around is we didn't really think about it in those terms, because it was just like you do a melee attack and you just hit one guy. Whereas when we're thinking about it in terms of like you do a swing, you're going to hit every guy along that swing, it really changes what you're doing with animation. Like we have to do a lot of things like make sure that all of the different classes have like normalized like speeds and like timings and like how they hit and all that kind of stuff. It was like quite a thing.
You feel like it's made a big difference to the feel of the game?
I think it's made quite a big difference to the feel of Melee. Like I really like a lot more how we're feeling with all the animations and stuff now. It's a serious improvement.
How do the skill gems work themselves? I actually don't even know how to bring up the
press
menu.
S.
S?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
so this club, it has 3 sockets by default, and by default they're all red?
It's not the club, it's the Heavy Strike.
Heavy Strike
has well 2 support sockets in addition to itself, right? So basically, if you take that out, then the support gems come with it, and you can put it in another slot. So that means you can just like move stuff around like without having to like futz around with gems all the time.
What is the second slot? Do you just
so
get
that's just,
this many gem slots?
Your primary slots still come from your items.
Okay.
So you've got a club there that you're wearing. And every one-hand mace that you find will have exactly 2 red sockets. They can be changed later, like later on in the game, but everything that drops will have exactly 2 red. And what that means is that you can always change out for another club, another one-hand mace at any time, and you'll be sure that your sockets will work. So it just removes all the frustration of having to like move everything around in your sockets. Yeah, we just have the old passive screen there. We're not ready to announce what we're doing.
It's okay. I'm just going for some melee
damage. Yeah, just give him some melee damage. Okay. So here we have the Miller fight.
So I'll just tank everything and potion up, right?
Let's see if that works out for you.
I mean, that's always worked in the past.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Let's see how well that works.
We'll benchmark it.
Yeah.
Why is he gaining health?
Yeah, because he did his thing there. Let's see how that. Okay.
Okay, we're good so far. We're doing the right-click hold right now,
okay.
And it's holding up, but I only have 1 potion charge
left. Right, with flasking, right? Okay.
Yes.
I can't see anything.
We're good.
We're good. Things.
Good.
So how exactly was something like 6 links work with the new system?
So basically, every time you find... Well, sorry, I should say... So 6 links effectively are now on the gems, right? So that means that like you're not finding a 6-link armor, you're finding like a 6-link fireball. So you actually have to find 6 links for all of the different primary skills that you get.
So are there non-6-link fireballs?
Absolutely, right? So basically, so the actual gems themselves will actually have a value now that they did not before, and you can also re-roll them with, different currency, just like you could before. But it's actually sort of on the skills, and that's like a pretty substantial change. But I actually think it makes a lot more sense overall. overall. Like when you want to get a skill upgrade, you find a skill to do it with. So yeah, that changes things quite significantly.
So is there essentially like a gem cutting that adds sockets or changes those sockets?
Well, so the existing currency that used to work on items works on skill gems now.
So it's still like fusing things up. To have
so
links,
not fusing because everything is implicitly linked.
Yeah.
But jewelers is what you'd use to change the number of sockets. And you have to change around.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
What will we do with all our fuses, Jonathan?
That is an interesting question. There's going to be a migration. In fact, it's going to be pretty hellish, actually, now that I think about it, because consider we have to migrate everyone's gems away from being inside their armors into a skill screen, and then we have to preserve it. It works differently. The stuff you can do is not exactly the same. So that's going to be a bit of an interesting migration, especially because there's 2 billion items in the Path of Exile database.
Oh my god!
And so yeah, it's going to be a bit of that's my responsibility as a tech director.
Maybe we can help you.
I'm sure we'll be fine. No pressure at all.
Yeah,
we can help you. We can ask everybody, take your gems out of your gear, so they don't have to do it so much.
One thing I noticed is, so when I take out Heavy Strike and put it over Ground Slam, the support gem is stuck with the gem.
Yes, it is. That is actually a thing that is interesting. So when you take it out, the support gem pops out. But the reason for that is because when you get to end game, it's actually much more convenient for it to work that way. Because there was actually some discussion about that particular element. Like at low levels, it's slightly different than what you would expect. But the thing is because different gems are usually going to have different colored sockets, you can't just assume that the sockets will work when you socket them in. But yeah.
All right. I got Ground Slam.
Okay.
Wow. Looks just like a Ground Slam.
Yes.
What's that?
While he works at that, so when it comes to the shape-shifting stuff that we saw, how many forms and stuff do we have to play with?
There is more than that one. There is an Ascendancy class that's related as well to some of the stuff.
Okay.
The interesting thing about it is that so effectively when you shapeshift, what's happening is that it's effectively replacing your weapon with a one that with stats that come directly from the skill. So it's effectively a way to scale attacks like you would scale spells, because it scales with the spell instead of the with the actual level of the spell. And so that actually means the build is quite different. Like your weapon has a different purpose.
So that explains our question about what happens to your bow or your weapons you have equipped.
Exactly.
It's effectively being replaced with that.
Exactly.
So I guess the werewolf would have a weapon type of his hands.
Exactly. So it's claws for the werewolf.
Makes sense.
And then that's
there you go, Tarke.
So Shadow Dream is
coming through. So then basically.
Now.
Oh, good, excellent. That's much better. That's much better. Okay. So basically it's claws for the werewolf. That way you can sort of scale it, and it's just quite a different way to build a character. That ranger, I wanted to show off werewolf form, but that build was kind of not really optimized for being a werewolf. But the thing I did want to show as well, which is a detail that matters to us, but maybe not so much to the 2 billion units, is that your bow stats are still used for the ranged attack totem that I was using. The sorry, that's not the official name. I call it shotgun totem, but I think it's called. I can't remember the actual proper name. But basically, so those stats are still used for that. Your weapon still matters for some stuff, but the thing is, you can't cast spells while you're in werewolf form. So you have to be changing back and forth. So when you be casting curses, then changing back, or totems, or whatever it is that you're casting while you're doing that, and then you change to werewolf form, do some attacks, then change back again. So it's supposed to be quite dynamic, and that's the reason why we want to make it so that no matter what you're doing, you can just change straight into werewolf form and back again. Middle of an attack, whatever, it all just kind of works.
So that'll what we were talking about, promoting shifting back and forth, because you might want to cast a spell every so often, and you can do it quite quickly from the looks of it.
Exactly. So you can do it. You can do it nearly instantly. I think there was I think they actually added a cooldown to the skill in the demo. I think to the transform, just because there was some graphical glitches when you transform to and back at the same time.
Double pressing.
Yeah, exactly. So it looked a bit funky. So I just had a small cooldown. We'll be fine for the demo. But yeah, we'll fix that before it comes out. It's supposed to be very, very quick. Werewolf form, whatever. Just werewolf form, cast the thing out. I should say the other way around. But anyway, yeah. So then. There's also some concern about, are people just going to use it as a travel skill? Because you just transfer a werewolf form, you could run a bit faster. But yeah.
I mean, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
It is actually. It is pretty awesome. Especially because you can't use not regular movement skills while in werewolf form, so it's kind of a trade-off. You have to think about.
Cool. So it's like
it's like a travel form in itself. But it's quite fun.
I'm against the Devourer here, and it's one of these lengthy multi-phase fights where you encounter the boss again and again throughout different parts of the instance. How do you feel these type of fights have worked out? I mean, I kind of like them, but I also kind of like just the straight up beat the boss type of situation. But I imagine scalability makes those a bit of a problem nowadays.
It can be difficult just because we want to have some sense of epicness in the fight, but at the same time, which the Devourer fight really is, by the way, with all this. But at the same time, like we know, obviously players are really unhappy about immunity phases and that kind of stuff. It's honestly a real tough balance to sort of get the difference, when we should have one and when the other. But yeah, we try at low levels. I think it's a lot more acceptable because you're whoa, there you go. Haha, awesome. Hey. We got you. Yeah. So what you want to do is hide behind the segments of the Devourer that are like elsewhere in order to avoid the
elsewhere.
Yeah.
I didn't see any near there.
Oh, you didn't see any there?
No.
Okay.
Oh, these things? No.
So there should be segments around. Yeah, exactly. So you want to hide behind those. As he dives around, he sort of creates them.
I see.
Yeah.
So for you personally, Jonathan, what was the bit that you were most excited for from the announcement?
I mean, honestly, I just wanted to show people that trailer. I've been wanting to show people for so long, and honestly, super stressed for are people going to like this? Are people going to even get the concept? It's kind of unusual, the thing about we're patching a sequel into our game kind of thing. It's kind of a slightly unusual thing. People will get it.
That doesn't look safe. Okay, I'm only safe for a second, I guess.
Right.
He's trying to get you killed again.
Right.
Well, Chris did say he wanted to kill Kripp, so he's doing a good start.
He's doing it, living up to his promise. It seemed like Chris was
actually... I feel like this will be quite a challenge going through the first time.
So we actually want to try and bring the difficulty back.
Okay.
PoE. It's been a long time, I feel, since people have been really challenged, especially in the early game. We want to actually make sure that people are. We're sort of making a statement here. This is effectively the boss that replaces Hailrake. It's a bit of an upgrade in terms of complexity and difficulty there.
And hit points.
Yeah.
So how will this be reflected in the endgame? Should we expect this difficulty curve to continue into the maps and the bosses?
So we are actually, in 3.9, we're actually increasing the difficulty of endgame quite significantly as well. There's a few mechanics that Chris is going to talk about during the 3.9 deep dive that I think will be really interesting.
No more health.
Go.
Do I have a TP? Okay, we're going to town.
Flee.
That was pretty close on that one.
Yeah.
I think that AoE would have hit.
There should be little worms walking around. Whoa, shit.
That was good.
Nice.
If you catch that in melee, you're kind of done for.
Right.
Maybe with a leap slime or something that would work out a little bit better. So he does the thing, and then he breathes. But if he breathes near you like he did there, you don't really have much of a chance. I kind of wish I didn't make a melee character right now.
He's forgetting rule number 1. Don't get hit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start breathing, but I think we need to be in front of him for him to actually breathe.
That big breathe, as you call it, you have to get behind the one of the tail segments, or you're really gonna be screwed.
Okay, well we got some loot at least. Maybe I'll make my character amazing now. Here we go. It's a short sword. Oh, there's little worm things.
Yeah. That's your flash charges right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
When this launches, will there be a helpful Jonathan assisting every player through the first boss?
If only I could do that.
The first optional boss.
Yeah. It is optional, it's true.
Oh, okay.
Well, if it replaces Hellraik.
Yeah, it does.
How did you go about creating all this this whole new campaign? Was it kind of looking at what you've done before and trying to here's the Hailrake fight, so we can make something like that, or is it just completely new chance for you to do something different?
There was an element of that. The first area is definitely supposed to be evocative of nostalgia for the original PoE 1 campaign, but we kind of diverged fairly quickly after that. So I'm obviously not going to talk about subsequent acts and so on.
Yeah.
But yeah, we really you saw the trailer, right?
Yeah.
So there was some interesting shots in that trailer from subsequent acts that we hopefully you're excited to see.
It's I've spoken to Chris about this in the past before, but the idea of having the 10-act campaign we have now being ending in you killing the actual gods.
Yeah, I know.
Is
we needed to bring it back. We needed to bring things down a level. It's getting things. Just on a human scale again.
So a lot more humble, back to basics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's why you literally start with a hanging. You know,
whose idea was the hanging?
That was Erik's idea, and it was a very good idea. Very good idea, I may say.
Erik is dark.
Yes, he definitely is. He definitely is. Yeah. So I was like, when I heard this idea, I'm like, yes. This is what we're doing. And the other thing as well is that I think the current character selection screen is actually like I don't actually like it as much as I liked the original ship scene. Like, I think the ship scene just had this more sort of evocative feel of like what the game was about, and I think we're trying to bring that back with PoE 2. Like really get that feel. Like right from the very beginning, you're like, I understand this like a story where it's a dark story with like characters that are exiles, right?
That's really interesting because you effectively make something new. You go really epic and you're like, let's make it epic, but then you realize, it was kind of cooler when we were just washing up on the ship. And
it was. So
I was actually having that exact conversation with Nick yesterday at the dinner because I was sat opposite him and I was like, we talked specifically about the screen and he was like, yeah, we preferred the old one.
Right. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's how these things go. We've learned.
And now the character selection screen is going to make people cringe every time they select type in their name. They're like, enter.
Well, the thing that I really wanted, actually, I remember saying at the time, is like, I want, like, when you click the button, to feel like I did this. Like, I caused this hang. It's like, I click, it's like, oh,
That's what it looks
really
like.
Get that.
You pick the one that lives.
Right, exactly.
That's brutal.
So let's see how far you can get in this little playthrough here. I guess you don't have any more red sockets on your character?
I guess I have to get different type of items, so I would have to chrome these, I suppose.
Yeah. So so at the start you'll probably want to be wearing some like a strength armor. I don't know if you've got one there. Is that one there?
I have this thing, but I don't know if I want to. Okay, yeah. I guess leather vest is kind of weak.
Cool. All right.
But yeah, if you zoom in, you can kind of tell the differences. I'm really blown away by this more than anything else, that you've managed to keep the grittiness while making it a lot more modern.
Well, a lot of it is down to our new, like, a lot of engine tech that we've been working on for quite a long time. So, I mean, it's interesting, actually, because we've, like, a lot of the stuff is patched in to the current shipping game, and yet none of it is really being used because we didn't have the assets for it. So, for example, like this PBR rendering pipeline, physically based rendering as it's called, is like basically like the standard for modern games, and we kind of had to like find a way to sort of patch it in so it could sort of live with all of our old text for the PoE 1 campaign at the same time as having new stuff as well. And it looks really a lot better. Like we're using a lot more also like 3D scans and stuff like that. So like we hired a company to go around Europe to like medieval churches and like scan statues and stuff like that. These are things that we've done. So yeah, there's just a lot of stuff coming along.
You didn't use that as an excuse to get out there yourself?
No, unfortunately,
medieval
not.
Church
tours.
Yeah,
exactly.
Research.
Yeah.
Research.
I'd love it. That'd be good company expense there. Yeah. So the next area after this one is actually probably my favorite in the campaign right now. Hopefully you can find it pretty soon.
Well, I think it's the one by the waypoint, but I just went around.
It's funny because
aimlessly.
The demo is limited. Like you're not limited right now, but the demo for the show floor is limited to 45 minutes.
Oh, I see.
And we had QA saying, "What are people going to do for the other 15 minutes?" And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man! Like, there's no way they can get through an entire act I've never seen before in that amount of time.
I guess I'm mistaken. That's the waypoint's by the dungeon.
The waypoint's by the dungeon, so that's how you come back once you town portal back up and then go down the waypoint.
No, so I guess I haven't found the next area yet.
Yeah, you haven't.
While Kripp works that out, so something that you and Chris were stressing on stage is how like the world has this generation now. Like,
yes, that's what I thought. So basically, now rather than just generating within an area, the actual world screen, the world panel, is now randomly generated, so all the areas have a different layout on the world screen as well. And the reason we did that is we were actually really being held back by the fact that, like, so, if you look at something like the mud flats, your entrance is always on the left, and the exit is always on the right, and the exit to the what do you call it? The dark area.
Fetid pool.
Fetid pool. That's the one. Sorry. The entrance of the fetid pool is always kind of on the top, right? So now we can randomly generate like the whole the layout on the world panel as well, and so that means that we can really have proper randomness. Like all those entrances move to different places.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's going to be harder for the speedruns.
I'm going to get so lost.
And that's actually a really interesting feature. It actually made a huge difference. And when you start thinking about it that way, there's all sorts of stuff you start thinking about. Like, for example, there's like a river that flows through town. So you have to be thinking like, okay, so if you're going north, if the exit from town, which is, because there's 3 different exits to town, if you're going north at the exit, then that means you have to consider that there's a river on the left, like as you come out. But if you go to the right of town to go out that way, then there's no river and that kind of stuff. So we have to start thinking on that level of like a little bit of stuff in our generation. It starts to get a little bit tricky to work all that stuff out.
How lost do you want me to get? Are you going to give me something to work with here?
Well, I mean, you can still look at the world panel, so you can still see, you know, the question marks that appear for the next area.
So
you
the
can kind of
world
see.
panel.
Well, yeah, exactly. So if you look at it, you can see which direction to sort of vaguely go.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the forest area. Especially the other thing as well you can see here is monsters that are actually fast.
Yes, I was about to say that actually.
Yeah,
those are pretty quick for
the werewolves, like the
for white mobs.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that's like a real improvement to what we've been doing.
That's true. We're nearly always going to outrun monsters.
Right, exactly. But you know, once again, it's an element of making it hard again. You know, it's like having fast monsters. You can't outrun it. You have to kill that thing. You know, if it generates as a rare, it's kind of like nasty.
Well, not just that. It kind of slows the game down, even though they're faster, because with slower mobs, you just pull them up. And then just kill them all at once. But if they're like on top of you, you can't really set that up as easily.
Right. Well, we did have this problem before where, I mean, I guess some people maybe don't consider it a problem, where it's like you could just kind of always run. Like there was nothing in the game that would ever stop you. And that's something that I think like is good to actually try and address, because it actually, like, I think it adds a little bit more skill during the regular playthrough. So very shortly you should be coming to the tree that's behind us here. In the venue.
Okay. It felt so familiar. I was somewhat surprised to hear that it's not part of the game yet. It felt like it blends right in.
Right. Well, you know, it's just our art style, I guess.
Would you like to tell us who the fellow with the blue eyes is?
I would not actually. For now, for now, he. I'm trying to think, because I know who he is, and so you know, I'm struggling to think of what do we call him before the reveal, but you know, whatever.
I got him. He's the hooded one.
Right. Yes. There we go. The hooded one.
Yes, there's a full life-size statue upstairs.
Yes. That's. I was really happy when I saw what they'd done there. It's very
cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
We can zoom in for a close-up of the hooded one in game here.
It was quite funny. So just before we started, we got a very brief tour, and I was also trying to work out like who is this, and you know.
Right. Have you been onto the upstairs floor?
Yeah.
I really like what they did up there with all the stained glass and everything.
Oh,
it's really cool.
Yeah,
it's really cool. Yeah, so it looks like we've got just another couple of minutes. So you obviously need to work on your speedrunning skills there.
Well, I'm not trying to speedrun. I'm relishing it.
Taking his time.
Good. Excellent.
Since we are on limited time, is there anything you would like to like stress or bring up?
Honestly, like I hope we addressed that in the keynote. You know, that was the whole idea after all. But you know, honestly, I just like any questions. I'm really keen to walk around and talk to some of the players who played the demo, see what they think. You know, yeah, I think it's gonna be really fun.
If you're trying to up the speed of the monsters, is maybe looking at stun resistance a way to combat that as well? Because I feel like with scaling damage so high, you just stun everything with every hit.
Right. There is actually a different system for that, I think. I'm not entirely sure, actually. Okay, I'm not sure what's going in 3.9 and what's going in 4.0. So yeah, I don't know whether I should. No, I think you should tell us. Right. Sorry. I know it's not like 100% like correct yet. So you know, for example, I don't know if anyone's talked to you guys so far, or if we did it yet, because there's this whole we're changing the way the ailment resistance works to change the way that bosses resist ailments a lot. I'm pretty sure it's in the 3.9. No, wait. No, I don't think it's even in 3.9 So at some point, someone will probably tell the players about the fact that we changed the way ailment resistance works on all the monsters, because there was like a problem with bosses where it was like we had way too many bosses that were like, you just cannot freeze this, you just can't do this, you can't do that, right? So that was we had to do for design reasons, because the numbers we were using just didn't like make it like we didn't have the control we needed, and that's been something that we addressed quite significantly. I believe 3.9. I think stun might be bundled up in that stuff as well. So yeah.
You are it seems like some of this stuff is going to make the game a bit more accessible for new players joining and checking out the game, but at the same time it looks like it's getting a lot harder.
Well, this is the thing. So we kind of had this goal of like, okay, I want to make the game easier to play, easier to understand, and way more deep. And it's like these design goals seem conflicting somehow, but yet we sort of have to do it somehow. And that was the needle we were trying to thread with the skill system. I sort of talk a lot about how we design it and so on in the deep dive, or I will do rather. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing. And I think we've actually achieved it. I'm actually really happy with how the skill system stuff turned out. Like once you get a chance to sort of play around with it a bit more, I hope you guys will agree. Yeah, we're really worried, right? It's a huge iconic thing. What was that, sorry?
I think our segment's about to end here, and I just made it to the red veil. So maybe a few final thoughts on maybe this zone, perhaps, because we'll probably see a little bit of it on the demo floor.
Yeah, you should definitely click on one of the glowing pillars that's around here, and hopefully survive it. Yes.
He's trying to get you killed.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay. Fine.
All right.
I'll try to navigate. I don't know if we'll find one in time.
I think we've got to hit the holding
Probably
slide now.
won't.
I'm not sure.
I think we're getting booted.
Yeah, we're getting booted.
Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us. An amazing keynote. Blew my mind,
excellent,
my whole body.
Excellent. Thank you very much for being here, guys.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Yeah, no worries. All right. I think we're good.
Which is probably good for some reasons, bad for others. We don't get any crazy insight. I was just shopping here a little bit and realized I don't have enough strength. Man, when does that ever happen? I'll just get through the game mode. So far, the main challenge that I've had is the fact that you can't actually change the keybinds in this. Oh my god. I have no attack. I just put on a sword. Okay. Well, let's just auto-attack these guys down. Perfect. Sure. I should probably go to town, but I think I used up my last portal, and I don't know if I can, like, escape. So this is the thing that was supposed to be bad, and probably is, because I have no attack. Okay. Awesome. Wait, did I sell my last item or not? No, it's still in my inventory, so I can do that. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy when you play in the comfort of your own home on your computer. It's you get used to a very different setup, and it can be quite challenging to have to work it out, to play with completely different controls. It's like playing... It's worse than playing a new game, because in a new game, you just kind of get used to the controls as it is. It's just whenever anything happens, I'm used to hitting a certain button, and that button doesn't work. And also, in general, they did make this this demo quite a bit harder. The monsters do hit pretty hard. The Hellrake replacement was certainly a challenge, I would say. All right, so this is the goal here. I don't know what to do with Steel Skin. Where is this going in? I'm not sure. I guess because it's a two-hander, it has 4 possible skills in it. All right. So I'm just gonna ground slam it up. I checked the vendor for gems, and there isn't much there aside of some slamming or molten strike, and I think I'd rather play old school and get the ground slam going. You can try to speed through a little bit more. There is a quest here, seemingly up this path, and another on the other side. I wonder if they are just felling axe 10 to 23. I wonder if there are those pillars that just spawn a bunch of dudes. These flower monsters, they all bundle up in one area. It's kind of cool, but I think they spawn based on proximity, which supposedly is a way to balance out range versus melee. Look how narrow that is. Alright. Let's roll it. Oh my god. We're OP, boys. Can we ground slam with this thing? Perfect. Yeah, so I guess this kind of replaces the mud flats with the different roas. You have to pick up their eggs. You have to click on the pillars. It seems like there's probably 3 of them. I mean, I have 2 in my inventory. We're gonna run up and get the 3rd here. It's pretty interesting. There's a lot of parallels, like, you know, one boss is on this stage in an optional zone. This is probably gonna be get 3 items. Oh. Okay, that hurts. Okay, that's a massive bleed. I need to stop moving, but I have to, yeah. Okay. Oh, this is all the way here? I think I rather would have went to town and picked up some potions. There's a lot more like surprise boss fights, and the bosses don't seem very kind to standing in front of them. Oh my god, that's a long run back. I'm not so sure I could do it, actually. Okay, perfect. Portal scroll. Let's stock up. Yeah, I just need a bunch more health potions that actually regenerate more health than normal.
How's the clearing?
And I'm kind of curious what there is in terms of items. Sure, 15 life.
Till next time.
I went a bit on the damage end, but that didn't seem to help too much because it seems that the bosses have tremendous hit points. You can't just kill them and move on to the next so easily. Fine. And these are 70, those are 150, okay. I don't know if 1 extra flask is really gonna do it. Nah, that's a bit weak. There, we're gonna stock up. Oh, those all have stats. Okay, fine. There. I can handle it now. Let's go. Probably. Anyway. So we're gonna go and take care of this Rust King. This is a pretty funny loot filter. I'm used to everything that dropping having any kind of animation being particularly good. Not so sure about that one. Alright. Defeat the Rust King to obtain the final rune of power. So it is like the 3 rune thing. So the Rust King is probably the replacement for the giant infested Roa that you normally don't have to kill, but here we're gonna have to kill it. Those are so fast. Okay. Oh, I can see the little spikes on his belt there. There's gonna be quite a learning experience on these bosses, I'll say that. That was a bad hit. got a bow. Don't think I'll use that though. So we gotta return to town, but I'm not gonna really do the escape trick here. Wait, what's that? Oh, it requires level 8. Now, if this is gonna be like Mudflats, it shouldn't. It should have just an area where we walk to. So let's walk around and try to find where that is. Based on the color of those shots, it would seem like this is chaos damage. Okay. No, I guess we actually have to go to town. Okay, we're gonna hit up the bottom here just in case. It's a beautiful zone though. Goes against everything I believe in, right? It's all about the HP nodes. It's certainly made this content quite challenging though. But with the people on the floor having only 45 minutes, this is probably how they're going to have to play it. No, I guess we actually had to go to town. I don't have any TP scrolls. I think it probably might reset the demo if I exit back and forth, because they probably have some kind of reset function. So I think we're going to have to take the long way back here. Life regen, huh? Okay. We could do an FPS version. Mike Head does look like quite the trooper right now. Oh, did this zone reset? Oh no. Okay. I'm out, dude. Let's go. I'm kind of curious where the next point in the campaign is going to be.
If you find a punk out there, bring it
I hooded one in the old forest. Okay, so we just have to go back there.
Tired of the slaughter yet? Go make a legend. Or two.
Actually, I'm probably not going to get much for upgrades. Alright. Old Forest. This is the werewolf area. It is level 5, so I suppose I was relatively inefficient. The hooded one. The hooded one is actually, I think, on the south side of this, if I remember correctly. We'll get to challenge the fully randomized map thing. Oh no, I think... Is it? No, it's not this. No, yeah, it's completely different. We got wrecked. Oh, maybe it's always at the waypoint then. Oh, it seems like it is.
Thank you, Mortal, for releasing me. I promised to aid you in fighting corruption, and so I shall.
Okay, well, we're not waiting for all of it. We gotta go beat up stuff. Let's go. The Grim Tangle.
Routes to Trevor's Strand will be unwary.
Seems really scary. I think they showed off some of these monsters. Was it maybe in the play demo in the presentation? I'm not entirely sure. I'm actually over-leveled for the zone. But yeah, I imagine most people that have come to ExileCon are quite veteran PoE players. They expect a challenge. Keep getting bows. No, no more bows. This zone is quite difficult to navigate through just by looking at the mini-map, but it seems to make quite a bit of sense when you're looking at the actual graphics. Okay. I think it's next level that we get some good damage off the skill tree. Oh, these are just champions. Now I have to go to the next zone for the next quest. So let's just try to get through it. Spore Ground. Oh, get ready for that as a map mod. It's kind of like an ensnare with a damage over time. Okay. I kind of have a bit of a recollection on what happens here.
Go make a legend.
Fine. Nah, forget it. I want that damage percent.
Come back soon.
Okay. So I think, I don't know if it's going to happen right now, but I think Ziggy and Tarke are going to talk about the gameplay for the next little while here. I don't know if I'll get to play too much more here, or maybe I'll check out the demo later. I think they're doing a different part though. Let's get leaps.
It seems shadows.
Okay, let's get Leap Slam in there. Okay. You got me killed, bro. I'm looking at signs here. They're giving me instructions with the signs. Okay. Hold on. What was that even? Steel Skin? Okay. I'm used to having that in a cast on damage taken. Okay, these things actually just do a crazy amount of damage. These Undertakers, holy crap. They kind of have a guided missile, but it's not entirely guided. Who's that dude? He's chilling.
That way lies the necropolis. But we must find my wife first.
What? Oh. The entrance to the crypt. Kind of curious how much damage those dudes that drop the pillar actually do. Let's see if I can isolate one. And give you guys one more for the fail reel. Okay. Not that much. They seem very fragile. They seem to fall over right away when I hit them. A lot of chests. Typically I'm not quite bothered to click on them. I guess I probably shouldn't have. Fire damage multiplier, 13 to 26. Interesting. That's a fast one. Eden for all of these though. Alright, now it's the big boy.
She was so lonely and hungry down there. Would you be so kind as to search for my two sons as well? They went to the necropolis. There! In there! The necropolis! The tomb and the mausoleum! My boys! I think I can hear them shouting for help!
Okay. Why does that have such a high range? Okay. 5-30. We got movement speed boots. We're winning this race now. Should have gone for the life.
Home lies in that direction. A faded memory of sunnier times.
I think I'm not done with the zone. You have to search for his sons. Yeah, we're not done with the zone. The waypoints at the start, which might make coming back a little inconvenient. Let's go to town real quick. We got an Alk Orb. Gotta use this OP item immediately.
How goes the fight?
I think I was impressed with any of those, so...
See you.
This dude has the weapons.
Go well.
Iron Hammer. One-handers. Oh, wow. That's a really fast one. 12 to 43, 145. If I want a fast ground slam, with ground slam I kind of want like slow, heavy, powerful hits. I should consider just waiting another level worth of items then. It's cool to re-explore and see all the different new items though.
If you find a pond out there, do bring it back.
I guess we'll wait a little bit. Nothing's necessary anyway. Search for the sons in the tomb and mausoleum. Search for the village past the hunting grounds. Search for the manor in the village. Okay. Never been great with quests. Probably have to actually read them and stuff. Oh, we got a shrine. Uh-oh. Bladed War Staff. got currency to spend. Where's my weapon upgrades? Alright, looks like Ziggy's gonna join me here. Hey Ziggy, how you doing?
Hey Kripp, how's it going, mate?
It's not going too bad.
Oh, it looks pretty spicy. You're dying there.
No, I'm not dying. Nah, it was nothing.
That's a perfect intro. They're like, we'll send you on a quiet spot so we don't get you Kripp killed, but I'm like, no, send me on now.
Yeah, the dudes are doing pretty crazy damage, and I kind of went with the route of getting all the damage nodes. It's common novice mistake in
They're
this
going
game.
old school, dude. You got to kind of like play it from the old school approach. That's your wheelhouse. You got to get that 280, 300 life.
I've never been good with quests, you know. I always go like off memory. I hate like reading quests and stuff just as a personal preference, you know.
Aww, it's all new content. Oh no, disappointing.
Well, I like doing the quests. I just, you know, I like my handheld, which is why you're here, Ziggy. Tell me, where should I go?
You need some help reading, Kripp?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Well, what are you up to right now? What are you trying to do?
So, I got sent on a mission to do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm supposed to help some dude near the graveyard get his find his sons, find his wife or something like that. We got his wife. We're still looking for the sons, and I'm not sure if this quest has much to do with it. Hold on, let me see if I did pass it. Yeah, so the Necropolis is kind of like a crossroads. And I guess I should have maybe completed that content first. Fine,
well,
let's go back.
Do you think this has the new world generation? Because I talked about how it should match the direction where you're supposed to be going in each zone now, the world map. So presumably you kind of need to go up to the top right.
You search for Lachlan's sons in the tomb and mausoleum. Search for the village past the hunting grounds. That's what I was doing earlier, but it doesn't matter too much. This zone is pretty cool. It has units that are like really slow. They're the ones that drop the pillar. They actually hit really hard.
Has there been pretty good like feedback on that, on like the new? Because these are all new monsters. They're on the attacks and things like that. You've been kind of reading it, all right?
More or less. The thing is, so you know, in PoE leagues, sometimes it feels like the monsters do more damage than they should, and they're like, okay, I'll just play a ranged character. But the monster is actually really fast. I don't know if playing a ranged character is really going to help like on a universal level here.
There you go, you found it. Yeah, it seems like some of them can actually catch you. I mean, you might be able to get a little bit of an advantage there, but maybe that's like a bit of an equalizer between ranged and melee, which is kind of always been an ongoing thing, right?
Yeah. They changed the name of all these items in the artworks, and like I picked something up and I don't know what it is. Like, oh, is this good? I'm sure that's something that lasts like an hour, right? But
that's exciting though, right? Like
it is.
a new discovery of all these items and stuff. It's like playing again for the first time. Kind of. You still have a bit to fall back on. Dude, that's bouncing around, that projectile.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the spellcasters. They die pretty quickly, so until we find a rare one, I don't think.
You've been sticking with the ground slam?
Yeah. Ground slam seems pretty good. I don't think I got any other, like, considerable other skills. I hadn't checked the vendor for a while, though, so maybe there is something there.
How's that new skill gem system going? Like, you having to add certain item types, like sticking with the armor gear to get the red sockets you need and stuff like that? Because there's, like, the socket pressure there?
It's certainly a quality of life where you don't have to like change things out. I think the pressure is generally pretty low, especially with these like prime classes. So with Marauder being like the strength avatar of the game in a way, you're just gonna use lots of red gems. So the main difference is when you're playing PoE on live right now and you're at this level, a lot of items you get don't even have sockets. Like. Yeah. It's not about them like having like, oh, 2 red, 1 blue, and 1 green. And it's like you find an item with 1 socket and it's green, even though it's a strength chest. Right. So that is certainly a problem that they solved. Now they all do something beneficial for you, at least.
They're like all 3 sockets or 2 sockets at a minimum now. And has that been like scaling up or something as you're going?
I'm not sure. Let me have a look here. Is it S, I think it was?
Yeah, S. Yeah, you got like a 4 socket on your chest and a 3 socket. 7 link, bro. 7 sockets.
Yeah, I don't know what the scalability is. Is it going to be item level?
Yeah, I didn't quite. Yeah, it wasn't quite clear on that. It seems like it, but there's probably like a ceiling, like a cap of what you can reach at certain levels. But then you can maybe increase that out. Well, like Jonathan was saying that you'd be using the jewelers to add the sockets to the gems themselves, but I don't know if that's capped by items or gems, gem levels.
Okay, so we have to go to the tomb, and this is that same zone, so presumably the zone-in is here somewhere. I do want to go to town and get a weapon upgrade. I feel like I've been using this weapon forever. I want upgrades, upgrades, upgrades. Where's my upgrades?
Get the damage, dude. Do some crafting. Surely you got some currency.
Not exactly. I have an alchemy orb, though.
Yo.
The race winner.
Go on. Chuck it on a big meaty
There's a lot
axe.
of ravens here. I don't know if you're seeing that.
Yeah.
Those are not like monsters. Those are just like ambient.
Yeah, there's like a ton more wildlife around. So there's like a whole flock of them there.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's like 4 exits on this zone.
Well, I think I actually missed the entry point for the bottom there.
New character screen as well.
Yeah.
All new character info there.
Just a second here so I don't die. you can kind of see what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
though. Like, if
they're
you're
rushing.
a ranged character there, you still have to take that hit.
Yeah, they're rushing you. You might have to start kind of like... The way we play Path of Exile now is we tend to like kill everything behind us. If we're like if you're racing, leveling,
Yeah,
kill
run
everything
through.
behind you. You might have to kill stuff in front of you a bit more, like not get surrounded so much.
I'm doing
Old
that
school.
a little bit.
Maybe going back to you putting your spork totems in the doorways to feel out the damage.
I don't know if it'll be that extreme.
Not gonna go that far.
I think this dude is the one that they highlighted in the demo playthrough, but I think they just had complete one of the areas for the demo. I've also noticed quite a striking parallel between this content and what they have currently on live with the campaign.
Yeah, well, that's what Jonathan was saying. Like, Act 1 is supposed to be quite reminiscent of the current campaign, but then from that point onwards, it diverges a lot. And yeah, like, you were in town earlier, and I haven't seen this, I haven't played this yet, and it looks a lot like Line Eyes Watch. It seems quite familiar. At the same time, everything looks really different, especially all your items and everything. It looks so different. I've no idea what you're using. It's like a stone axe.
Let's re-roll our Iron Ring. Here we go. Rip currency. Amazing.
Hey, damage. It's an upgrade, bro. Sweet. Sweet as, bro.
Hoping for the gigantic numbers on the weapon type of upgrade over this, though. But yes. I'm starting to stockpile a reasonable currency.
So the sockets on the items now seem to denote like the amount of socket groups that item will have. So you get 1 socket group off of gloves. And I guess it's green themed is the idea there. That's pretty wild, the new system.
Yeah, I wasn't quite able to keep up with all the stuff that you and Jonathan talked about, and I think you got some insight while I was playing by myself here. So how does it work if you want to use like a dexterity chest, for example, but you want like all the red sockets for whatever you're doing with your character? So how does that work out? Do you know?
That's what I'm not quite clear on. That's the one thing I still haven't quite figured out is like how that coloring system works. Have you found chromatic orbs or anything like that?
Not yet, I don't think.
Because you start finding like chromes and jewelers pretty early in the current game, but yeah, I don't see any in your inventory. So you haven't really found any way to change those socket systems. So maybe it's the case that in the early game now, the idea is you're going to be kind of using more typed gear, and then later on you can maybe start to mix it up a little bit.
Helmet, by the way. Looks good.
It's pretty sick. The armor looks way better.
It does look way better.
And the shoulder pads like kind of moving around. Like there's physics in that.
Yep.
They're, like flapping about a little bit. Got some wings.
Oh, that's one of the bosses. Okay.
Time to concentrate, bro.
She's definitely an optional boss, so I guess.
Yeah, it looks like
a
zone unique.
The stun mechanic seems very strong, I would say.
Yeah, well, your ground slam's got like the extra stun and stuff, and I think we're using heavy strike too. So it's been pretty strong since recent reworks.
I want to aug this thing. Spell damage. It's exactly what I was looking for, actually.
Sick spell damage. So you got all the bits, the corpses now. This is, I think, yeah, what they showed in Jonathan's demonstration of it.
I want to level, dude. Like,
Come on. No, do it now.
No.
What?
It says 99%.
Attack him now, you coward.
I'm a coward right now.
Come on.
No, the monsters that are like the bosses, they're like super serious so far.
It looks like night and day compared to early game bosses in current PoE. So this is the new town, right? I haven't seen it really yet. Looks sick.
I don't really know what to do with my points. I should probably get Warrior's Blood.
Like passive tree display stuff looks a little different, but
does it?
Yeah, like the tooltips and that look a little different now.
Oh yeah,
they look more like items.
Perhaps true.
Yeah. So I guess they said we're not doing anything with the passive tree yet, but this looks like they're starting to do a bit. Maybe just UI changes.
Perhaps. So nice stats on that belt, but I do like my fizz damage.
Yeah, all damage. I think it might be time to get a new weapon and craft it up.
I'm gonna try. I'm just not entirely optimistic about doing this. Okay, fine. Oh, and I need new flasks.
How's the clearing?
That's probably a big
Still
deal.
rocking some baby flasks.
So, the one thing I've seen is the items are radically different. So this Scythe of the Brute here, 5 to 30 damage, 1.45 attacks per second.
Right.
So it's super fast and super high range of damage. It's kind of what you'd imagine a Scythe doing.
Yeah, it's like either you're gonna lob a limb off or you're gonna kind of whiff it a bit. What about like compared to the axes down the bottom there? Because they look kind of meaty but much slower, I imagine. Well,
Broadaxe.
They're pretty fast but more consistent damage.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
It's a lot of damage. My axe is terrible. It's a level 6 item.
You got good rolls on it, but it looks like it's falling down a little bit.
I kind of like these Warhammers.
Guess
But what would I do? Like use 2 Warhammers for ground slam? I'm not sure. Equip a shield.
Go.
13 to 21.
Gonna go for a shield. You're really scared of this upcoming boss. I mean, that tower shield looks pretty sick.
I'm just looking at the studded maul. Why would I use that 2-hander as opposed to the Warhammer? I wouldn't really.
Go on, dual wield.
Okay. Let's use that recipe. What is the recipe again? It's like those 3 things, right? Or does it need to be magical? The belt needs to be, well, rare ideally. We can't afford that right now.
Okay, all right.
Oh, come on. That's pretty sick.
I mean, that's all right. I thought you might have just thrown the Alk on there first, maybe. What are you saving this Alk for? Like, you're going to bank it
one.
and
We're
trade with it
dual-wielding
later?
these bad boys.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that was okay.
Dual-wield ground slam.
How's the clearing?
All right, let's do it. We can make that work.
I'm guessing since it looks like the new skills they showed off were mostly like the bow stuff, because I think they have 3.9 going for the bow theme. You haven't seen any kind of like new melee stuff yet, or shapeshifting. I must be a bit higher level, I imagine.
I guess so. I've not seen it. No.
Haven't run into any of that yet. Hey, flask upgrades.
Just keep one of the mediums. Get rid of the rest here.
I'd be up there with you, not for the scrap.
Oh, no hidden gift in the stash.
Some dev hacked items in the stash. All right, here we go. Give us the fight.
So we do some respectable damage.
I want to see that.
Why can't I leap slam? Leap slam's 2-handed or something?
No. So, mace, scepter, sword, or staff? Did you change your sockets around because now you're using 2 one-handers? So the socket skill menu probably has changed a bit.
Skin, leap slam, heavy strike, ground slam. No, not too sure.
I mean, it's.
Oh no, it works. I guess I just had to bring it up.
Might be some teething issues with the like transition over there, dude. This.
I'm gonna take a hit. I'm feeling pretty confident about this.
Show us the slams. It's a meaty slam.
Okay, maybe not that one.
It looks like it slows you more than anything.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely pretty over-leveled for this, and the re-gear is going to help a bit here, so...
Yeah, you're crushing it now. Dude, the slams of that boss look so impactful, though. I love it.
We're going FPS mode.
Woo! Do it! That slow is gnarly.
This is kind of fun.
Playing in FPS mode.
But, like, this could pass off as an MMO right now. My character.
Compare this to, like, current Val Act 2 boss. And this is just a random side quest, right?
Not everything is side quest. I think this is primary quest.
Ah, okay.
Fist Pike.
I would do the same for anyone.
Well done. Woo! Woo!
So I think I have a waypoint a little bit further up. Yeah, I have the hunting grounds one, but let's see what we get for rewards. Incoming like weapon reward here, right? Ooh, added fire.
It feels like you have so many more support gem slots available so early on now. Like you could spam some gems on a few different skills if you wanted to.
I think that's exactly what we want to. I just want to see what other gems there may be, because maybe we can find some new skills, you know. No, that's a negative. It's the old skills. Holy Flame Totem. Oh man, that one's been through some changes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess added fire over Ruthless to add some consistency.
If you're willing to spam some Mana Flask, you could throw a few damage spots on the Leap Slam like what we were talking about earlier. You can kind of actually use that as a bit more of a skill now, because you're not so starved for sockets.
Well, we can try it. Let me see here.
It looks so good. And I'm watching on this like tiny weird angled screen down off the edge of the stage, but it still looks so sick.
Am I in the right place here?
It's new. I don't think you've been here. Yeah, this is the quest spot. Renly's ancestral steel at his old smithy. Yeah, this is very like reminiscent of something.
I like my dual war hammers. They're much faster.
Seems much snappier. How is the? I mean, like the animations and everything look really good. Does it feel much different to like what you remember since you've like played PoE last?
It feels pretty good, but I'm playing with most of my controls being different. When I'm having to like stretch out and play with like enhanced pointer precision. By the way.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, that's a bit of a yikes.
So it's not quite the familiar setups. It's a bit harder to judge.
No. I'm certainly a person that really builds on habits, and it's very difficult for me to play with different keybinds. Like normally I play with standstill of spacebar. So having to do it with shift is very weird, even though that's what everyone else uses. But that's kind of how it is.
Shift's awful. I'm with you on that. I don't use shift.
I mean, I think it's one of those preference things. You can certainly use shift just fine.
It's objectively awful.
Is it?
You got some like tight little...
Is there like a research paper on this? If not, there probably should be.
I mean, it's got to be bad for the old fingers, I swear. You got some like real narrow kind of winding areas here amongst these burning buildings. What is this, like an old village that's been put to the torch or something?
I guess so. Again, I kind of skipped the quest text. That's something I can do at home.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll read up on the quest text from someone else's playthrough. I'm gonna just go through the game here the best I can.
Yeah, it looks like you're heading towards an old blacksmith to find ancestral steel. I see they're trying to flex the new lighting in this zone here with all the fires kind of like
I mean, it
shining
looks pretty
some light
good.
out. It does. They're flexing a bit on this one.
Some werewolf dudes on this one. But yeah, the graphics are really like crazy. I mean, look at that. And this is just like some random thing that you don't think twice and just run past, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. We move so fast a lot of the time in these games. In action RPGs in general, But like the detail here is insane. Like the reflection on all the little puddles and stuff looks gnarly, crazy. You can see like the moon when you move in certain angles reflected in the puddles. It seems like all of these monsters are new too. I don't think I've seen any monsters that seem familiar. Like you're not fighting,
I noticed
skeletons and zombies and
skeletons,
stuff.
but yeah, they seem to have a bit of flavor on top of that. Did I pass the zone?
Well, you did fight a Devourer earlier. That was when we couldn't see because we're all the way over here. But was that like a boss Devourer you were fighting earlier?
Oh, this is the quest. Search for the manor beyond the village. So this is it here. We're gonna get our waypoint.
You got 5 minutes.
No, I think I have like 3.5 now.
Yeah. Smash it! Come on. Ooh, shortcut.
You can see Leap Slam. Like your character has like this. I don't know how to say it. Like you're moving fast trail. Yeah.
Oh, the speed lines, like
yeah,
anime
the speed lines. There you go. That's a better way of putting it.
So you know you're getting really speedy. Are these things covered in like blood pustules or something?
Probably gonna blow up, right? All right.
They look like banelings.
AFK mode. Let's see what happens.
I think they interacted with the other. Like there was a larger creature.
Okay, fine. Let's move through and see if we can find something else then.
Yeah. I want to see you get to this next boss. There's got to be something spicy in here.
I think after we got a little bit geared up on the last one, that boss was significantly easier than most of the previous ones.
Yeah, you just did polished up all the gear, got some new weapons, actually spent your alch instead of hoarding it. It's much darker in here. Like there's areas where I don't know if it's like just the monitor I'm seeing on here, but I almost can't see anything in the dark sections there. There's not like a kind of a level amount of lighting across the stage. It's like actual dark there.
I'm sorry to bore chat, but I just got another hit point node, so it's actually gonna be pretty easy now. There's a chiming staff. Interesting.
You're running in circles. We don't have time for this.
No, they designed it this way, okay? It's not my fault.
I'm gonna get so lost in this. It's like I'm the same as you. Like it's all muscle memory going through all the zones.
This guy just doesn't know how to navigate in the map. And they're probably right, because I think it's this like staircase thing down there I was supposed to take to begin with, rather than having to go in circles. But you never know.
Not to pressure you, but you got like 2 minutes, and we want to see some content before we get kicked off stage.
Yeah, that's content for you. Look at that.
Ooh, cool.
An insane amount of fairly needless detail everywhere.
That's kind of the thing, isn't it? Like, we don't need a lot of the detail in this stuff, but it's sick.
This dude has like no hit points though. I'm just like
he's made of candles.
Destroying him.
And Kripp ruined it. Could have let him show off some cool skills or something.
Oh yeah, I could have done that, I guess.
So what did you actually get in there? Was that the steel stuff for the blacksmith?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, ran leader blacksmith. He's going to imbue an item for you now. Right? That's how it works?
Well, he keeps sending me to do stuff, so I'm not sure. I don't think we're quite done with him. Iron Manor. I was at the Iron Manor. The Iron Count. No, I think that was very much a mini boss.
Yeah, that looked like it was just it was pretty small.
We got to go to the Iron Count, wherever that is.
I think you might have figured it out.
Okay, I think this is the end of our time here, though. But maybe I'll find the dude.
We've got 1 minute, Kripp. This is your first time playing it here. This like relatively decent length session. What are you feeling overall?
The game feels and looks quite a bit better. I think a lot of us, play for the gameplay, but this is a really nice cherry on top. And I know a lot of people haven't tried PoE very seriously because of the grittiness and because it's pretty full-fledged in the past.
Yeah.
But they've managed to keep it and really up the graphic quality considerably. I think a lot of people who didn't end up taking PoE too seriously are going to give it a second chance. And I'm really curious to see, because for me, you know, Grinding Gear, it's not really just another company. PoE is not just another game. It's one of those games where you root for its success.
Yeah, definitely.
So
I feel you.
It feels good to see these type of improvements. It's encouraging to see that more people will very likely check out this type of game.
Nice. Thank you very much for giving me a demonstration, Kripp. We're being shooed off the stage now, so you have to stop playing.
The cane is coming to drag us off.
I'm just going to close the laptop. Good snap.
But no, we have to find the guy. Look, there's another door.
Quick,
I'm going. It's stairs.
Stairs. And fade
they
right
haven't,
now.
No, they haven't kicked us out yet.
I can still hear the audio.
I'm lip slamming. Oh no, that's a dead end. Okay.
He's baiting you. Just cut it. Just cut the stream. Just cut the stream. Just.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games again. How's everyone going? All good? You had a chance to check out the card game? That's going a lot better than we thought. There are longer queues for that than some of the other things. It's pretty crazy. Awesome. Okay, so this morning in the keynote presentation, I gave a broad overview of Path of Exile, Conquerors of the Atlas, and its Metamorph Challenge League, which are coming out in a month as the 3.9.0 update. In this deep dive here, I'm going to go into a lot more detail about the various game systems of both the expansion and the league. Its structure is going to be quite similar to the kind of press tour presentations that we present to journalists for each Path of Exile release. So if you want to see what we do for 40 minutes or so before the release of each league with journalists, this is the exact presentation. So to refresh your memory about what we're talking about, let's watch the Conquerors of the Atlas trailer again.
Listen carefully, for this is important. I worked with a group of exiles once, much like yourselves. Together, we faced a terrible evil that plagued the Atlas and threatened our world. Through great perseverance, we were able to defeat the Elder. But it wasn't enough. They kept going back. Over and over, again and again. There was something inside them that could never be satisfied. They sought more power, more prestige. They sought to rule and conquer those strange lands. Each time they returned, I feared more and more what they were becoming. So I did what I thought was right. I sealed them in the Atlas. Forever. They found a way back.
Thanks. Each December, we typically release a slightly larger than normal Path of Exile expansion, usually with a specific objective. Last year, for example, was Betrayal, which was designed to wrap up the 4 leagues released that year into a new master system. We spent most of 2018 working towards that goal, and we felt it went really well. For 2019, we knew we needed to reinvigorate Path of Exile's endgame. It's been a couple of years since the War for the Atlas expansion added the Shaper and Elder influence mechanic, and while the Atlas endgame has changed a little with various new league mechanics since then, the master changes and some shuffling of maps, it's certainly been getting a little stale in our opinion. So Conquerors of the Atlas is the expansion to change that, with some quite large endgame improvements that allow a lot more flexibility than before and introduce some very challenging fights and valuable rewards, while retaining as much as possible about what people love about the Atlas gameplay of Path of Exile. The war for the Atlas, waged between the Shaper and the Elder, has ended. A group of exiles, not unlike yourselves, defeated the Elder. These exiles grew powerful and kept returning to the Atlas over and over, grinding more maps. As their power grew, so did their ambition. Driven insane by their constant exposure to the void, the Conquerors of the Atlas didn't notice as they were changing the reality of the Atlas around them, they were also changing themselves. Zana saw what was happening and trapped them in the Atlas by destroying the map device. Unfortunately, they will soon find a way out. The Conquerors of the Atlas are 5 new ultimate bosses for Path of Exile's endgame. Here they are in human form. Initially just mere exiles, they have turned into a whole lot more. Let's watch some footage of some boss fights with the Conquerors. So we've still got a month to go, of course, so these fights are still being continued to be developed. There's several more that we haven't quite finished yet. That's the reality of a 13-week league cycle, basically. And so all 5 are going to be very compelling endgame encounters on par with the best fights that Path of Exile have. If there's one thing our team has learned how to do very well over the years, it's boss fights. So, like the Atlas of Worlds and War for the Atlas expansions, Conquerors of the Atlas introduces new endgame mechanics that control how the Atlas works. Upon opening the Atlas, you'll notice you start in the center, working outwards towards the corners. There are 90 maps visible by default. The rest must be unlocked by leveling up regions of the Atlas itself, and you do this by finding and defeating Conquerors to earn watchstones that can be socketed into a region of the Atlas. You can see the regions are demarked with the yellow borders. This levels up the tier of maps within the region and also reveals new maps for you to explore. After socketing a total of 4 of these watchstones into a region, maps in that area will have been raised to between tiers 14 and 16. By choosing how many watchstones you socket and where, you can completely customize your Atlas strategy. If you want to play high-level versions of every map, you can do so. If you want to keep certain regions low-level for some specific farming reason, that's very easy as well. So you can see here what happens as I add more watchstones to the specific region of the Atlas up here. Have a look at the levels of the maps and the density. So it's added more maps, and it's increased the level of the other ones in there. Most of them have been promoted to yellow now. And then again, of course, in this case, it's a lot denser, and most of the maps are red. There's also a 4th watchstone that can be placed there. Sextants are now directly applied to a watchstone and are socketed into the Atlas, and it affects the entire region. So this means that it's not a radius around a single map, and it solves all of our problems to do with stupid radiuses and overlapping circles. Now a sextant affects a much larger area, and it gives us a lot more balanced tools on our end. So, one of the new rewards introduced in this expansion is the Support Gem Plus system. These new support gems can drop from Conquerors and are very high-level, super powerful versions of existing support gems. They're designed to help to be better than level 20 versions of the regular support gems and take a very, very long time to level up themselves. There are around 35 of them in Conquerors of the Atlas, and let's have a look at a few. So this is Fork Plus, which will fork an additional time compared to regular Fork support gem, and of course, as it levels up, it gets even more powerful, and this can be in subtle ways, like having the mana multiplier get a lot closer to no additional penalty. And so by level 20, the level 20 support gem pluses are a ton more powerful than the regular support gems you're using. Here's another example, Ancestral Call Plus. This creates an additional ancestor, and let's have a look at some of these in action. It's getting pretty chaotic. RIP graphics card. So you're probably wondering what's going to happen to Shaper and Elder rare items now that the war is over and areas do not have Shaper or Elder influence anymore. These were very popular item drops that often formed the backbone of the most powerful crafting projects in the game. So in Conquerors of the Atlas, Zana's missions can give you Shaper Guardian maps. Eventually, you can get fragments to challenge the Shaper by doing these maps. She can also give you maps containing Elder Guardians, and we're considering a fragment system for accessing Uber Elder as well. And the goal here is to keep that content accessible. If you need to have a specific Shaper or Elder item as part of your build, you can get it. It's just not the primary way anymore because we have new influence types to show you. So Shaper and Elder mods are being kept and have a power balance pass being done on them. As you know, there were some pretty OP mods there that were constraining other options we had. So the items are less accessible than before, and because it's harder to get them, it implicitly kind of self-balances it, but we expect to keep the majority of them intact. We have a few that we're planning to disable or nerf, so a couple of specific mods may be toned down or turned off. I think you probably know which ones they are. All of these mods, of course, will still be available from League content and divination cards, so anything that's spawnable as a Shaper or Elder item via the Zana system can come from divination cards in 3.9.0. So, while it's possible to still get them, the primary function has been replaced by these 4 new influence types we'll talk about. So, advanced players will notice that these 2 rare items have mods on them that were not previously possible in these combinations. Items can now be influenced by Warlord's influence, Crusader's influence, Hunter's influence, and Adjudicator's influence, named after 4 of the Conquerors. We have created mod pools for each of these influence types. These mod pools include a selection of previous Shaper and Elder mods, as well as a variety of new ones. So what was previously the Shaper and Elder pools have been balanced slightly, a couple removed, many added, and split into 4 separate pools. So 4 of the Conquerors can drop special new Exalted Orbs that add a random modifier from their pool to an item. This doesn't cause the item to gain the influence of that particular Conqueror, but it provides some very powerful crafting opportunities for using the mod pools. So for example, if you want a random Hunter's mod, you can take a Hunter's Exalted Orb and exalt a random Hunter's mod onto your item. It doesn't make it a Hunter's item, which is relevant for something I'll talk about soon. So they're basically like very specialized versions of Exalts that will roll one of the very strong endgame mods. The 5th and final Conqueror can drop a special currency item that lets you combine 2 influenced items together. The 4 influence types can be combined with each other or with items that have Shaper or Elder influence. So you can technically get like a Shaper/Hunter hybrid item in all the various combinations. And so that means it can have mods from both pools, technically meaning that if there's a specific combination of mods you want, you can make that happen on an item. Previously, if there was a Shaper mod and an Elder mod, they couldn't coexist at the same time. So, in each of the Path of Exile expansions released in 2019, we've tackled a different area of gameplay to balance and improve. In March's Synthesis release, we improved spellcasting by performing an end-to-end rebalance of all spells in Path of Exile. In June's Legion release, we overhauled our melee combat system with improvements like animation cancelling, instant speed movement skills, and many more changes. In September, the 3.8.0 expansion included improvements to necromancers and remote mines. For 3.9.0, we're improving both bows and ranged attack totems. So, as you know, ranged attack totems are totems that you can cast that use your equipped bow to fire at enemies autonomously. The first and most noticeable changes, we've renamed them to ballistas and have given them new 3D art. The ranged attack totem support gem is now called the ballista support gem. In 3.9.0, you can place 3 ballistas at once, and they're faster to place than before. We've added new passive skills specific to ballistas, including skills that allow you to have more out at once. We've also introduced 2 new ballista skill gems, so you can now specialize entirely on using ballistas as you play through the game as your sole source of damage, or just have more options available, when you're trying to kill a boss, for example. They're good at focusing fire. The general ballista support also still fully works with wands. The first new ballista skill gem is Artillery Ballista. This totem fires a series of fiery arrows straight up in the air that rains down on enemies in a line, like a strafing run. Artillery Ballista intelligently targets its arrows in a diagonal line that would hit as many enemies as possible, making it very efficient at clearing spread out enemies. The second new ballista skill gem is Shrapnel Ballista, which fires multiple limited range physical projectiles at nearby enemies. Like the shrapnel theme implies, they can shotgun the enemies with the ability for multiple of them to hit the same target. So if you can get it point blank against a boss, you can do an awful lot of damage. Shrapnel Ballista deals great single target damage, and additional projectiles further multiplies this damage. If you can get a GMP on there, it helps a lot. Use it to take down a boss quickly or create a line of defense that destroys any enemies that approach, which would have been really handy during the Blight League, of course. In addition to these 2 new ballista gems, we're introducing 3 other bow-themed gems in 3.9.0. Ensnaring Arrow is a new bow utility skill that attaches a rope to a target, tethering it to a location and slowing it down. If the target manages to get far enough away, the rope snaps. Ensnaring Arrow is a powerful utility skill, as in addition to the stacking slow, it also increases ranged attack damage taken and makes enemies always count as moving. Use Puncture on an instead enemy to guarantee a full force bleed, even on a stationary enemy like the mighty Kaduku. Now, I was hoping to have a video of Ensnaring Arrow. It's one of those things when you're working on a 13-week cycle that not everything is ready 4 weeks before release. It came very close. We were pushing hard. Have videos of the other ones, though. So, some players love the Barrage skill so much, they wish everything could be Barrage. The Barrage support gem is a new support gem that does exactly that. It causes any supported bow skills to fire their projectiles in a sequence. Modifiers to additional projectiles cause extra arrows to be fired sequentially in a straight line rather than a cone. As well as bow skills, wand skills also fully work with a support gem. The additional projectiles granted by Split Arrow and Power Siphon are quite powerful with a barrage support. Arrow Nova support lets you fire an arrow into the air that lands at a remote location and splits into a nova of arrows that fire in all directions. Arrow Nova support lets you get a broad area spread from a safe distance, which is great for skills that have secondary areas of effects like Caustic Arrow. It also grants additional projectiles, letting you hit even more targets. Bow attacks that apply ailments like Burning Arrow and Explosive Arrow have been reworked. Burning Arrow now has a stacking effect alongside its Ignite. Explosive Arrow can have many more explosive arrows on the target, but repeat shots don't refresh the skill's duration, and there are large Ignite damage bonuses based on the number of arrows. Improvements have been made to a large number of underused bow skills. For example, Shrapnel Shots projectiles can now all hit a single target, Blast Ray now gets extra explosions per additional projectile, and so on. We've also rebalanced all bow skills, and while this makes a lot of them stronger, it does mean that the reigning champion, Tornado Shot, has been nerfed. Rest in peace, Tornado Shot. You were far too good for far too long. We have improved less popular bow base types, as well as generally increasing bow damage while leveling. The next change isn't exclusive to bows, but it's certainly related. We have improved the ability to apply elemental ailments to enemies, especially against high-health monsters. There are now new passive skills that improve the ability for most skills to apply elemental ailments, so each one can specialize in different types of behavior. As we mentioned in the keynote, Conquerors of the Atlas also includes an improved version of Lionized Watch, raising its graphical quality by around a decade or so. It's one of the earliest and most iconic parts of Path of Exile, so it deserves to look awesome. During your 3.9.0 playthrough, you'll also notice that various other areas have been improved as well. Like all expansions, 3.9.0 includes a Challenge League with its own new game mechanics. Challenge Leagues are a great place to have a fresh start and enjoy the new content in a self-contained economy. Let's have a look at the Metamorph League. Metamorph is Path of Exile's 28th league and is designed to fit alongside the new endgame gameplay of Conquerors of the Atlas as a build-your-own-boss fight mechanic in every area of the game that provides additional challenge, a customizable level of risk and reward, while not requiring backtracking or adding too much time to each area, requiring you to play for longer than you want to. It's also an opportunity for us to experiment with a relatively powerful new jewelry quality system in a self-contained league. Let's have a look at the Metamorph trailer again.
Take a clean knife and cut a sample of flesh. Repeat 4 times. Mix the 5 samples in an equivometic solution. Heat. Stand back. The intrinsic darkness will make itself known. Observe its anger, its aggression. Observe its changing form. Never comfortable to stay in one shape for long. It will try to kill you. Best not let it. Plunge the clean knife repeatedly. Try more heat. More. Perfect. Only every living creature to go.
So, in the Metamorph League, you'll meet a new NPC, Tane Octavius, a master alchemist who studied in Oriath. Exiled to Baeclast for killing his teacher, Tane searches for what makes the self, by using his learned alchemical knowledge to assemble monster essences. He hopes to find a cure, or perhaps just the source for what he calls the intrinsic darkness that led to his unforgivable violence. You'll have the opportunity to create and defeat a Metamorph in each area you play. As you kill monsters in the area, you'll be able to collect samples from some of their corpses. These samples each represent the embodiment of one of the monster's skills, which can be combined together to create a Metamorph with all those abilities. There are various types of skills, and once you have found enough of them, you can summon Tane to help you create their Metamorph. This is a dangerous fight where the Metamorph changes rapidly from one form to another, unleashing skills quickly as you try to kill it. Our boss fight designers have spent a lot of time honing the combat of these encounters to make them as challenging as possible. The more powerful the Metamorph monsters you combine, the more rewarding the resultant Metamorph boss is when you finally kill it. Some samples have specific reward types on them, which are added to the reward pool. In the end game, you can collect map bosses and combine them together across multiple areas to make very dangerous and rewarding metamorphs. So now it's time to talk about the new types of rewards you can get from the Metamorph League. So, like we've done for the past few leagues, where we had, in Legion and Blight, there are various symbols that represent types of reward categories. We have the same concept here. When you kill an individual monster and find a sample, it'll have a symbol on it, and combining those into the Metamorph guarantees you drops of that type. So this is kind of the bread and butter of the reward system on most leagues. They drop well, but we have some specific new stuff. So this is quality in Path of Exile. You've probably seen it before. So to summarize, because some people here might be new, in Path of Exile, items have quality, and this value represents how well fabricated the item is and increases the power of its base properties by a nominal amount. Many different items can get quality, from weapons to armor to flasks, gems, maps, even strongboxes, and in each case, the quality influences the item in a different way. One category of items that previously couldn't get quality was jewelry, rings, amulets, and belts. So in the Metamorph League, we're introducing the concept of jewelry quality through a new type of currency item called a catalyst, which can drop from metamorphs. Catalysts are relatively rare and allow you to increase the quality of rings, amulets, and belts. There are many types of catalysts, and each one grants a different type of jewelry quality themed around categories of item mods. For example, the prismatic catalyst relates to resistances, and the imbued catalyst relates to spellcasting. There are 8 or so other types as well for things like, attack skills and attributes and so on. When you apply a catalyst to a piece of jewelry to give it that specific type of quality, it has 2 effects. Firstly, the magnitudes of associated mods are increased by that amount. So if you have a 20% resist quality ring, and then the resistances on that ring are multiplicatively increased by 20%. Holding Alt to see the advanced item information hover will show a breakdown of the calculation. The second effect of the jewelry quality is that it helps you craft those particular mods on the item. Using crafting currency items on jewelry with quality will reduce the quality slightly and improve the outcome, so the mods of that type are favored. In case it wasn't clear, you can only have one type of jewelry quality from one type of catalyst on an item at a time. So if you want to make a good resistances ring and it doesn't currently have it, you can stick resistances quality on a ring and then exalt it, and it's very likely to give you resistances as the outcome because that's what you've chosen. And of course, each time you craft, it reduces the quality very slightly. It's not a proper durability system. The quality does stay high while you're playing. It's not something punitive, but it does mean that you have to refresh the quality every now and then while you're crafting. And this has some really interesting consequences because, as you know, when you quality up a white item, you get much more quality per catalyst. And because these are valuable, you really want to be doing that to get best value for money. But then the problem is you aren't putting it on an item that already has the really good resistances you want to amp up, for example. Like any other Path of Exile expansion, Conquerors of the Atlas contains a lot of new items to find. Let's check some of them out. So we're introducing 16 new unique items. 4 of them come from the Metamorph League, and 12 can be found by killing the Conquerors. Let's start with Hands of the High Templar. This is kind of a pure gambling unique item. The stats are passable on their own, but what really makes it shine is the ability to constantly dump Vile Orbs onto the item over and over, trying to get many corruption implicits as you can. If you push your luck too far, you'll brick the item into a rare. So I tried this. I went onto our testing server, and I spawned a stash tab full of these and an inventory full of Vile Orbs, and I had a great quarter of an hour. I got nothing good out of it because I pushed it too hard. So I recommend stopping at about 3 implicits, because otherwise you've got some random rare. So it's a lot of fun, though. Leash of Ablation is definitely a spike unique item. Normally offering spells are limited to 1. So if you use Flesh Offering and then Bone Offering, the first one gets replaced by the second. This unique lifts that restriction, but at the cost of slightly weaker offerings that last a shorter duration. It does mean you can have Flesh, Bone, Spirit, and potentially Blood Offering all up at the same time on one character, making your minions very powerful and potentially giving yourself a lot of bonuses if you can get the effects of the offering onto yourself somehow. Mana Storm provides a way of converting your mana pool into a form of damage. If you have a high mana pool and some way to continue casting, each time you cast a spell with a full mana pool, you give yourself a buff that causes any subsequent spells to have a very large amount of added lightning damage, letting you destroy monsters for 4 seconds. Ideally, you'll find some way to recover your mana by the end of it to keep going. Metamorph uniques all follow a theme of modifying types of skills in weird ways. Fury Valve basically takes any additional projectiles you might have through a skill, like through multiple projectiles, for example, and turns it into a single projectile instead. However, when that single projectile strikes an enemy, it splits into that number of projectiles targeting nearby enemies, so it results in a very different type of area coverage for your skills. I'm also going to show you 5 divination cards that we're releasing in Conquerors of the Atlas. I think each one of these speaks for themselves. You got any more of that sulfite? So the stack size of 1 is not a mistake there. So let's talk about difficulty. Every league introduces new tools for building powerful characters. 3.9.0 is no different. For example, Support Gen Plus is a whole lot of power creep. An endgame expansion is the perfect opportunity to evaluate endgame difficulty, as we can adjust rewards at the same time. Conquerors of the Atlas's endgame is more challenging than previous Atlas expansions, and we like it that way, and I hope you will as well. We'll post more information about this process before release, but one thing that we are specifically noting is we're definitely targeting monster life as part of this process. So, we'll be releasing Conquerors of the Atlas and the Metamorph Challenge League on December 14th, which is December 13th for most of the rest of the world. This is a week later than we usually release our December expansion because of ExileCon. All right, so we have half an hour and a lot of questions, I'm sure. So, use the instructions up here to get onto the website that lets you ask the questions. I'm stalling for time for a sec so you guys can actually write them. And we have some guests who are going to be helping with the question session whenever you guys are ready. So this is Reese Abraham, senior programmer. He's been with us for 11 years now at the studio. He's going to be asking the questions that you guys have submitted by picking the good ones. And this is Neon. He's our content lead. He's basically God at our studio. Like, this guy makes Path of Exile.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so Reese, hit us some questions when you're ready.
Okay, so we've seen how the Atlas changes as you socket it. How does it affect unique maps?
Well, real quick, thanks for the applause. Thanks for being here. Hope everyone enjoys New Zealand, and that was real awesome earlier. As for unique maps, they will be, so you socket in a watchstone, it will reveal the maps and any unique maps connected to them in that area. And they will also tear up. So it will result in every unique map also being able to be tier 14 to 16 as well. With Coward's Trial, Poor Joys, yes, this becomes quite efficient.
That's scary.
We have adjusted some drop rates as a result, and we might do some more, but yeah, that's where it lies right now. We will hopefully, just the unique maps in isolation, hopefully improve what we can there in terms of just making them more modern, more fun, anything that's a bit lackluster, if time permits.
Great. So we've seen quite a few new currency items coming for this new league. Will there be slots for those in the currency stash tab?
Anything that's added into the permanent game, rather than being league-specific currency, is definitely going to get slots. If we're adding something temporarily for a league and we're not sure whether that's going to stay, we often stall the slots a little bit. But yep, we have to add slots for the new currency items. I don't know what we're going to do with that tab, right? Like, we're certainly not going to make you buy currency tab number 2, which has different slots. It's pretty much just a matter of adding tabs to the tab or making it tiny or something. We'll work something out. But yeah, we're going to add slots. Sorry if we're slow with this kind of thing. We focus on getting the expansion done and then realize we have to add the slots to it, but we'll hopefully get it in.
Fantastic. So the new ballistas, they still count as totems, right, for the, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So how about Iron Commander then?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it will work. You get a lot of them, yes.
Will the meme ballistas reach new heights?
Yeah. Let's go with yeah. Yeah, we'll adjust. I mean, obviously, this is on the hit list or something we're cautious about. I honestly can't say with certainty if we've done anything yet, but look, at the very least, we're going to revise it, look at it, and we'll consider it, of course. Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned Rip Tornado Shot. What about Headhunter?
I like Headhunter.
This has come up several times internally. It's been a bit of it's a tricky one. The general answer is that, yeah, often you want that extremely valuable item. I mean, often people are saying they don't think there's enough chase uniques anymore. Surely that's a perfect example of one. It is quite extreme though, yes. But there's no current plans, but again, it comes up and comes up and comes up. And we're relying on, the whole community to keep us, on our toes about that one. So, but yeah, no current plans. My personal preference is I'm not entirely happy with it. Judge me as you want. Others are more happy about it. But as it being a chase unique in its place, like it's an icon of the game now. So doing any change to it is, of course, going to affect a lot of people, and it's quite a sensitive, thing to adjust. But yeah.
So the new plus skill gems are looking pretty good. They look like they might be an integral part of in-game builds. Are the drop rates going to be, like, how bad is it going to be for solo Southbound, for example?
Well, okay, we currently have it about you can do one of the Conquerors as a boss, not the final one, but the Guardian equivalent, if you want to call it that, every 6 maps or so, plus a little bit of a buffer. You cannot just do repeating them every single map. That's currently the plan, of course, susceptible to changing. They will definitely not drop a support gem plus every single time, and they will be also weighted within there. So it might be that certain ones are, some of them are just damage multipliers. Some of them, as you saw from the fork, give a bit more mechanical or more clear speed. And we'll be weighting those accordingly based on how we think, how powerful they are, So some of them might be extremely rare. I'd like to say that a lot of them are going to be many exalts. And one other thing on that is they don't have, I think it was mentioned, they got up to level 20. That is not the case. They have lower level limits.
Sorry.
All good. And they are much harder to level than regular gems. Some of them only gain a certain bonus at level 5, and leveling some of them to level 5 might be the equivalent of anywhere between 5 to 10 level 20 cycles of a regular gem. So they will last a while, hopefully.
On the drop weight concept, Path of Exile is a game about items. Finding powerful items should be difficult, right? Like, I understand that people are used to the fact that support gems and gems are literally worthless in Path of Exile. Like, you get them from the vendor for a wisdom scroll or whatever. That's not necessarily going to be the case with really late endgame ones, right? We want some value. We want it to feel good when you find one. You found this one, I found this one, let's trade them, that kind of thing. It's good for them to be hard to find.
Do we have a bunch of fancy new uniques coming for the new in-game bosses?
Yes, you saw a couple of them just before. We do. We are effectively introducing the new Shaper, Elder, and Guardian equivalents. So, of course, they come with new uniques. I can't really describe them all off the top of my head, but yes, yeah.
Yeah, there are 12, right, in that category?
Yes, currently there are 12, if not a bit more. Technically, there are unique watchstones that can socket in your atlas as well. So if we're including that, there's obviously a lot more.
I had no idea about that.
So in the current in-game, players can become efficient enough, they can move fast enough, they can kill enough monsters quickly enough that they can basically maintain 100% uptime on all flasks. Are there any changes to that coming in 3.9.0?
In 3.9.0, we don't currently have a plan, but as recently it was on podcast as well, and we've mentioned it before, that we do want to look at flasks in a rework. Everyone wants the, popsicle stick on your 1 to 5. We don't want that to need to be the case, so a rebalance or redesign isn't, it came up for 3.9.0, but we just couldn't fit it in. So where we might be able to do something, it will definitely not be a full system rework or anything like that. But yeah, we know it's a problem.
Are we going to bring back race seasons? I feel like I know the answer to this, but I'll ask anyway.
So this year we ran 4 qualifiers through a variety of different methods, the goal being to have the big finale tomorrow. And the goal was we judge how popular it is and make a decision about race seasons in the future. And it's looking pretty popular. I mean, we've had really good engagement on Twitch. We've had a lot of people very, very keen. And I think the transition that we're doing here is, in the past, our concept of races was that when a race runs, everyone plays. Everyone is physically playing it. And we weren't really thinking about people watching it on Twitch and enjoying something they weren't particularly good at themselves. But what we've come to realize from the community doing races is a lot of people, in addition to liking to play the races, they also like to watch them. And if we move more of a focus on, you're welcome to play races, but it's an enjoyable experience to watch, and we'll put effort into the production values and having it be interesting, that's probably a better direction, because then we don't have the logistical nightmare of running multi-thousand-person races at different time zones, because previously we had so many different people around the world playing Path of Exile, and to make it fair, we had to spread the races out and have so many of them, and it was just consuming so much of our resources. If we can say, this is the races at this time, we're putting a bit of effort into it, and people look forward to it, and maybe there's qualifiers or something, that's probably a more practical thing for us to do. So if you're asking for race seasons in order to get alternate art uniques, you're probably not going to be happy, because our goal isn't to make more of those. But if you want race systems for entertainment and because race is awesome, then that's something we probably can deliver. So we're having discussions, especially with the community racing people, going into 2019 about how we can do this in a way that doesn't take too much resources on our end, but gives them the support they need for it to be a big part of Path of Exile.
Okay. So we are removing the normal Shaper and Elder from the Atlas, but can you still use any existing fragments in Standard to access them?
Yes. All the fragments will still work. The Shaper fight will still be in the game. Currently, the means of access will be through Zana missions, which it probably needs to not be the only way. And it won't be as rare as the synthesis ones, which I'll also change. My bad.
Shaper incursion room? Sorry. Come on.
Think of it like this: you'll get a Zana mission, and then one of the maps that will be there will be Guardian of the Hydra map, right? You do it, you get the fragment. So eventually, you get enough fragments that you can do the Shaper. So that's not standard, but standard fragments still work. The fight still works. The drops are still there. It will just be far less accessible. As for Elder, while we're on that note, the Elder will be accessed through the same means, and again, I want to add more ways because I don't think Zana missions should be the only way to access this. It'll either mean that every single time you encounter Zana, you're going to have a Shaper map, an Elder map, or a Synthesis map to the point where every other choice is invalid, or they're going to be too rare that no one will really get to enjoy or see it. So I'll look into that more for sure. But yes, Elder will likely be that you get a map that says or has a different art and says it will contain an Elder Guardian, and will likely add fragment system to get to the Elder. And I believe what we're going to do is have the Shaper drop fragments and the Elder drop fragments, and then you can combine those to do the Uber Elder fight. None of that is entirely set in stone, but that's the probable path right now.
It's also worth clarifying, this isn't related to this particular question, but I realize we haven't covered it. The Conquerors of the Atlas content applies to everyone in Path of Exile, not just people playing in the Metamorph League. So if you decide to play in Standard, you're getting all the Conquerors content, all of these changes, except obviously not the Metamorph content, because that's in Metamorph. This is how we normally handle these big expansions, but it's something we hadn't explicitly stated for this one. I just got reminded when you were talking about in Standard, there are also the fragments. So a person in Standard is playing the Conquerors Atlas, gets access to the Shaper through the new method, but may also have fragments in their stash tab that they can use.
So 3.9 has a bit of a focus on increasing the difficulty of the endgame, as we have seen. How do you balance difficulty versus reward?
This is very tricky. We've had let's just talk about the difficulty for a second here. So we've had a lot of discussions about making the end game more difficult, and there are so many problems. I mean, for example, if we were to just say, and let's just say that we were going to multiply the life of everything by 10 times, right? You now take a chunk of your player base and effectively say they are not capable of doing that content. So you're pushing it more and more and more towards the elite. Now, obviously then you taper it, right? So they can only get halfway through maps, or they can only get to the end of, to red maps, and then they can't really progress further. So you apply that 10 times to T16s, and you apply no life modifiers to T1s, and you linearly, or however you want, apply that life throughout the tiers. Now, the real problem, even another problem, is the moment monsters have enough life, and you are doing large quantities of hits and damage to them, performance starts to become a problem. You saw this a while back. You can probably still have it happen sometimes, where you had like the double cannot die auras, where they would apply to each other, and you AoE a whole pile of monsters, and then you end up dropping frames, and it doesn't go well. So even just applying life has technical difficulties, as well as obviously the balance. But we do want to increase the life. Not happy with how fast, I'd say, the average player is killing this content now. It seems to become, obviously it's become very trivial as people have learnt it, as we've added power creep and about to add more. So we are going to be increasing quite a lot of life. There's just some workarounds we need to do, and I'm not sure where we're going to apply it. It's quite also harsh to say, okay, a player that can currently farm T16, right, patch goes out, they now have way more life, he just can't. All of a sudden now they're back at T7 maps. It's a very feel bad to deploy that. So the way to do that would be to then add 17 onwards, but of course that introduces even more need to add new base types and item level mods, etc. So it's tricky. There's no perfect answer I have right now, but we do want to make the game more difficult to counteract the power creep, and we will be doing at least life. There are other X's we can target. We'll have a go at that. I don't have a perfect answer for that.
On the rewards side of this, we're not promising that due to the fact that we're making the game challenging that we're going to double drops or anything like that. It makes the game less fun if you get your headhunter on day one. But this gives us a chance to review it. It lets us take a step back, look at what the rewards people are getting at, and adjust it. And there's arguments for more rewards, right? People like rewards, but there's also arguments for less in some cases, right? Like, I believe that if we ran a league where we said that there's 10 times fewer items dropping, people would still find it compelling because they'd be fighting over every single item. It's like what's happening out there with the card game right now, right? This kind of thing would be happening. Maybe not everyone would like that, but there are a number of people that would like a game where items are scarce. I'm not saying we're reducing drops, of course, in 3.9.0, but it gives us a chance to review it and make sure there's the appropriate rewards so that people are making characters and getting their additional item upgrades at the right speed. A thing that's important to understand for context is we have this decluttering project, which we haven't talked about a lot, which is basically just paring Path of Exile items back and looking at how it all works overall, which has to be done before 4.0. And this is a lot of, we started work on this many months ago now. The basic idea is there's not so much random white trash that drops in the, so many white items that drop in maps, right? Instead of 500 items on the ground where there's, 20 rares, wouldn't it be better if there's 80 items on the ground with 10 good rares? And so we've got a lot of work we're doing on this, and that's why we're thinking about reward quite a lot recently, because we like the idea of you having to look at less things, but generally finding it more compelling. Because as you know right now, an item dropping on the ground is almost not worth looking at sometimes because you can just craft something so much better. So we're looking to find overall a better compromise where you're excited to craft, you're excited to find items, there's a lot less reading, you don't filter 99% of drops out, and so on and so on. Please add to this if I've skipped anything.
Well, if this works out, what Chris is talking about, we will end up with a better system of allowing difficulty and reward correlation, so hopefully that all works on our end because it will produce, hopefully, a better result.
This decluttering is not scheduled for 3.9.0. We're still working on it. It's one of those dangerous things to release. And honestly, my major trepidation with releasing it is we can have it so, we have it right now, that using the decluttering system, you're getting much better rare drops when they drop, right? There's a lot of things we're doing there. We'll talk about it later. But there's still fewer. right? So in the old game, you kill some monster, 11 rares drop. You look at them and they're garbage. And under the new system, 3 rares drop. They're a lot better on paper, but you look at them and you think, they're garbage, because they weren't good for your character. And I don't want people saying, well, they just cut out 3/4 of the drops and didn't make them better. And so that's what we're trying to achieve with that, is making sure that it's communicated well and that the items are actually more meaningful for the average player, as opposed to being better on paper because it rolled higher tiers of mods that still don't matter to your particular build, for example. So there's a lot of work that has to go into this, both on our end and in terms of like phrasing it correctly to the community when we eventually do roll it out, that it's a bit of a challenge and not scheduled for any particular expansion. But it will, I mean, this is a bit of a rant about decluttering. The performance improvements we will gain by not having an extra 600 rendered items on the ground with shadows, for example, 600 items that every frame on the client and on the server have to be ticked to see if there's anything going on with them. There's so many things that we get game-wide by having a more understandable set of fewer drops occurring that it's something we're very, very keen to roll out in the future. And 3.9.0 probably won't actually contain the final version or any of that necessarily, but we are thinking about this when we're looking at the reward with regard to how challenging the map content is.
On the topic of clutter, is there anything planned for the amount of skill effects that can happen on screen all at once during in-game content especially?
There's nothing currently planned, but of course I agree with all of you and everyone. We can all say there's just too much ruckus going on. That's fair to say. As for what to do about it, probably not for me to say, not even necessarily for Chris to say.
This is a Jonathan
yet.
question.
Yes, correct.
So let's not answer it because he'll kill us. He has his talk coming up after this one. You should ask him then.
Okay. So we have these new support gems, the Plus support gems, and they sound like there will be quite a long-term investment. Will they still have the same Val Orb corruption outcomes?
They currently, yes. But obviously in some cases the levels matter a lot more. We've also made a lot of their qualities quite substantial. Because you can't flip these either, they will take the full 20 GCPs to believe the recipe is a level 20, so because these cannot reach level 20, you cannot flip them. But the qualities will be far more impactful as well. But honestly, that's not really something we've looked or considered too much yet. It's a good point, and we'll definitely bring it up and be like, do we want to make sure the corruptions are far more impactful as a result of obviously the leveling process? There's a good chance that you lose that level, you're going to lose, you know, potentially days of gem leveling and a fair bit of power if that goes from 5 to 4, for example, in some cases. So yes, we'll look into that more, but currently the same.
So what's happening with Blight in 3.9? Sorry.
So we need to revisit this one. In fact, we recently did. We had decided quite a while back that we were going to keep it. Do the same treatment as Breach, where it's 10% of maps, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, we decided that, well, I wouldn't say we decided it, but when we made that decision, it was a bit too early in the process, and we hadn't fully, you know, the players, all of you, experience of it and feedback and how that sits hadn't really fully evolved, so we really didn't know if the general opinion was going to be positive or negative. In the end, we need to revisit that. I'm not saying either way, really, but we'll look at it, so all the feedback will drive that. And it's in a very easy position now where we can just say yes or no and turn it on and off. It's not like a lot of work is involved for us. Unless we want to say no, but then also keep oils, and then it starts to become a little bit more complex. So I'll say it's partially undecided, but we had decided earlier that yes, it was going to, but...
Out of interest, I can only see the bottom floor here. Could I get a show of hands for anyone who wants Blight to stay in the game? That looks like a majority, right? You reckon no? Someone doesn't. Okay, can I get a show of hands against Blight being in the game? It's slightly less.
That's
okay,
less.
we'll fix it up and then put it in the game sometime, okay? This will be 100% yes by the time we're done.
On that note, it is worth considering things like if we were to I know a problem some people have with it, especially late in the game, is that it becomes too easy. It's trivial from a point on, and then it's just boring. If we do the end-game life changes and stuff we're talking about, it's also going to affect all this league content. And obviously each of those pieces of content will need their own balance adjustments and revisements, but this will also alleviate that problem. That's just an example of a semi-unrelated change fixing that problem. And of course, if we do, blighted maps aren't going to be anywhere near as rare. We will counteract it, if not even more. Since you're only getting it 1 every 10 areas, obviously, it's probably fair that we can give away a lot more blighted maps.
Are there any changes to Watcher's Eye jewels? Since I assume they're less accessible now, is that correct?
The core change is that they'll probably be a lot more expensive. Yes, we're reducing the accessibility, of course. As for changes to the item itself, nothing currently intended.
I wonder if there are people right now going onto the trade site and buying those jewels up, like watching online. Probably. Sucks you guys are here in New Zealand and can't make some exalts.
I guess every league, there's a few people wondering if we're going to make any changes to the Labyrinth enchantment system. So I guess I may as well get that out of the way.
Again, no current plan, but that's it's in the same area. It's come up so many times. I don't have anything certain on that, but we have discussed things, of course, as far as like you can see what you're going to get, so at least you know what to apply it to. We've discussed things like you get 3 options and you get to pick one. There have been these conversations, we just haven't really gone ahead with it. To be fair, it's probably been me holding that one back the most. I understand the introducing new skills, making it harder to get existing good ones, and some of them being very impactful, and fully makes sense to me. I get that. I also just very much like the fact that it's very difficult to get the one you want, and you can make a lot of currency and money off of specializing in that content. So those two desires are conflicting with each other, but yeah, I mean, again, same deal with 390, we're adding more skills, and as such we're adding more enchants, and so we're just diluting the pool. We get the problem. We almost certainly will do something about it, just can't say when and can't say what.
Do you know if Erik spoke about the Labyrinth in the world building talk? Like if he covered Labyrinth's presence or lack of presence in the 4.0 campaign? Okay, right. So that's the thing.
We'll be going over that in the next talk slot, but yeah, no, it won't. The new Ascendancy. Oh, well, I just say it now. The new Ascendancy classes won't be accessed through the Labyrinth. It'll be through alternate means. But
so that's important to understand in the context of where we're going with enchants in the future.
We will be going over that in more detail in the next talk.
Okay, we're getting to the lower quality questions, but...
Well, we only have time for 1 or 2 left anyway, so...
Okay, good. So, Royale.
Oh, I can answer that. That's not low quality. Okay, so we had a lot of fun making Royale, and it was a long time ago now, like 18 months ago. So if we were to turn it on, who knows what would happen? It wouldn't be pretty. Things rot when you don't use them. So we ran Royale, people loved it, they wanted another one, but we immediately had stuff we wanted to fix. We had lots of things we wanted to change with that. We wanted to have custom skill trees so that you have like a 10-point Royale skill tree. We wanted to take all the uniques out, take all the skills out, and introduce low-level versions. Like have a level 3 Morohi, that kind of stuff. You know, have it so you're finding this cool stuff in your level 1 to 10 range that you're doing. We had all these plans, and then everyone was busy for 18 months. So I don't want to just... It takes like days to get it working again and stuff. I'd rather just spend the weeks to make it awesome. Now, that's no promise, like we're busy, real busy, especially this weekend, but at some stage we'll find a developer, we'll make them just like maybe, a junior guy to learn the game or something. We can supervise it, we'll get someone, and we'll make Royale awesome, and then we can run it again, or maybe as a permanent thing. It'll be good. Okay. That's cool, right, Mark? We can do that?
We can do that.
Thanks. I need his permission for stuff, and I'm not even kidding.
With the Metamorph League, is there any specific end-game encounter or area, or what's the deal with the end game of that?
So as you're doing maps, if you put together the perfect combination, as we're calling it, which is a map boss plus enough, the 4 other slots being powerful enough monsters, you'll fill up a power bar, and the more power, the more life, the more damage. So more uniques and rares in the slots is a good way to drive that up. And if you hit a certain threshold, which is the bar being complete, which isn't that unachievable, like you will be able to do it in most maps, then doing that in the map will then drop an itemized version, a tradable itemized version of the map boss and as a specimen form. You can then take that to Tane's laboratory and with 4 other map bosses insert them into his vat there while he watches you fight, and it'll be the combination of 5 map bosses. So there's a little bit of it in the trailer, it's just hard to kind of make out. You could have something that turns into Malachi, does the slam, then turns into Avarius, does the beam. So it kind of takes, with your control, takes map boss skills from other bosses and puts them all together. So it rotates between these different forms. And it means that you have different encounters that you've just never experienced before. It's really hard to learn. I mean, you know each skill independently, but it's hard to learn when they're used in this synergy. So hopefully some deaths.
There'll be deaths. That's dangerous. Well, thank you, everyone. That's all we have time for. We'll be doing the 400 deep dive immediately with Jonathan and Mark and so on. And so thank you very much. It's been good to see you. I'll catch you around the convention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the good questions.
Hey guys, so I hope you've been enjoying ExileCon so far. I'm Jonathan Rogers, I'm the Technical Director and Co-Founder of Grinding Games. Can you guys introduce yourselves?
I'm Rory Rackham, I'm Senior Game Designer, Path of Exile.
You'll just meet me, but I am Mark, also known as Mark II, also known as Neon, and I am the Content Lead at Grinding Games.
So these guys are these guys are here, and I'm gonna be interviewing them a lot about Ascendancy classes later. But the first thing I wanted to do is just kind of go on about a bit of a 15-minute rant about skill system design in Path of Exile 2 and in Path of Exile 1 as well, and just talk a little bit about what's going on and how we're changing things. And to do that, I kind of think we really need to give a bit of history about Path of Exile's skill system. So, can you put the volume down a bit? So we just announced Path of Exile 2, and one of the things we really wanted to do with PoE 2 is fix the remaining problems as we see them that Path of Exile still has. And one of the reasons we haven't been able to address those problems in regular patches is because there's sort of such extreme changes to the game that we didn't feel we could make them without having one gigantic update that sort of contained it all. So the skill system is absolutely one of those. So Path of Exile's skill system is one of the hugely iconic things about Path of Exile, but we've always kind of been a bit frustrated with it for a few reasons. Like, it's extremely flexible with what it lets you do, and that's something we really needed to keep, but we kind of needed to change some of the elements that made it more frustrating to use than it needed to be. So, the first problem we really identified is that in retrospect, it was probably a mistake to make it so that socket colors and links come together with items. I'm going to go into the old skills system a little bit and sort of talk about why it works the way it does. So here's an original PoE 1 item with some sockets. And originally, when we designed PoE's item system, we kind of wanted to have a lot of dimensions for what would make a random rare item good. Like, if we made it so that rolling sockets as well as regular item mods, that would mean there'd be like even more ways for one rare to be better than another. And when we were first envisioning the system, we kind of, we expected that a 6-linked item would not be something that every player had. Like, we thought most people would be strolling around in-game with 4 links, which is obviously like totally different than how it ended up. Or at least with socket colors that weren't perfect for the gems that you might want to socket. So, effectively we wanted the skill system to have as much depth to rolling items in it as the item system. And with items, you never get the perfect rare, so we figured, with the sockets on the items, you should never get the perfect sockets. So yeah, ideally we wanted sort of trade-offs to be made between better mods and better sockets to socket their items, but it just didn't really end up that way. So even before Path of Exile was originally released, we had already sort of realized that we needed to be more generous. So in our testing, we found that players, it wasn't really good enough. So in the earliest parts of the alpha, we added various currency items to manipulate socket colors, numbers, and links, and that sort of helped a bit. But the concept of a 5-link being hard to get wasn't really working out. The way people sort of see a build in Path of Exile is that there's a certain number of uniques and skill gems that are fixed in the build that you have to be considered a decent build. And then it's the slots with the rares in them that are kind of the ones which you optimize and refine. People really didn't like 5 links being hard to get. It was just too restrictive. So we came to the realization that really only 6 links could be hard to obtain, and socket colors and links in general had to be a lot easier. So even with the parameters, though, when we released Path of Exile, though, it was really still too hard. Like, players really expected to be able to get 6 links, and the socket coloring situation meant it was just too difficult to change your items when you found new ones. So we started adding systems. We started trivializing things more and more. Varici crafting, corrupting to 6 links, item like Tabula, having quality make socketing easier, like just various things. And then sort of slowly over time, we kind of got to the point where we are now, where it's not like too hard to get the sockets you want. There's still a bit of challenge there, but it's not too bad. So we effectively made socket colors easy enough now that the old design goals have been long left behind. But what was sort of left over is this vestigial limb of the old way that it worked before. And that's really what we kind of wanted to address. So, I mean, for one thing, it's just really inconvenient having to shuffle all your gems around every time you want to equip a new item, right? And the system is actually really difficult for new players to understand. Most of you do the way that sockets for support gems and socket for active skill gems are the same sockets. We can't provide any kind of contextual hinting about what works and what. And the question of whether a support gem works with a skill gem is actually really hard. There's all sorts of weird things with still types and tags and so on. Even our developers have trouble sometimes. And while we've added a lot of hints over time, what we really want is the ability to not even allow socketing that's incorrect. And another problem is, a bit more subtle. You can only have a maximum of 2 6 links. And many characters really only have 1, if they're using a one-handed weapon. So this means there isn't really a huge amount of skill diversity on a single character. You have a bunch of utility skills, but you've usually just got 1 primary skill, and that's something we wanted to improve as well. So, we set out to design a new system for Path of Exile 2, and I want to talk a little bit about the design goals that we had. So, number 1 is that it absolutely had to be as deep as the current Path of Exile skill system. We couldn't regress even a single little bit in the depth of our skill system. We're known as the action RPG with the deep skill system. And I remember when we were in the keynote earlier, and I said, hey, there's no sockets on the items. Everyone in the audience was like, what? That was a big concern, right? So, it's really important that it had to be just as deep. You can achieve everything you could do before in there as well. But at the same time, we also have to make sure that it's easier for new players to understand. So, we see a lot of new players that end up quitting. One of the things that you see on their characters, if you look at them, is that they've got their gems all set up wrong. You look at the characters and half the ones aren't working properly. They're not socketed with skills that they work correctly with, and they're just all over the place. And the third problem was that, our third goal rather, is that it had to be as easy as possible to change your items, right? For new players and old players alike, right? We want to make it so that if you go through the game, you find a new rare with awesome mods, we want you to be able to just drop it on, keep playing. You don't have to undergo a multi-stage socket crafting project just because you found a better item, So, so it has to be more complicated, easier to understand, and easy to use. So that's kind of the trifecta of you can't put these 3 things together, right? It is really difficult. But, we actually think we've come up with something pretty good. So we had a lot of ideas, but right from the beginning, I think even from the very first moment that we were designing, we were you have to be able to put support gems directly into skill gems. It's going to fix a lot of things because there's quite a lot of positive results just from doing that. The first thing is that you can move entire supported clusters of gems into another socket in one go, which makes rearranging everything way easier. But also, we can only allow supports that work with specific skills to be socketed into them. So we can just enforce those rules. You can't make a mistake, right? If you pick up a gem, you can see immediately what things does this work with. And the third benefit is that it gives skill gems the ability to actually be valuable as items. Like rather than finding a valuable 6-link armor, you find a valuable 6-link fireball, which actually I think makes more sense. If you want a better skill, you find the better skill. And it's going to make them a bit more valuable. The other thing we knew we needed to have was a dedicated skill screen. The current method of futzing around with your items every time you need to change your skills just kind of had to go. It makes the process of finding a new item on the ground and putting it on just way too annoying. So we really needed a centralized place you could go and do your socketing and see your entire character's gems at a glance. So this actually really helps because you can actually see the DPS of your skills, like all together. The current method on the old character screen actually really sucks. It was actually quite confusing. There was there's kind of this paradigm there where it's like you select what skill you're looking at and then you see all your stats for your character, but like all the defensive stats are mixed in there. It's like it just kind of sucks. Now if you want to see the stats on a skill, you just go to the skill screen and they're all laid out there for you, and then all your defensive stats are back on the character screen, which has got another bit of an upgrade, by the way. You don't have to resocket your items. You can just feel free to swap them in and out however you want. And the thing though, wait, hang on a second. I think I might have rearranged some stuff here. Whatever. So hang on, let me just. Okay, I don't know why there was some text there. Right, so we've got right. I'm distracted now. Here we've got an item called, which is obviously you've all seen, Reach of the Council, and you can see obviously it's got 2 sockets on it. So the big question that we had to answer with regard to how is the skill system going to work? Like how do we determine the okay, sorry, I'm all flustered. Okay, how does an item like Reach of the Council work? Right, like with the new skill system, if you're going to separate out the sockets. So what we realized is that we really needed to have, we still needed to have sockets actually come from items. We just needed to do it a little bit differently from before. So then what we ended up with was something like this. So, it makes a lot more sense for items to drop with fixed, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this thing? Oh, I understand now. I'm actually reading a slide ahead. This is the thing. Okay, right. I'm going to go all the way back. Sorry about this, guys. Okay. So, right, okay, so you can change your items freely, got that. But we still need to know how do you get your primary sockets? Like where do the various sockets that you get on your character actually come from? And so we went through a lot of different options to this, right? Like, do you get just a fixed number? Do you get them as you level up? Do you get them from the skill tree? But none of them really quite worked how we wanted. And that's when we realized that, we needed to solve this problem with items where a lot of them reference the sockets that are in them. So we actually need to make sure that the sockets are on the items after all. But it wouldn't really be very much good if you just, if the sockets were just random, because the problem is you just swap your item out, and then you would have to change your sockets anyway, because the colors would be different. So the thing that we realized is that we had to make it so that the items would have fixed sockets for each item class. So that is to say that if you find a bow, then that bow will always have 4 green sockets every time, unless you get to end game and you modify them yourself. If it drops, then it's going to have 4 green sockets. For example, if you've got like a maul, that's going to have 2 red sockets and so on, right? So if you pick up an item and you like the look of it, you can always put it on. But with sockets coming from items again, things like socketed gems supported by level X whatever, they all work again due to that. And other mods that relate to things like triggering socketed skills and that kind of stuff, all of those things are work in the new system. And that solved a lot of the backwards compatibility problems that we had when we were designing, we were trying to work out how to design all this stuff. Now, of course, because support gems go into skill gems, we don't need nearly as many primary sockets as we did before. So we had to answer this question of how many sockets does the player actually have? So, before in the system, we had this sort of really nice, cute thing where you could trade off support gems and skill gems, right? We had the downsides before where you couldn't have so many 6-links. But one really nice thing was that if you're looking at things like auras, you could make this trade-off, right? Do you run a 4-link with just all 4 auras in it, or unsupported completely? Do you put three auras, 1 support, in the middle one, or do you run 2 skills or 2 supports? You might do that occasionally. So it would really suck if wanting to run 4 auras meant you had to use 4 of your really limited primary sockets. So we knew that we needed to have some kind of way to bring this kind of trade-off back into the system. And the answer to that is metagems. So basically, a metagem kind of turns the whole support thing upside down. Normally you have active skills with sockets for the supports. A metagem is kind of like a support that has sockets for actives. So going back to the aura example again, we made a metagem called Proficiency. And Proficiency is a meta skill that reduces the reservation cost of skills socketed into it. So with this, we actually have more options than we had before. Right? So like here's a few sort of layouts. So the most obvious thing is obviously 5 auras and a proficiency gem, right? It's effectively like, like a whole bunch of auras in one single slot. But you can also support, you can put a lot more support gems in that. For example, I could run 4 auras, 1 support, 2 or 3 or 4. And because the meta skill is actually a skill, we also made it so you can cast all of the socketed auras in one go with a single keybind, which is pretty handy. So the basic idea is that we can make meta skills for all the cases where players want to make these kinds of trade-offs. So there's a lot of things like summoners and stuff like that. There's all sorts of meta skills. And we've changed a large number of existing supports into meta skills when it makes sense to do so. So for example, trigger gems cast on crit, it makes a lot of sense to be a meta skill. Like a single cast on crit setup is actually just a single gem that goes into your thing of 8 there. And you can socket attacks and spells into it, and of course any supports that you want as well. So there's also some new behavior on existing things that we can unlock as well with the system, which we're really happy with. So before I sort of explained a meta gem as sort of like a backwards support gem, but actually the name meta gem comes from the idea that how I like to think of how it works is that a meta skill is a skill made of other skills. So I'm really interested to show you what happens on the totem support. So totem and ranged attack totem are meta skills now, and when you socket a totem with multiple active skills, you've created a single totem that you can use more than one skill. So check this out. This is a Blight Wither totem. We've got an AI in place so the totem will first curse each monster until every monster in its range is cursed, and then after that it will switch to its other skills. So all of the AI currently is just hard-coded, so like curses happen first and other skills happen later. But we're actually planning on having more AI options that you can have that you can customize, like what the totems do and when they cast what and so on. So with this in mind, we were able to work out once we've made all these sort of changes, worked out the whole meta skill concept, we were finally able to decide how many primary support gems your gear should have, and we landed on 8. So that's 2 each for your hand slots, or 4 if you're a two-hander, 2 for your armor, 1 for your helmet, 1 for your gloves, 1 for your boots. And we looked at a lot of typical characters that you'd have online to sort of make sure that all of them that we had could sort of work with this with the sort of 8 primary skill sort of limit there. And we found that it was in a really good place. So there's still trade-offs to make, but we really didn't want it to feel restrictive, like, I just can't get the sockets I need. And with that in mind, we also have other options. So for example, this is Tabula Rasa in 400, 3 white sockets. And a single extra socket is actually really valuable when you only have one, when you've got 8 primaries, having 1 extra is actually really valuable. But then there's also things like Prismatic Edge, which still has 3 sockets with 1 color. Then there's Unset Ring, which gives a white, it gives a single random colored socket as well. So there's actually a lot of options for getting more sockets if you need them, which we imagine will be the case for certain classes. You might have noticed that if there's only 1 socket on a helmet, and strength helmets have red sockets, and dex helmets have green sockets, then what does a strength dex helmet have? And the answer is a red-green hybrid. So the socket can either have a red or a green gem in it. And this was something we found really had to add, because when you've only got 8, the colors are fixed per base class, the color constraints were just too limiting. So adding hybrid sockets was really important, and it gives you a lot more options for off-class skill gems as well. So that fixed a problem that we had. So, but yeah. When we checked a lot of characters and we made sure all of them would work with the new system design, we found an interesting thing. During leveling, the fixed socket stuff was really, really good. But by the time you get to maps, it really wasn't working out. You needed more ability to be flexible. So for that reason, we're adding a currency item to high level that lets you modify socket colors on items as well. While every equipment that drops will have colors fixed, there's still a way to reroll later. Where do sockets on skills come from? So basically they're generated randomly as the skill gem spawns. What I'm showing on the screen here is basically at what point you are able to get this number of sockets on the items. So as you basically play through the game and as you level up your gem as well, you'll be able to re-roll the gems you have or find new ones that have more sockets basically. So the high level, yeah, that's what I want to say that. Great. So, of course, you can re-roll the number of sockets you have on Jeweler's Orb, and of course, you can still use chromatics to re-roll the colors as well. So in the past, the game was finding 6-link armors that had 2-handed weapons. Now it's about finding 6-link skills. If you want to fully optimize your character, you're going to need to get 8 6-links now. We'll have to balance like how hard that is to get. But gems can actually be valuable drops again, and they never really were in PoE, and so we think that'll be a good thing. And the other thing we're adding, by the way, just in order to address the fact that you're going to be finding new gems, with more sockets you have to do, is with the ability to destroy a gem and set another gem to have the same amount of experience as that gem had. So that's just, you've got a level 3 fireball and you find a level 1 fireball with bad sockets, you just move the experience from one to the other and continue on your way. If the sockets on gems are implicitly linked, where does that leave fusings? Well, the answer is bad luck. You don't have any use anymore. We're probably going to convert them to jewelers at some ratio that will work out that's fair, and that'll happen in the giant PoE2 mega migration that we're going to have to do, which is going to be a lot of fun because we have to work out how to convert everyone's standard characters from from having all the links they've got in their items into having a new skill system, which is going to be kind of weird. So that's going to be interesting. So. Right, so we're nearly there in the skill system. Last but not least, what about items like Whispering Ice? The answer to that's kind of cool. The Whispering Ice has now got adds an extra skill to your skill screen, and it's got its own sockets built into it for the skill on it. So you can actually re-roll those sockets with currency, with chromatics and jewelers to let you use those sort of stuff as well. Okay, so that was just like a mammoth information dump. I just sort of sat here and said a bunch of stuff. Hopefully you've got an idea about how the design process kind of went down for re-engineering Path of Exile skill system from the ground up. So now I'm going to talk to these two guys about Ascendancy classes. So let's talk about it. So what are we doing?
So we've got 19 new Ascendancy classes on top of the existing 19 Ascendancy classes.
Yeah.
And today we're going to look at some of the nodes on the Ranger Ascendancies.
Right, so just to be clear here, we're not going to show absolutely every single detail because they're still obviously heavily in development, but we want to give you an idea of the kind of things that we're doing when we're designing one of these classes. So so here's the layout for which Ascendancy is this?
This is what we're calling the Survivalist at the moment. She is sort of the more advanced of the three new Ranger Ascendancies because she's got a lot of flexibility. She's got a lot of interesting things she can do, many of which we couldn't even do with the old skill system.
Right, so that has been one thing that I know that you guys have been really trying to do is get more things that we sort of couldn't do before. So with that in mind, what do we have first up?
Well, gems in your weapons grant 2 skills, and one is supported with greater multiple projectiles, and one is supported by the barrage support.
That's nice. That's nice. Yeah. Okay, we got something here. Yeah.
Which is obviously cool because you get both a single target and an AoE version of a skill, but it's also a lot of power because that's 2 7 links on all 4 of the skills socketed in your weapon.
Right.
So, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Good. All right, what's up next?
This is like the Scions nodes. If you're familiar with the Ascendant, you can pick one of these 3 bonuses, and that just locks in, and that becomes what that node gives you. So you can choose to have an additional chain, 2 more pierces, or having your projectiles fork. And we're going to make it much cheaper to refund this point than regular Ascendancy points. So only 1 regret orb.
I think you guys have been using a lot more of these kinds of things in the new Ascendancy trees, right?
Yep, you'll see it in another of the classes coming up.
Right. Cool. And then we have...
well, this one's a bit more, spike. It's straight up you... Every second, you will fire an additional projectile. So if you wait 5 seconds, then fire, it'll fire 5 additional.
So it's like that caster support, right?
Yes, it's arrows for unleash, effectively. Yeah. If you combine that with the barrage, for example, you can, if you have a little bit of downtime for dodging a skill or maneuvering whatever, or between packs, of course, you can then unleash quite a devastating attack. It's a bit more of a spike one.
Right. And so then, as I understand, you've kind of got, on this particular Ascendancy, you've kind of got 2 sides, right? You've got the more offensive side and then the more defensive side. So tell me about spell avoidance.
This will be a skill that you get that will just be an instant thing that lets you switch it on and off whenever you want. And when it's active, it turns most of your Dex-themed defenses into something that's good for avoiding spells. So spell dodge is something we've already got, so all your attack dodge becomes spell dodge, but the really unique thing is that it also turns your your attack evasion rating into spell evasion rating, which is an entirely new concept, and monsters didn't have spell accuracy rating until this point.
All right. So, I mean, there's a lot of these things. I know, I don't know if you guys talked about in 3.0 how we were changing a lot about how ailments work as well. This kind of reminds me a bit of that. I don't know if you're ready to talk about it yet.
Well, I guess on that note, real quick, we are changing Chill and Shock to be easier to apply with hits, I guess, easier to apply higher valued versions with hits. We feel like it's been a lot of reliance on the aurified versions or the ground effects versions of it. So we're trying to make some improvements there so that ailments from hits again are, well, in the case of Chill, Shock, and Freeze, are better.
You don't need to do anywhere near as much damage to a very high health target compared to what you used to do to apply a decent chill or a decent shock to them.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry to randomly throw that spanner in the works there.
Back on this node real quick, if we can.
Yep.
It just to note, it does. It is attack dodge converted to spell dodge. You do lose the attack dodge while in that case, and it is evasion to spell evasion, and you lose the evasion. So it's really for situations you go up to a certain boss dealing only spell damage, or you know you're only going to take spell damage because you can be out of range of melee or attack-based damage. So it is very situational. Combined with the barrage and GMP, you've got something where you can have both offense against boss and clearing, and you can have defense against, say, spells and attacks. So yeah, it's again, the class being themed around versatility and being able to adapt to the scenarios is what we wanted, and we think we've achieved that.
Right. So these are the nodes we're showing so far on the survivor list, but we'd like to show you some other Ranger Ascendancies, just kind of look at what sort of thing we're doing with the new Ascendancy classes. So introduce us to this one.
This here is what we're calling the Tactician. You'll notice she's got a unique weapon choice there that might be hinting at something else that's coming. You'll also notice, if you look closely, that there's a hail of arrows coming from behind her. I wonder where that's coming from.
All right.
The new Flare Arrow skill is a meta skill. You can put any rain skill, like Rain of Arrows or Blast Rain, or skill supported with the new Arrow Nova support. And then you use the Flare Arrow at a location, and then you start getting airstrikes of that rain skill coming down on that location over a long period of time.
So this is like a World War II, like call in the artillery kind of thing going on there.
Yep.
Yeah.
This character was actually a little bit inspired by some of the development on Lion Eye for Legion. He had a similar skill. And so it's an interesting thing in which sometimes monster or boss development can just inspire all new ideas about what we can do for our characters. So that helped with this a little bit.
All right. What else we got here? Warmark?
This is the upgrade, so you can call down 2 flares at once to have 2 barrages of arrows. Sorry, I should say rains of arrows, not barrages. And enemies near those flares are suppressed, which means when you're under suppressing fire, you can't attack a target from far away. So they will move closer to you to engage you while they're having arrows rain down on them.
That's really cool.
Not to be confused with the current suppressing fire debuff that is applied by the iguanas. This is a new thing. That is, we use the same name there. We'll have to change one of them.
Right. Now this is Siege Warfare works a lot. We've made a lot of changes to ranged attack totems, and this class really focuses on them. This one also has a mechanic from one of the new 390 skills where it will ensnare nearby enemies. You get bolts that shoot out and pin enemies to the ground, and the further they move from that pin, the slower they get. And while they're ensnared, they will take more ranged attack damage, and they will always count as moving, which is interesting for bleed. And so that's really good to stop enemies in their tracks. If they get too close to you, just drop a totem in front of you. And it also just makes them take more damage, so it's pretty useful.
Very cool. Siege Breaker.
This one makes your most recently placed totem supercharged, as I like to think of it, where it's just doubling its damage and attack speed, so 4 times damage, math, and you take half damage. Oh, the totem takes half damage. So this is really good for the new ranged attack totem places a lot of totems where you're going around placing 3 or 4 totems at once, but this one makes your first one real impactful. So it's real great for clearing quickly, and also it's just a real powerhouse for taking down a boss.
Right. Close combat specialist.
Well,
It's self-explanatory, really.
It is relatively self-explanatory. One of the things that allows us to do this is the fact that we've got the new character classes and rigs, and so animating melee combat with bows is now a possibility.
Did you tell the animators they're animating melee combat with bows?
No, of course not.
Okay.
If they're out there, they just learned about it. Yes, there's no reason that a ranger just has to fire arrows, so this is what you get. Yeah.
All right, so now we're getting something.
Okay. This is what we're calling the Beastmaster. She likes beasts, particularly cats. Yep. So should we go and have a look at what she's got going on?
Yeah.
Now,
and here's what the tree looks like. So
yeah. She is the master of shapeshifting for the ranger. So if we look at the first node, this is the only way to get the werecat form skill, which is the high crit shapeshifting form. So
we have a few different shapeshifting forms. One of them we wanted to build into this Ascendancy class, but the other ones focus on different elements of, you can imagine. So yeah, this one's high crit, right?
High crit, yep.
Yeah.
Wolf is damage and is quite mobile, and the bear is...
Okay. Don't know if we're supposed to talk about the bear, but it's pretty obvious, I guess.
Yeah.
there's always a bear.
And this isn't just great because of the werecat form, it also improves all of your other shape-shifting forms. You'll notice there's a lot less of the stat clutter on these nodes. We've only got 2 stats on this thing. It's just giving a strong damage bonus, which is something we've really focused on these new Ascendancy classes. We just 1 really impactful or 2 really impactful things going on, rather than spreading it all over the place, which is going to require a bit of a rebalance from the old Ascendancies as well. We'll see how they fit into that as they sort of bring them up to the same level.
And then gated behind that, of course.
Yeah, now this one's a little complex.
So this one's more promoting using multiple forms. So if you go from human to cat to then wolf, then you will have both the wolf buff and the cat buff while in wolf form. You swap back to human, you've now just got the wolf form. So you can be back in human form with the buff of your choice. You could be in a shape-shifting form with 2 buffs of your choice. Now the buffs granted are, in the case of the cat, you'll have a movement speed bonus. I mean, the wolf, it's the same thing. Likely things to do with phasing, the kind of theme of being stealth, aggro radius, that kind of stuff. Quite aspect of the cat-like. And with wolf, you get some damage. With bear, you get some tankiness. So this is quite powerful, and again promoting multiple forms instead of just the same one. But you can do that if you want as well.
Okay, this
Ally
one.
of the Wild.
Yeah, this one lets you have a cat companion. Just as you've always wanted. And you have an aspect while the cat is active, so a bit like a golem. It gives you a bonus for being around, but this is also going to be a very powerful companion. Now you'll notice a lot of these skills that we've had showing here don't have any level on them. This is because these skills will level up as your character levels up and potentially gain additional bonuses as you get more Ascendancy points.
Are you planning on doing that with some of the other stuff we're doing as well?
Yes. So those other things that we've seen earlier will also have that.
All right.
This one is particularly important because the minion needs to keep up with you, and this will let it do so.
Yeah.
The aspect will give you useful bonuses as long as you're keeping your pet alive and keeping it active.
Right.
Yeah.
We had this issue with the bone armor from the Necromancer recently added. Is that the name we went with? And we grant level 20, and it's effectively a level 20 equivalent of steel skin. And I mean, we noticed this during development that, we were like, okay, well, your level 55 is approximately the level of the, Cruel Labyrinth, but we can't give a level 10 version of the skill if it's not going to be, because then obviously by late in-game midding or anything after that, it's going to start losing efficiency quite quickly. So what we'll be doing here, in changing any that do like bone armor eventually to level with the character proportionately, so or with Ascendancy progression, either of those. Yes.
And then next up we have ways to specialize our companion here.
Yeah, you can change it into a lion, or you can change it into a panther, or you can change it into a cheetah, which they have bonuses that are matching that sort of thing. The lion is the toughest of the companions and will help keep you alive, while the panther has sort of stealthy invisibility, phase runny type things going on, and the cheetah is about being swift, being fast. So, yeah.
Very good.
So here are some images of some of the other ascendancies, which are slightly earlier in development, so we're not going to go into all the individual nodes, but you can see this one, which I've just called the Defiler, and this one here, which is I've called the Arcanist, which is a lightning-focused ascendancy, so focusing entirely on one element. And she has other cool stuff about building up energy. We have this new Marauder Ascendancy, which is about having avatars using things like Ancestral Call and Ancestral Totems, and having some new Ancestor-themed abilities.
Right.
And the last one we've got to show off here is the, what do we call this guy? Reaver?
Reaver.
Yeah. And he's kind of like your war leader. He will have powerful bonuses for everyone fighting alongside him. So he's on the front lines, he's a melee combatant, but he is a real party player, and he's really buffing everyone, all of his allies.
It's a leads by example scenario. You follow the best fighter into battle kind of scenario, yeah.
All right, so that's sort of covering basically some of the design that we're doing with Ascendancy classes. I'd really like to, some of you guys to ask some questions. Like, we're happy to answer any. You can just go to that website and submit them, and then we'll have someone read them out on stage.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Nick, right.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome.
Nick, really.
Oh, that's probably me.
So we've got a whole bunch of good questions.
That was quick.
Yeah. People are stoked. Okay, so question number 1. How will Abyss sockets in gear work?
So Abyss sockets, I believe, are just staying inside the gear, so they're gonna remain where they are.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it just...
Pretty easy.
Just works. Cool. It just works.
Yeah, it just works.
So it's not consuming a skill socket anymore?
No, it is not. So the astute among you may realize the fact that because we no longer have sockets on the items, we could potentially have room for something there later.
Here's another one. Will Ascendancies change your character's appearance now with the new models?
That is something I really want to do, but we haven't done it yet. I actually think that is really valuable, and it's something that I think people would really appreciate. So it should actually be relatively easier with the new rigging that we're doing to achieve that kind of thing. Yeah.
We've talked about them having different dialogue for some certain quest points as well.
That's right. We've talked about having Ascendancy-specific character dialogue.
Right.
Yeah.
Will the new skill system have colorblind support?
So we've always tried to get it so that there's other distinguishing features than just the color into the socket art. So there's kind of like notches and other things like that. We could potentially add an option to change the colors, but the thing is, we have a few colorblind people in the office, and we always ask them, is this easy to tell apart? It's something that, and basically the people, at least in the office, seem to be able to see the differences, so long as we kind of pick the right hues and the right shades and so on.
Okay.
So ideally, we don't even need to actually do that, but then, of course, if there's still problems, we'd definitely try to do it. I mean, hopefully the colorblind people out there have not had too many problems with the existing sockets that sort of had the various notches and things on them.
With there being support sockets on gems now, how are the chances of getting a 6-socket gem similar to getting a 6-socket/linked weapon and armor? Is it easier or harder?
So it definitely has to be easier to get a 6-link because you need more of them. As for I suppose the real question is it harder or easier to fill your entire character with 6 links? The equivalent of getting 2 before if you're using a 2-hander or not. The answer to that is we're trying to ideally end up somewhere around the same in terms of fully, if you will, filling up your character entirely with sockets. We would ideally like it to be sort of similar to how it is at the moment. At least that's my design goal. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
No, that makes sense. The last few won't be as important for your characters.
Right, exactly. I mean, getting a 6-link aura or something is not as important.
Yeah.
Will there be more Vol skill gems?
We're always keen to introduce more Vol skill gems. It's definitely going to happen.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And just by the way, I guess we didn't actually show that, but when you see a Val skill on the screen, then you just have two DPS meters
next to the thing on the character screen. Yeah.
Cool. I guess that stands for any ascendancy that grants.
Anything that grants 2 skills can do that, but also the other like ascendancies that grant skills and so on, they just appear as extra skills on the skill screen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Bandit and Pantheon choices are usually taken lightly because of the relatively small amount of power they grant. Is there any intention of giving them more power in the future and making them more meaningful? I suppose in the context of Path of Exile 2, another question is, will there be bandit-like rewards?
It's a little bit tough. We have to maintain, because we've got PoE 1 and PoE 2 characters in the single leagues, we have to make sure we maintain parity between the two. So we might actually have to fiddle around a little bit to get this working. I don't know if the plans for this are exactly fixed, but it is certainly a thing that we will have to do. It's likely that we can't make it so that the bandit rewards are different in PoE 1 than they are than an equivalent reward slot that we would have in PoE 2. But we also should probably rebalance them, I think. They did receive a bit of balance attention not too long ago, I believe, from you two guys. It was it was a couple of years now, maybe. It's
time
probably
flies.
Time flies around. But we should probably definitely look into those a little more.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here's one I'm very interested here about. What type of gems will be sold by gem vendors, and what sockets will they have?
So I believe that what's happening is that anything that's sold by a vendor has a fixed layout, so that you can't I believe that there's a thing. I don't know if they addressed it, but that people realized in QA that you could just buy gems and just like to get the socket layout that you want, just like buy them over and over with scrolls. What we're doing is basically when you buy them from a gem, they have a fixed socket layout, and if you want to change it after that, then you have to re-roll them. However, I believe that we are going to offer like higher linked ones and higher acts. I believe that is the plan.
Yeah, that's right.
So basically, as you go through the game, you'll be able to find as a baseline, be able to get that I don't know how many links they'll have exactly, but you'll be able to get the higher links that you can if you didn't find them yourself through the game by buying them off vendors. And of course, we can actually have them have real value now because in terms of like the highly linked actives, because you actually get ones that are better or worse than each other. So we can actually have some interesting prices there. Yep.
Does gem quality increase the chance for more sockets?
That's a good question. I hadn't even thought of that.
It's a really good
one.
question.
Yeah, I probably should do that, given that makes it consistent. So that would make sense. Yeah, absolutely, sure. I'm just going to confirm that because it should work.
Good question.
Yeah.
You just helped design the game.
Yeah, it probably already works. Like the way we design stuff. I bet it already does. I bet it actually works right now.
Yeah.
So that's a yes.
Yeah.
Are the new Ascendancy classes specific to the new campaign?
Right. So we have discussed this. So basically, here's how we see ascending. So the old campaign has old classes, and what we're actually doing is we're re-rigging the old character models to the new rigs so that we can have it so the old character class is what you play if you're playing the PoE 1 campaign. And the ascendances that says they have a specific to that character. But when you play PoE 2, you're getting different people that you're playing. The same classes. They're still a ranger, but they're a different person, so therefore they have different ascendancy classes. So what's going to happen is we're adding a system whereby when you play a character and you ascend, those ascendancy classes go into the pool of ascendancy classes on your account that you get to pick from when you ascend on any character you might play. So the people among you might think about, are you saying there's more than 2 characters that I could potentially play who are rangers? And the answer to that question is we'll talk about that a bit later on. We'll just leave the implications of that to stand.
Yep. But it does mean once you've played through the game a few times, once you've played through on every class on both campaigns, you now have every ascendancy available.
Yes,
for
available.
Each of
So
the
you can play it
characters.
in either campaign. You can play that.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. What about items that had set sockets or no sockets, like Calm's Heart?
So Calm's Heart is a really interesting trade-off now. No sockets on your armor. That's like you're down from 8 to 6. That's a real hard choice to make. We're actually talking to Mark about whether the life needed to come up a little bit in order to make that travel. He wasn't so sure about it though. I'm pretty sure. He's like nah. But yes. For example, I mentioned Prismatic Edge before. Eclipse. Sorry. Prismatic Eclipse. That still has 3, 1 of each color. But some of the other fixed socket items we're changing around. So Tabular, it's 3 white now. We basically it's just basically a balance question. We'll change them as we need to change them.
We did take quite a lot of existing characters, in-game ones, and just try and one-to-one map them to the new system. And there is a lot of socket pressure. I suspect what will alleviate a lot of that or determine whether or not it's going to be too much pressure or too little is entirely how many meta gems and of what kinds we end up with or add. Obviously the aura one showed off does solve the aura problem or the reservation problem. It should ideally, if not that, another one work with heralds as well. And so losing 2 sockets from Kelms, it actually was quite impactful. All of a sudden there's some utility skill or something you have to drop. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, largely dependent on where the meta gems end up will be the answer to some of that.
I mean, the meta gems are really designed to solve any of these problems that we have. So we're going to be really good. It's going to be really fun to announce more meta gems because there's a lot of interesting design space that it opens up for making skills out of other skills and what kind of things we can do with that.
Cool. Connected to that, this new system really reduces the opportunity cost of corrupting gear. Is that a problem?
We might have to adjust some stuff a little bit. It's like the corruption is pretty brutal. Like, so obviously you're talking about the ability to change sockets around.
Yeah.
So just bear in mind that there still is that limitation, right? Like re-rolling colors of the primary sockets on your items is still a really important thing you need to do at end game to be able to use the things you want to use. So
sure.
There's still a limitation. So we might need to adjust it, but I honestly don't know that we do. It's probably okay.
It moves some of the burden of socket penalties over to the skill gems, though.
Right.
Which already have several penalties.
Right.
So it's an interesting one. We'll probably have to do some testing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will you be able to corrupt white sockets on skill gems? I guess you have to move that across.
Yeah, that should absolutely. That should work. That should be how it works. In fact, it makes a lot of sense to be there. So yeah.
Cool. Oh, here's a good one. How many Ascendancy points will you get, and how are lab trials still a thing?
Right. So basically, the lab will not be the way you ascend in 4.0. And I should say PoE 2, we've announced it now. The lab won't be there. There will be another way to ascend. We're not ready to talk about it yet, but it will. It's not going to be in Act 1. It'll be around the same place that it was before. So we'll talk about that more when we announce later acts. And then some of you might be asking then, do you still ascend by doing the lab in PoE 1's campaign? And the answer to that is we actually are heavily discussing maybe moving it out of the lab for PoE 1 as well. And if we are doing that, we might even do that before we deploy 4.0. So we'll have to see how that goes.
So that could happen relatively soon.
Relatively soon, but we'll have to see how that goes.
Bit more on that, as we are going to have any character capable eventually, once you've unlocked them, of playing the 6 or more Ascendancy classes. The number of points, which was another part of that question, will likely be the same between them. If we are to change them, of course, this will mean a substantial, which we're already planning to do, but we'll have to integrate it into this, rebalance to the existing 19. We can't get away with adding 19 new and not rebalancing them anyway, so we are going to do this. So you will see some drastic changes to the existing 19, and from there we can decide how many points, when and where. Again, trying to keep some parity between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2's campaign in terms of when you get them.
This isn't on here, but what does a Path of Exile 2 Ascendant look like in the context of 19 extra Ascendancies?
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later.
I'm sure we will. Yeah. There's going to be many conversations around that.
Yes.
Actually, still tied to those Ascendancies, is accuracy going to be added to spells?
It will not be added to player spells as a thing that you need to worry about all of a sudden. For now, monsters are the only ones who are going to have to worry about spell
And not by default, only in the context of when you've taken the Ascendancy skill we showed earlier.
Yeah. We won't bring up PvP then.
Thank you.
No one's brought that up. It's fine. You keep saying 8 active skills, but the screenshot shows 9 active skills. That might just be...
that was just an error. I was going to correct, but yeah, it was 9. 4 weapon, 2 body armor, and then 1 boots, gloves, helmet. 9.
Right,
and
sorry.
2 unset rings optionally, and then any unique items. Yep.
Well, that answers my next question. So there will be sockets on rings and amulets with sockets still.
The ones that, yes, do currently have sockets, yes.
In some ways, they're more valuable now because they're giving you something that's harder to get.
There's going to be some interesting, unique redesign tied to that.
Yep.
Yeah. Hungry Loop in particular. Do old players automatically unlock the old Ascendancies, or do we need to do the old acts one more time?
So anyone who's already, we're grandfathering in all the old accounts, so you'll have them just unlocked already. I don't think we can reliably determine whether everyone has ascended in a given account before, because if you delete your character and then wait a while, it gets purged from the database. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to have to just grant them to all old accounts and just assume that everyone already completed them.
Is there going to be any sort of rebalancing of two-handed weapons in the context of 6 links being more available to one-handed weapon users?
That's a really good question.
I think nothing specific comes to mind. We're doing something before I give the wrong impression here. Nothing specific comes to mind, as in we haven't decided it, but itemization and weapons in general will be getting large modifications.
Well, it's worth mentioning that because all the base types in PoE 2 are new, we effectively have to relay out the entire, series from top to bottom.
That's right.
And so during that process, there will certainly be a lot of iteration going on with all of that.
So previously, there were Ascendancy classes that were used for both attacks and spells, and over the last year or two, a lot of those have become more singularly focused on either specifically attacks or spells. Will we see a return to hybrid characters?
I think Mark is best to answer that one.
Go for it, Mark.
I mean, it's, I guess, sad to see these options go, whether or not they're niche or very popular. I would say, I can't say with certainty, but it is, I can say it's part of our goals to include something like that. And again, we're going to try and create as many builds as possible, once again, as many options. If we have removed, I guess, my bad.
I know that you're always talking, though, about wanting to make sure that a class, just because, there's a name on the tin, doesn't mean that's the only way you can use it. So I know that's definitely is a design goal that we have explicitly, of making sure that the class is usable in maybe somewhat unintuitive ways. So that is always important.
Yeah, often when we do lose builds like that, it isn't intentional. It's not malicious. We're not trying to kill it. We've done some changes that we believed were the best for it, and that is a consequence of it. Sometimes we don't even know about it until it's exposed to the community. And then sometimes we even say, we need to, put that back. We've just ruined this build. There's just so many builds, so many complexities, so many layers that for even, internally, for us to find everything is nigh impossible. So we rely again on the fact that when we show everyone an Ascendancy class and they say, you're destroying this build, it's gone, that is very useful information. And I like to believe we at least try to act on it, even if we, fail to do so. The consideration is there.
Or even if we just release a similar modifier on a unique item later that you can use to recreate that build.
Yeah, it's never our intention to shut down a build. But we also don't want to be hamstrung by old design decisions. the skills on gloves from enchants, will they be supportable?
They're not supportable at the moment by anything.
Correct.
They will probably continue to act that way. Right?
If there's any skill that comes on an item, then there will just be sockets built into that skill on the item that you can then socket stuff into and then re-roll. So like, if that's what you're...
Does that include skills that currently can't be supported?
Well, the number of sockets that each skill can have can be like set by the designer in the mod. So basically, like the answer depends on whether they want it to be, right? Like,
right.
But I'm saying like the tech is there to do it. You can set it to 0 if you want, but like it should be.
We have the technology.
I
mean, we just might not want to.
We're talking about changing the acquisition of Ascendancy. We're talking earlier. We spoke in the previous talk about enchantments. You know, there's nothing to say that if we do start looking at everything Labyrinth related, that we change enchants entirely, especially the skill granting ones. You know, these are options, and again, nothing certain, but they're options. And so, as for how they'll work in the new one, I mean, if we were to go as is right now, they will not be supportable. But I suspect they're going to get some attention before that anyway.
That's right. We have time for a couple more questions. Here's a good one. Will there be a rebalancing of movement skills, given that they can be 6 links now?
Right. So I've had this like vain hope in my entire life of having PoE that someone would actually use Leap Slam as an attack skill to actually do damage.
Gouda, are you out there?
This is kind of this is a thing that I actually hope will be possible now. You know, like we actually you'll be able to 6-link your Leap Slam and actually use it like a reasonable like closer of like attacking that actually does something. So yeah, there's gonna certainly have to be some fiddling around though. I'm sure.
Leap Slam won't be the top tier in-game DPS.
Probably not,
choice,
but you know, at the same time,
let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, you've got some build in mind that I'm not aware of.
I can't talk about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna dominate the meta. Cast on crit.
Yes.
Now a meta skill.
Yes.
So you can socket skill gems in it.
Yes.
Can you then also socket supports?
You can socket supports into the cast on crit, but you can't put sockets inside a thing that then goes in another thing. You see what I'm saying?
Right. You can't have. It's not a Russian nesting
yeah,
doll.
Exactly. So basically,
skills.
so the way the way the screen is laid out kind of implies this, right? Like you know, So basically, you've effectively got identical limitations that you had before with cast on crit, where like the supports kind of like go into the cast, like into the cast on crit block, and then apply to all the actives that are in there.
So you still have to sort of make a best judgment call on
Right,
what supports you put in there.
And so cast on crit in many ways works identically to how it did before.
All right.
But you know,
one last question. How does a support that requires multiple... Oh, we've already done that one.
Well, then that's what I think we're out of time.
Yeah,
anyway,
we actually are out of time.
Actually, we're out of background changing on us here, so yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for explaining all of this stuff.
Thank you.
Stick around for Matt's talk, which is coming up next. It's about narrative design.
Right. Very good.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Hey guys, Tarke here, and today we are doing a live Baeclast with Nugiyen, RaizQT, and Octavian, but let's just start off with our impressions. Raiz, what did you think of everything ExileCon?
Well, you're really getting immediately into it. My mind is blown. It's way more than I expected. I feel like I'm nowhere near grasping it, and a mobile game. Yeah.
What about you, Octavian?
I'm incredibly impressed. They could have given me half of what they did today, and I would have left New Zealand happy. But I played a little bit of the demo as well. We want to get into that later, so I won't say too much. But like the completeness of it, on top of the scope, is really quite incredible.
I would say I'm equally impressed with what they've done. I think in GGG fashion, we're kind of back to the roots of them innovating on themselves is something I find very impressive, and I'm really looking forward to re-exploring what PoE was for me 7 years ago.
So since you're an Octavian and have played it, do you want to just like get into like what's your first hands-on impression?
Oh man, it's incredible. So a specific example of something, like there's a little side quest you can do for a passive point in the first act, and you go and find a loot in sort of like, it felt like an homage to the Dread Thicket, but there were mushrooms instead of trees. And you get this loot, you bring it back to town, and I mean loot with the L-U-T-E, not as in, you know, L, okay. And you give it to one of the NPCs, and you get your passive point, and then you can talk to her again, and she'll play you very beautiful songs. Like there's a level of finer detail that's present in this that, you know, not to bash on it, wasn't necessarily present in every aspect of the first game, particularly in the early acts, because of how early on in development those were made.
Yeah, it really felt as if it's no longer an indie game. It's on par with AAA games. Like what I would expect out of storytelling and just the visual and the soundscape of, say, a game like Diablo. I think we've reached that level of quality, which was very impressive, even in a demo that's so far out.
In terms of like the combat and the fluidity, how did it feel?
Heavy Strike felt good to use. So I think that about sums it up. Like, it felt good to use at level 1 with a Driftwood Club. Like, to be fair, it was comparatively to the rest of the experience. I wasn't running at a mile a minute with a Headhunter on, but it didn't make me like want to immediately get a new skill gem.
It looks slower as well from what they were showing. Was it feeling a little bit slower?
Yes, I think the animation changes that we recently had were kind of setting the stage for this, and were prep work going into it, because they make so much more sense in the context of everything else being smoother around you, and everything else being much more readable, and the character models being better, and all that stuff. So the multiplier on attack speed that minimizes it and makes things slower does make a lot more sense in this setting.
Now, I have to just say, Niggy, before this happened, we were talking, like, what do you think we're going to see? And I said shape-shifting, and you said, there is no way that GGG, you were like, they shouldn't do it, it would be terrible, it wouldn't work. So what do you think of the shape-shifting? You did.
No, I don't know, I didn't felt it necessary. I don't know, it looks really cool. I'm going to be excited to play it, 100%. No, it's cool, yeah.
I mean, I think it ties in really well with the fact that we're going to get this whole suite of skills that you can use now that are going to all have enough supports that they can be a viable skill. So you could play a build that is ranged and melee. And in order to do that, you'd obviously have to shift into a form that can do melee.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys saw it, but right after we had Jonathan on briefly, I was talking with Ziggy and Kripp, and I got him to admit there will be multiple different forms, and that's really exciting. The fact that we could maybe have like the werewolf form, which is more for certain kinds of abilities, and we might have something more like magey animal hybrids or something. There's some like really cool stuff there. One thing which is kind of big, they got rid of like fusings and links, and everything is completely different. What did we think about that?
I think it's the correct move. I was watching the talk that they gave it earlier, and the amount of space that it opens up, the amount of things that they can do differently now, seems like extremely worth it. I think the word that Jonathan used was that the old system felt vestigial. And I honestly hadn't really thought about it much in that context, but it makes a lot of sense.
Looks great. I think it was a little bit outdated system altogether. Everybody ended up kind of being frustrated with it, and I hope there's going to be more to come.
Yeah, I mean, I remember all the way back when we had the 5 links being, because they talked about it on stage as well. They didn't expect people to have more than a 4 link. Then the expectation becomes, well, I need a 5 link for my build to work. And nowadays it's, I need a 6 link. And a lot of players feel a lot of frustration, since this is the only thing that's keeping them from having what is considered an optimal build.
Yeah.
So now we can just play the game and actually explore all the different new skill gems that we're going to have without being constrained with having to spend a few hundred hours of trying to accumulate the gear to play the build we want.
And I like as well that it allows value to be added to skill gems themselves. That's something that Jonathan highlighted briefly. With the support gems plus alongside that, I'm a bit of an economy nut when it comes to the game in the first place, and it really made me quite excited for being able to, play around in a market of 6 linked gems. It's just new and interesting and weird.
Yeah, I think another thing which is pretty cool about it is because it's been like standardized a bit, it should make it much easier for them as developers to like equalize build strength. Because you never have that thing of, oh, well, person A will definitely have a 6 link, but will a new player ever reach a 4 or a 5? Because it's much more, once you reach a certain level, you start unlocking these kind of things and stuff starts dropping like that. It should be much more like consistent. And from what Jonathan was saying when I was speaking to him earlier, they really want to bring that difficulty back and like that challenge back. Did you guys feel like it was like more harder when you were playing the demos?
I may have died a few times. I got lucky and got a steel skin to drop, and that helped a lot afterwards. But yeah, I mean, particularly the early bosses. The early bosses were bosses. You know, they weren't a bigger man with an orange name. They were bosses, and that was really cool.
I might have gotten one-shots 2, 3 times.
Rust King?
Bad build?
No. The big Devourer.
Oh, I didn't fight him. I didn't have time to.
He has an attack. Let's just say that.
I might have to go back and see if I can take him down later. See if I can do one better.
If it makes you feel any better, when Kripp got to the Devourer, he died like 3 times right away. It was brilliant.
It's brutal.
You mentioned briefly that we're getting these new like support gem plus. That's something we're actually getting in 3.9. But before we get into that, just quickly, when it comes to 4.0, another thing which is massive, aside from like it's part of Exile 2, it's just like that in all of itself is pretty big. We're getting 19 new Ascendancies, and for anyone who doesn't know, the way the Ascendancy system will work, the old classes, you unlock them and all of those Ascendancies from doing the old campaign. You do the new campaign, you unlock all the new ones. So if you make a Ranger and you've completed both campaigns, you have access to all the old Ranger Ascendancies and all the new Ranger Ascendancies. And yeah, there are going to be 38 like total Ascendancies. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I also like that there's, you know, a use for the older campaign. You know, it's not just there as kind of archival gameplay, if that makes sense.
So yeah, if you were like a brand new player, you started playing, you'd play through the new one, and then if you wanted those older sentences, you have a reason to go back, do it once, unlock it. So it still has like some kind of purpose. Getting into like 3.9 though, what did you guys think of Conquerors?
It's pretty exciting. It's kind of weird that they went very suddenly all the way out, because we always had a lot of arguing about shaper orbs and whatnot, and kind of forming your atlas, and there was no in between. They just went like, yeah, you can do pretty much whatever. So that level of control sounds really good, but also a little spooky. You know, might get a little spooky. I can see a lot of players making the mistake of like seeing a content creator maybe doing all red maps, and they're like, well, I can do this as well, and kind of putting themselves in a little bit of a corner. So I hope to a certain degree it's a little bit reversible.
I think there's definitely a problem there, like a worry, but there kind of is always with endgame content in that regard. The thing I like about the system, though, is it seems like I'm forgetting the name of it, but the thing you can socket into the Atlas that actually does change it.
Artifacts or whatever. We'll just call it the artifacts for now.
Those are not punishing in any way. Like, you can take them back out and move them around. So if a player makes the mistake of following a strategy that they're just not prepared for, hopefully then, after a day of playing it, they realize, this is terrible, I'm not enjoying myself, and they swap over to something else. You know, it's much more forgiving in that regard.
That sounds great, yeah.
Also, it was let slip on stage by, I believe, Neon, that there's going to be unique whatever the stones are you can socket into the Atlas, which is really exciting.
Yeah, and that sounds really crazy. And also the entire concept that you could scale up unique maps altogether.
Yeah.
That's pretty nuts. Although, from what we've heard, they're also going to be changing the drop rates. So
one thing that I really like about the new Atlas system is that we're no longer in this like pyramid shape kind of deal, where the further up you get in the end game, the more locked into fewer and fewer options you have. Now it's like you go to the end game and it expands rather than contracts. I think that is something that will be a lot more enjoyable to play.
Yeah, and it's reflected in the design of the Atlas. You're starting in the middle and going outwards.
Going outwards, so you're expanding into the whole Atlas. I like that concept.
Very poetic.
Yeah.
I think one thing which is also cool about it, to be like really nerdy, is it actually tells like a story now and the lore. And I was talking to Nick, who's like the main narrative guy, yesterday, And he was saying like, well, what do you do? Because like you kill Elder and you keep killing him. He was like teasing what they're kind of going for. And I just think the whole idea that it's, you know, Exiles have gone mad, we've had to lock them away. It's very part of Exile. I don't know.
I remember specifically asking him, so like as far as the narrative in the end game goes, are we going to be the good guys again this time around? And he was like, maybe, because you know we're the villains now, or the old us are the villains now.
What do you guys, just because we kind of skipped over a bit, what do you think about the fact that we're getting a completely new campaign with like 7 acts and all of that stuff?
It took me by surprise.
Yeah.
I thought they would expand heavily on an end game, and I still think they probably are, I would imagine. But then we also get a campaign, so they really like one-upped everyone's expectation on that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's absurd. I didn't think that they'd ever outdo 3.0 and, you know, the announcement of the extra acts, and they've gone and made a second game.
I think the best thing we can all agree, though, is the new character creation when you see the other Exiles get hung.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
I didn't get it at first. I was like, wait, why is which the only one? But yeah, later on they show us that you actually pick and you're the one survivor. So
I can see a lot of people unlocking the Scion and then just chain creating Marauders just to watch the Scion die repeatedly.
I don't know that I can. I've leveled to 100 twice on that character, Tarke. Do we have beef?
Yes, but that's okay. That's beside
we'll
the
take after the broadcast.
After the thing. So getting back to Conquerors, there's this whole system, if people like missed it, where Elder and Shaper, there's kind of like, you can still do that content, but it's kind of put off to the side. And we're getting Hunter, not Hunter, something else, or 4 people whose names escape me, and they have their own like influence system, and you can like combine influence, so it'd be the equivalent of getting a Elder and a Shaper item.
Yes.
And for crafters, I know you're really into crafting, Octavian, you've been wanting new crafting systems. Yeah.
They showed, so I didn't catch all of the 3.9 deep dive because I was busy at the convention doing other stuff, but what I did catch, they showed like exalted orb equivalencies for these different factions that added a specific mod from them and that sort of thing. I didn't catch the bit about influence though. That sounds really neat.
Yeah, so if you wanted to, you can still access Elder and Shaper items. There will still be like a fragment system where you can still do that content. But yeah, you could, for example, get a Shaper item rolled the way you want, have an open mod, get these special new exalted orbs, get a specific mod onto it, and you can craft like weird hybrid items. So it's really interesting the potential like scope you have for that.
Yeah, that sounds like it's going to eat months of my life.
Yeah, it's kind of like crafting your own gameplay. It's also with the new league, you're collecting pieces of bosses, to my understanding, and you're kind of crafting what you're going to encounter, which to me is a lot more interesting than just crafting items at this point.
When it comes to everything we've seen that's really, really awesome, because we have to complain about something, is there anything you're worried about, or anything you're like, or is it just everything is amazing, sunshine and rainbows?
I'm concerned that they're overestimating the amount of, they're overestimating the necessity of having like 5 different active setups, you know? I think it may still end up boiling down to players using 1, 2, or 3 at most, despite the fact that now the functionality is there for people to have 5 different main DPS links. If you have one that's 10% better than all the others, that's the one you're going to use. You know, they have to design in space for that. They have to design in utility or powerful effects on long cooldowns, that kind of thing, like the flamethrower trap, that sort of variety.
I'm not sure if I would agree that that's a worrisome point, because I see that as a player opportunity. Everyone wants to maximize their character to its fullest potential. So while having all these, albeit the best skills, you would still want to explore to fit the last few holes in your build with something, be it shapeshifting or the meta mods, or even just with the new shock chill, you would have certain modified skills that would then apply an effect, and you would kind of 1-2 tap.
My only concern is that so you'll get to that point in the build where you have your main link set up and you have like these last few little bits that you might want to fill out. And there's so many options and so much space to build your character out that you might reach a point where you don't have another thing that could be useful. Now, obviously, we haven't seen a ton of the content. They might have a half dozen new utility setups like the shapeshifting, that would fill that gap. But, Tarke was asking for negative comments, and that's about as negative a comment as I can make. I'm grasping at straws for negativity here.
One thing, so we briefly saw a couple of the Ascendancy things, so we had to rush to get ready for this. So one of the new Ranger Ascendancies had this flare system, which is really cool. So any rain abilities, so like Blast Rain, there's even a new support gem like Arrow Rain or whatever it's called, Arrow Nova, I think, which turns like Ice Shot, you shoot up in the air, it rains down. The flare ability you unlock is you get to get like a 6-link rain skill. You see an enemy, you throw the flare at it, and it just rains down on them for like 10 seconds. So it seems like even the Ascendancies are unlocking new setups. So even if you're like, will I really need 8 6-links? Even if you only used your one main skill, like main skill, Val skill, Ascendancy skill, maybe a shapeshift, a movement skill, the auras, minions are pretty good, I hear, apparently.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could now get like 8 6-link minions. That's pretty good.
As well as that, they're talking about amping up the difficulty of enemies, amping up, I think mostly, from what we've heard, the tankiness of enemies, which will make these fights take longer. And the longer the fight is, the more room there is for another setup to be relevant. If you're killing the endgame boss, whatever it is, Guardians or something like that, in the space of 10 seconds, what does it matter if you have another 2 or 3 6-links? He's dead in 10 seconds. You don't have time to hit those buttons. But if we get boss fights in the endgame that feel anything like the boss fights on the demo, then yeah, it'll be pretty darn relevant to have Siege Ballista 6-link with your Flare Rain of Arrow 6-link and your Tornado Shot 6-link.
Okay. Raiz, did you have anything that you're a bit kind of...
Yeah, it's cool because it should be a smoother transition as well, because they did mention that 3.9, they're going to be buffing up health a little bit and whatnot, and hopefully that's going to, well, for me, hopefully anyway, is going to continue to be kind of a pattern leading up to 4.0 where that gameplay aspect of the game is going to be a lot more significant. And as far as complaints, it's just one layer of toilet paper. That's pretty much the only complaint that I have about this entire convention.
One thing which is really cool, which again is something that Jonathan clarified when I was talking to him earlier. So not only are the new zones like a lot more random, like we even saw Jonathan getting lost in the demo, the world is being randomized as well. So for example, let's say you leave Lionized Watch, like, oh, the exit's the right, and then I just run straight right. The world map is like changing, so the exits won't always be on the right. You actually have to like explore everything. So from a racing point of view, it'd be really interesting to hear what you guys think about that, because it's not a case of learn the layouts. They're trying to completely remove that aspect completely.
I'm very surprised about that too. I think we're still, they might completely randomize it, but then we're still going to have some sort of like a little vase or a certain sign that you have to spot. I can't see it being fully randomized, so I think that's going to help with it to create that kind of illusion of randomization, but for the advanced player, they should still be able to recognize where they're going for the most part. And having played other games recently, I can really appreciate like a well-designed one route. Sure, it might get a little bit repetitive, but it has a good climate to it and a significance that I feel is important. So hopefully PoE won't go full randomization.
From a racing perspective, and having tried it a little bit, you are constrained within a world map. So it's not like it's gonna go down and then wrap around behind everything. There will be a constraint to what way you can go, but I could definitely see it being more open-ended in terms of not always strictly to that one side.
Always top left is the way.
Yeah.
We've talked quite a lot about the whole procedural generation thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Do you have like concerns that maybe if they go too far in that direction, it could be a bad thing, or?
It might be a mess initially. I mean,
I'm hoping that they keep some of those markers that Raiz mentioned earlier. The little pebbles on ledges and like that. The things that reward you for spending the time to learn where the signals are it makes you feel good the next time you go by and you can navigate the zone a bit quicker. So, I mean, I hope there's some signposting, but if the world feels more natural without it, I guess I could drop it, maybe.
One thing that I didn't get to see really any of at all was the world building panel. Raiz, you got to see quite a lot of that. Was there any like particularly new artwork or anything which was like quite impressive?
Everything was impressive about it. as much as it wasn't a big part of the presentation, I think the sound, the music, and in general, from the videos that we've seen, and there was a lot of emphasis that would really crank up the volume during those presentations. I think that how the skills are going to feel due to just all the new sounds, that's going to be fantastic. But in terms of art, man, it's just beautiful. I mean, it's so much better than what we currently have, and definitely up to industry standards.
And it also really shows in the game from having played the demo. I'm not going to spoil anything in terms of, I think I should just keep it a little quiet what people can expect, but having gone through it, there are characters in there that reminisce back to some of the old school Diablo games in terms of weight and character, and even like voice acting as well, I would say. I don't know if you experienced the same.
Oh, yeah, it was excellently done. Like, the characters in town had me at their third voice line with, like, you know, I know who this person is, I understand their character, and I want to hear more from them. I listened through the lore like the lore lines from all of them, which is probably why I didn't get to fight the Devourer, sadly. But I'll probably make my way to a computer later and do that. I mean, on top of the voice acting and all that, though, there is also just excellent sound design in the demo version. Like, part of why Heavy Strike felt good, you know, I started kind of with that little meme, is it made a really nice clunk noise. And I'm sold by a really nice clunk noise. You know, I'm easy to satisfy.
Yeah, it's so impactful. For me, Ice Shot is the best feeling skill in PoE, but it's simply because it has that boom to it. And to see that in the upcoming 4.0, 2.0, it's going to be good.
There was even a change in the sound of, like, footsteps, like a really audible change in the sound of footsteps going from walking on the swampland in one of the zones to like a bridge, and there was like a variance in the creaking noise. It was really
That was absolutely mentioned in the presentation. It's going to even go to the degree of walking through different types of grass and different, it's incredible. Going to get to hear that.
One thing which is pretty cool, so even though 4.0 is like a year out, a lot of these things will be creeping into the game slowly. So we know that with 3.9, we're going to be getting a lot of the new support gems and stuff we've seen will be creeping in, and like a lot of the sound will be slowly kind of transitioning in. And I think that's one thing which is really cool, is that we saw a bunch of stuff which is like, oh, that's cool, but a lot of times with conventions, you're like, it's so far away that it's kind of like, what's the point? But the fact that we're already starting to see the improvements and seeing how they could like be worked into the game, I think is really awesome. But I feel like there's one glaring thing that we haven't really talked about, which is, I mean, who would ever make an ARPG on mobile, you know?
I don't even, did they say when it's coming out?
I think they'll, when it's ready, when they know what they want to do with it.
I think they were fairly purposely light on details and heavy on humor.
I really wish I would have heard the conversation of like what they're going to show us first, and what the reasons were behind, like, not starting with the mobile and then building up.
Did any of you guys get a chance to play the mobile version?
No.
Darn. I hadn't gotten around to it either. I was only on the PC one, so I don't think any of us have touched it yet.
I had some feedback from Quinn, who's played it, and he said it was fantastic.
Yeah. So I think one thing on the whole making a mobile game, or making anything that is or some people would refer to as taking away from the game itself and development. I think it was very nice that they were upfront with say, we have Trevor over here, he is the fall guy. But it also tells us that they're not, at least to what I understood, they're not taking away from like the core development team of PoE. It's still being developed, and it's more like an addition. Because in the past they've had bit of a fallout with Xbox and these kind of things, and people thought that it would go in a different direction, but I think it's very good that they're so clear in what direction that we're going.
And the way that the end of the presentation was blunt, forthright, honest. Like, they said, you know, work with us on this because you probably want to play a good game on your phone too, and there's not a lot of options, particularly in the kind of games that we enjoy, you know, the deep, complex character building, ARPGs, that kind of thing. Like, it's a barren wasteland as far as that goes.
I think one thing that, and this will sound terrible, even if PoE Mobile ends up to be absolutely trash, it will be good for PC because we'll get like performance improvements out of it because mobiles aren't very powerful. I know, Rise, you're making fun of this, but like when they did the Xbox thing, that's when we got the new lighting changes. Like the fact they have to like design around the weaker machines I think we'll get some pretty cool stuff out of it.
And people can play on Mac now, or not now, but eventually.
All right, that's definitely gonna be a big selling point. For
That's
sure.
great.
Yeah,
Get more people in Path of Exile. More Exiles, please.
It's extremely cool. We saw a teeny bit of Metamorph, which is the new 3.9 Challenge League, because I don't know how much we can really talk about it, but were there any first initial impressions on the little sliver that we saw?
I like that the character is named Octavius.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to hear a lot about that next league, I'm sure. It also seemed to offer a level of controlled customization to the player that I think will be really well received. From what little we saw of it, you captured the enemies, you got a specimen, a snippet of them from the map, and then you could put that into a little menu and build your own boss. And so you get to choose the boss fight that you're going to be fighting. Now, you don't get to choose the specimens you collect, I suppose, but in a trade league, you could probably trade for them, and those are going to have various different given values depending on, how common the bosses are.
What are you giggling at?
It's kind of like Pantheon, but good, and the way you can
I didn't want to
engage the
say
bosses.
it. I didn't want to say that.
I said it.
It reminds me of Grim Dawn a little bit, where you would go out and you would search specific monster types and kind of there was a reason to kill all monster types, go back a little bit, back and forth, so you would redo the older content and not just stick to, say, a map. And I really appreciate that I can do that, and especially with boss fights, because I've been missing just doing bosses and not just a flooding in of monster league mechanic. Really just engage and customize what kind of fight I want and making it more interesting that way.
I mean, no offense to Einhar, he is in the building and might shoot me, but this feels like Bestiary 2.0 in a way, where you're targeting a zone or you're targeting a monster to catch, and then you bring them back and you do some arcane crafting with bits of the monster you got and build a really cool thing. And in this case, the really cool thing isn't 3 monsters and a big rare monster in a little arena. It's 4 bosses that you spliced together through the power of magical science, which is kind of cooler.
It is.
Yeah, it's
I'm
cool.
going to get shot by a crossbow later today.
Yeah, well, all of us probably, let's be honest.
I think one thing which is also pretty exciting about it is, so 3.9 with just an expansion point of view, Conquerors is endgame. It's just pure endgame. And then Metamorph is bossing. It seems to fix a lot of the complaints we've especially had over the last few leagues when it comes to Path of Exile, because that's where it's felt lacking. The endgame's been stale. I don't know, do you think that's going to fix up a lot of your issues?
Yeah, I mean, it's got a crafting focus and it's got a bossing focus, and those are 2 of the pillars of Path of Exile for me. I'll go on record as saying that Legion and Blight, while fine leagues in their own right, were certainly not my favorite, because I didn't have the opportunity to face any new crazy 5-minute long boss fight. Cortex. That's the kind of thing I love. I want more of that, and a customizable variant of that is really, really exciting.
It looks hard too.
Yes.
Because you pick your fight, and if you mess up, then you did that to yourself. And that sort of punishment is cool, and especially what Nugi was mentioning with going back to kind of older content. I feel like PoE's always missed that. It almost tried to be too original for the longest time, and I miss those Diablo-ish elements of continuously grinding similar content.
I think if we are talking about anything of concern, I think I only have short-term concern, in the sense that we're also getting a lot of power creep with the new skill gems, all these new crafting options. And if there's one thing I would hope going forward in the next 4 leagues, is that at least that we will have this new content not be trivialized too fast. Because we're still getting very powerful.
I think there's somewhat of an inevitability to that. I don't mean to play the negative Nancy here, but the options that they're giving, there's 19 new Ascendancies on top of the old ones, right? Yeah. So, initially it is going to be quite hard, and I don't think that their promise of difficulty will fall flat in its face, right out the gate. But when we're looking 4 leagues ahead, I wouldn't be surprised if bossing content introduced this league is going to be somewhat trivialized.
I mean, leading up just before probably the 4.0 release, it should probably have a little bit of a diminished value in terms of difficulty, and then we come in 4.0 and it's exciting again.
The thing is that I'm surprised about is that GGG apparently is fully aware of how good they are at making bosses, and they're finally putting it to good use. Neon did mention that during their presentation. They're like, hey, we've learned to do this pretty well. They should do more of it. And if it's dangerous like it's supposed to be, maybe power creep won't play too big of a role, at least short term.
Especially given the variance of options that they're allowing players to have now. Between shape-shifting and the number of active damage links you can have, it's okay to throw a really crazy high-health tanky monster at an enemy or at a player, because they should have a tool to deal with it. You know, if at that point you have nothing but skills that can only clear trash and you have no ability to kill the unique enemy, it's kind of on you by then. You know, you have so much space to set up another damage link. You can, one of the Ascendancies that we saw allowed you to alternate between having a barrage or a GMP version of the skill that you had socketed. Like, if you can only clear trash monsters at that point, you are overstepping. Go back to earlier content.
One thing, just for us to clarify, we managed to actually hit everything, which is great, at the halfway mark. So now we can just ramble. We're free to just go on a...
I'm good at that.
Yeah. So you mentioned like the Ascendancy stuff. One thing which is fucking awesome is we had to drop one F-bomb, it's fine. The artwork for one of the new Ranger things has a spear, and on the panel, like, oh, it has a certain weapon. Maybe this will mean something new. So I think we're finally getting spears.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. I want nets.
Ooh. Well, there was that whole bit with the crossbow. I mean...
I thought that was going somewhere.
Yeah, I thought that was for sure foreshadowing. It might still be. I mean, they're still announcing a lot of stuff, and we have a long way to go until 3.9.
And you weren't able to play any of the demo version on the floor, right?
I managed to find the one machine which didn't have a working login.
Wonderful. They do have some, I don't know how like different in terms of functionality they are, but they have some new weapon arts and they have some new weapon types as well with different base values. So it's definitely like already implemented, at least in the demo version. And really nice art too. They went through and redid all the 2D art for all the different things, and the painted tower shield is actually a tower shield with paint on it now. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Instead of just like a big cookie looking thing. So.
When it comes to the art, because I haven't gotten to play it, like what kind of monsters are we encountering in the early acts?
They don't pull punches early on. Twilight Strand is zombies that walk slowly, but you know that's baby's first zone. Though the guy who took the job of Hillock is actually pretty scary. I forget his name, but he pulls like a saw blade off of the gate and then tries to cut you in half, and he shouts, "I will cut you in half." He's very single-minded, but. Yeah, after that, you're encountering a bunch of crazy-looking nonsense, like spider, plant, snake things, and I don't know. There's what I thought had killed Nugi, the Rust King, was terrifying. There's a quest where you have to go and activate 3 obelisks, and on the last one, a giant rusted behemoth comes out and starts throwing like swords from the heavens down at you and firing off spears and novas, and that's like the 3rd zone I was in.
This unfortunately reminds me of that presentation about art, because yeah, they definitely were pulling punches. Almost immediately it was like, oh, here's a baby with a big bloody stomach and pools of blood, and just...
Those explode.
Yeah, and those explode apparently. There's an entire mechanic where if they explode next to another mob, then they get covered in blood, and then that mob is enraged and can do more stuff to you. Just insane.
Is that the noise they make?
Yeah, well,
that's the noise his brain makes.
I feel like I think they do a better job with that one.
They really did showcase in the demo like the whole range of what they're capable of. They had cave systems, they had a flooded marsh kind of thing, or like a barren strand kind of thing, leading into a full forest. Leading into, did we go underground again and then came up in like a graveyard?
Listening to dialogue, dude. He has no idea what you're talking about.
I did get to the graveyard. I fought the fight that they demonstrated at the very start of the convention.
Right.
That's basically as far as I got.
Yeah. And then leading into like a burning town and everything. So there's like 4 or 5 different biomes within the first, I mean, we're not even done with the first act, and it was all beautiful.
Yes. That was what, in like 30 minutes or something?
Yeah, 45 I think.
What biomes that you haven't seen would you like to see, just in case anyone at GGG is still making a zone?
Aquatic.
Oh.
We have shapeshifting. You can turn into a giant shark. I want it to happen.
This guy never played WoW too.
No, I never did. I probably made some folks angry saying that.
Underwater zones are a little bit.
No, okay. Well, I see. I'm in mixed company as far as that's concerned.
I would go back in time a little bit. You know, pay homage to maybe like Diablo. Maybe find a church, abandoned church somewhere. Go down through the catacombs and
like that. Dolphin style.
Maybe find like some satanic rituals or something similar to that.
I want snow, man. They kind of debated us with the whole snow thing in Act 5.
I think there was a little bit. I don't know. I went off to the side at one point, and there was a zone that was, it was like localized and snowy, and there was a little mini boss there that fired off novas of icy projectiles at me. So I think it was that boss that was making the area frigid.
Right. I don't think I saw that one.
It was really early on, but it was off to the side. So like the entrance to the zone right after the town, if you ignored that and instead walked to the left real far, there was a mini boss.
You know what actually strikes me here? And that's something I've been missing a little bit, is the sense of exploration.
Yes.
I think there's a lot more of finding a little adventure at the side that leads into a big boss fight or something that feels meaningful and impactful, at least from a first game playthrough perspective.
I mean, it speaks to the completion of the demo that they have, that, we both played it for probably about the same amount of time and have fairly massively different experiences in terms of the zones that we found and even whole bosses that went untouched by one of us.
I think that's one thing that's been irritating me up with current Path of Exile before all this stuff is it was feeling like I was just doing the same things over and over again. So if we have got all these like hidden bosses and hidden corners, and we're maybe getting this really in-depth new system where the world is changing around us, it could mean like your first character, you find half the bosses, your second character, you find the other half. And I kind of like the idea that, as you said, like you're making your own story each time, and it's not just the same acts over and over again. Because like as much as we enjoy, like acts 5 through 10 felt great the first time we played it. Does it feel so great now?
Yes.
I'll leave that to the guys who practice it all the time to answer.
Duh.
Okay.
So it would be pretty cool though if there was like that's maybe where the randomization could come into play, if there were a little bit random bosses, because I just realized I haven't done fetid pools since they started changing kind of the boss mechanics, and I wonder if they even changed the necromancer. So if they're focusing more on like even the side quests, they have the time to do it, that'd be really cool.
Because yeah, that was one thing when it came to 3.0 originally, they wanted to have this whole thing about like the bandits you help change what happens later on, but it got scrapped due to time constraints. So hopefully with 4.0, if they give themselves enough time and they don't rush it, like they even said they would like to launch it December 2020, but if they need the time, they'll delay it, which I think is good. We might actually finally get that thing where like you're making choices and you're seeing the results of your choices throughout the campaign.
Could you guys imagine if through one playthrough, you would make a choice, it would lead into a specific boss fight. The reward could be the same regardless of what choice you made, but it would lead into a full different dungeon that you would only be able to explore due to certain choices you made. And so you would say, oh, did you see that boss? No, I saw that guy. And both people would have completely different experiences leading into the same, end game.
I'm glad we've now entered into the wild speculation part of the broadcast. It's my favorite part. It's so great.
This is the thing that we were trying to avoid, because Tarke had a presentation earlier and everything, and you guys were like, oh, we don't really want to talk about stuff that could happen, because what if it doesn't happen? And we're doing it.
Well, okay, that was kind of different. So we were in this really awkward situation where the show opened with Ziggy, Kripp, and me, and it's like, right, okay, we have an hour to do improv, and we are meant to be speculating, but we don't want to speculate before the announcement. But now the announcement's happened, it's kind of like, we can do whatever you want. Then, like, if we say something really cool, they've got like a year to add it in the game. It's fine, But they didn't have like 10 minutes to add it into the trailers. That was the main issue we had then.
So if they don't add anything of what we talked about, then
we will all be free to feel insulted.
Yeah, well, maybe next time.
Yeah. One thing which I heard one of the devs talk about, I don't know if you saw this in the world building panel at all, apparently they've been like sending people around Europe, like capturing imagery of stuff to put in the game. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, they did talk about it. It's exactly what you said it is, that they had a group actually from Poland going around and taking pictures of stuff and scanning that and adding into the game and kind of polishing it up, and it shows. It really shows. It looks great. Makes a very alive environment, because sometimes it's kind of like what we talked at the dinner with Nick, where he's like, Nick is one of the developers for Path of Exile, and he did all of the prophecies. It's like you get to a certain point where it's kind of hard to come up with new lines, and I feel like environment can be the same way. You know, you can only draw a rock a certain way so many times. Yeah. So.
And it excites me for the end game as well as going through the story, because all of GGG does not waste material. So all of these crazy new tile sets, all of these really beautiful looking zones that we're seeing, even just in the demo, are all probably going to have dedicated maps. And that means that the exploration of the new crazy stuff doesn't stop at the end of the 7 acts once 4.0 comes out.
Actually, that's the point. In the demo you played, did the classes have any voice lines?
Yes, and there were voice lines for, you know, like each new zone I entered had a voice line. I was playing the Marauder. There's a new voice actor as well. In order to get all of these lines, I imagine, you know, maybe the old voice actor wasn't around. And obviously we didn't get our hands on Act 1 through 10 with the new stuff, but I'm really hoping that they've gone back and backdated Act 1 through 10, or they will at some point if they haven't gotten around to it, so that we have, you know, voice lines for the latter half of Act 2, because that was always a big disconnect, that the character just kind of fell silent after the end of Act 4.
From what I heard talking to Jonathan, so Path of Exile 2 is set 20 years later. You'll still play like the new Marauder when you play the old campaign, so I don't know if we would even keep the old voice lines. They might just like update everything. I'm not entirely sure how exactly that will function. But yeah, it'll be nice that you don't have that thing of like, oh, this guy seems really cool. Why has he stopped talking? You know?
We just killed a literal god from his religion. Why does he not have anything to say? Oh, man.
We only saw, as far as I'm aware, the new Witch, Marauder, and Ranger, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We did see a little bit of the Templar. From the back.
We saw the back of the Templar.
The back from the Templar, they weren't willing to reveal whether he's going to have pants or not, which is understandable. I mean, let's be honest. Oh, and actually, now that I think about it, about the layouts as well, the waypoints change. Depending on what kind of layout you have going through the same zone, you're going to have a different setup of waypoints, to my understanding. So maybe that could dictate like a direction.
Wait, what do you mean?
Makes
Sorry,
sense.
They had like Act 1 would have the same waypoints, but they could be laid out in a different way.
Okay.
Yeah, so that could maybe dictate that there would be a limited amount of waypoint layouts, and so you're going to know like, oh, this can only have this waypoint up left, or up right. That could be a thing.
I mean, and obviously I only had the one playthrough, but if I get another one, I'll try and pay attention to that. I'll report back, see whether or not the waypoints shift position at all.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Since we've got about 10 minutes left, if we could kind of just like give our closing thoughts. So from everything we've seen, what's the things you're most, I know this is difficult to do, but like what are you most excited for going forward? If there was like one bit you had to like, that stood out to you, what is your thing?
I want to put a positive spin on one of my earlier comments, and I'm really excited to see what GGG do with the design space that's opened up by having access to more 6-link setups in a build. Because that offers you the ability as a developer to, you know, explore that space by making useful things that, you know, players will want to use that real estate in their build for. And that seems really interesting.
I think leading into the direction in terms of skill uses and whatnot, I think that's really exciting. Some of you guys maybe are going to be watching the ExileCon finals.
Of course.
And there's a lot of new technology that the players have been using. I've been seeing some replays, and there's a lot of mechanical skill to it. So to have now all the stuff that you mentioned previously with all the different skills, all the different setups available, and then a second set of skills with different shape-shifting forms that are going to be revealed, I'm pretty excited for that, because it feels like a genuine mistake. A lot of the times in PoE, you're like, oh, I built my build wrong, and now I can't change it. I'm kind of stuck in this one thing. Here, possibly, you can simply outplay the content. Just don't get hit, and you're going to be absolutely fine. And that's an exciting prospect. Sure.
I mean, and racing, just quickly on that note, having all these pre-linked items essentially just by picking them up will change the meta of racing substantially, because you'll have your 3-4 link immediately as you hit the item level caps, and you'll just immediately get them. So I think that'll open up a lot of new builds as well that are being played that will maybe need an AoE, a single target, and a third, fourth thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool. Where I'm most excited, I think, was monster and boss design, and how much they've improved on it to the point where I don't feel that they might necessarily need some of the affix traits to be the point of danger for a player, but more like the combinations of monsters. At least that's something I would hope to see.
By affix traits, you mean like
bears?
This monster is dangerous because it's a volatile.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would much rather go through different biomes and, get into certain combinations of monster types and that being the danger and adapting to that rather than it's always this same affix-beared or affix-driven thing.
So when you see a rare, you're not looking at the rare and seeing, oh, that's a volatile. You're looking at the rare and seeing, oh, that's a cave bear.
Yeah.
See, that's something that they talked about on the art panel as well, because there was a question, very good one as well, whether or not they make the decision of how a boss mechanic will look like based off of how the boss actually looks. And I wish they would do more of that. So for 4.0, to my understanding, they're doing a lot more of it where, like they used an example where one of the bosses had a big bell. So now the bell is in the attack. And what was extra cool, you could see like ringing.
Reverberation,
yeah, very cool stuff. So I wish they would do more of that. I think it would add a lot of clarity, remove a lot of the visual clutter that is currently present in the game.
Wasn't that boss even called like Crow Bell or something? And it had crows flying around him and he had a bell. Yeah,
he like picked up a bell,
Very cohesive, tight design there.
Yeah. I like to think there's just someone in the office just kind of like looking around like, okay, here we have Scary Mouse. And it's just like, how many objects?
It eventually evolves into a giant, mutated, raggedy mouse boss creature. That'd be kind of cool, actually.
I think for me, the things that impressed me the most aren't necessarily even like individual features. It's mostly just the fact that, as you kind of talked about, I thought the whole new campaign, they're willing to scrap systems. Like their willingness to not be like, no, we designed it, this is this, we are right. Because I feel like with a lot of companies and a lot of developers, it seems very clear that they're locked into, we are right, the players are wrong, your complaints don't matter, we know what we're doing. The fact they're like doing a whole new campaign, getting rid of the old like linking system, and like that's so fundamental to Path of Exile. The fact they're willing to change something so like intrinsic is like removing, like deleting fusings. Like that's insane to me. There are very few companies I know that this deep into the game would be like, oh yeah, we're just going to scrap like all these core fundamental systems and it isn't going to charge you anything and you get to keep all your MTX and all that cool stuff.
There's always been that confidence with GGG where they know that they can take a system and just make it better. We're not going to add this into the game because we can do the same thing, just better next time.
One thing that stood out to me on the fusing point was they themselves said they didn't want to regress backwards. They are known as a complex game, and going forward, even with changing these systems, they're innovating in a way that they're just going to be more interesting and still having this complexity and this, depth to them, which is...
I like depth a lot more as a descriptor than complexity, because complexity can sometimes be needless, and that's what's being stripped away here. But that doesn't necessarily reduce depth. You can have an elegant, simple system that's deep and interesting to interact with, and you can get rid of the unnecessary complexities on top of it.
That's something a Diablo 4 developer would say.
But it's true.
Complexity? What?
I mean, I feel like that the complexity here comes through, say, that we have 8 choices of skill gems now, right?
Yes.
And that is the good kind of complexity that we want going forward.
No, it's not a good or a bad word. Like the concept intrinsically is neutral. It's how you use it. It's a tool. It's a tool in the design toolbox. And really, it's in the hands of the carpenter what they make.
The couch is shaking. There's a lot of tension.
Sorry, I'm passionate.
Octavian is slightly more succinct than other people here, but I think since we briefly mentioned it, I feel like we could dunk on another company for a couple of minutes just as we finish up.
Whoa.
Yeah. I think one thing which is also pretty awesome is even though they're stripping back a bunch of systems, we're seeing the introduction of like influence ×4 with 3.9, which means that you want to make items with more than 2 stats. Like you have attack, you have defense for some games. We have a lot more going on there, and I respect that. So...
Was that even dunking? That was an extremely light dunk.
Diablo 4 looks awful. This looks really good. See, the difference between this and Diablo 4, I was going to be polite, but Octavian's gone the other way, is we saw the trailer, that looked good. We saw the gameplay, that still looked good, and it's gotten progressively better compared to other companies who go, oh, that's a cool trailer, and then it just got worse and worse and worse. Was that more what you wanted? Was that the better tone?
You know, it was more as I was expecting. I don't know about wanted. I don't want to take, don't take words out of my mouth here.
If anyone is getting blamed for that last bit, it is purely on Octavian's head.
You know what? I'll be the martyr.
Yeah.
On the like the PoE versus Diablo thing, I think what really strengthens PoE is that they're building on existing systems, and they've been building them for so long, and they have refined them so much that they just have a certain quality to them. With Diablo, they haven't really shown that they, even respect or that they believe in older systems to be good enough or to be innovated upon, to the point where we need to boil it down to certain things that players will, hook. I remember them saying hook and hook and hook, and I don't know what that is for an endgame system. I mean, here we have real endgame systems that they're talking about, which is something I really appreciate.
Do you want to ruin your career, Raiz? Now's your platform.
Take your time.
Already talked about the toilet paper. PoE looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have some exciting months ahead of us. Yes.
Did any of you get any chance to do the card game stuff? Because I haven't yet.
Not much, no. I've let everyone down in that regard. I have an alchemy orb. Yes.
It's worth a lot from what I hear.
Really?
People are really excited for Elf.
I don't want to be swarmed when I get on stage.
You're going to kill him. They're going to get him, Nugi.
I think one of the funny things, just because this is clearly like GGG's first convention, is you notice some of the small things that maybe looking back wasn't the best idea. So if anyone who's at home and you don't know, the way the trading card game works is we all get these little pack of cards. We get to fight GGG devs. All of the devs are a boss. So Chris is Shaper, which means that normally if you're Chris, you don't want to be stopped because you've got a lot of stuff to do, but he's constantly being attacked by people. Rachel, the woman who's in charge of managing all the streamers, she's a boss as well. So you've got all these people who've got very important jobs. They're meant to be doing things, and they're just getting stopped every 3 seconds.
Oh, there you go. I can ruin my career there because nobody's killed Shaper yet, and that's already more content than the entirety of Diablo 3, and it's been 2 hours. It's crazy.
Okay. Well done.
Fit that in. Huh?
I don't really know where to go from there.
Yeah, well, that's life sometimes.
Game looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good. Okay, Team Rower, Albino Rower, or Sandspitter?
Sandspitter.
I got the sense. I caught it. I don't know if the stream caught that.
Wait, you got given it?
No, I caught it.
From Einhar at the beginning, you tossed it?
It was a given. I fought for it.
No,
it was mine.
It was handed directly
you know how many
to
people
you.
I had to chew through? Or if you watch the VOD, there were people falling behind off their chairs and stuff. I was just quick swoop. Mine now.
I'm on Team Sandspitter. Though I need to get an albino roa just because it's rare.
Was that something we were just unanimous on? That might be a first for the broadcast there.
I think that is, in the nearly 3 years that we've doing Baeclast, the first time we've ever agreed over anything is the very important matter of what's our favorite plushie. So I'm glad we're teams. Should we just scrap the name Baeclast and just become Sandspitter Class or something?
I didn't want to suggest it, but, I won't disagree.
From here on out, potentially being rebranded. Yeah. Well, in that case, I think we're wrapping up now. We've got a minute or something. I would like to thank GG for inviting Sandspitter is hard to say. I'd like to thank GG for inviting Baeclast to talk rubbish for an hour.
Yeah, I think we did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Welcome back. I am going to be sitting here with none other than Trevor, the mobile fall guy.
That wasn't exactly my contract.
No?
No.
They just kind of sprung that on you, eh?
Yeah, totally.
It's good though. I have to say, as far as a mobile Path of Exile announcement goes, it was very well handled. I thought it was comedic. You guys were humble about it, and I know let's not beat around the bush with it. it's a tense topic for some people. You know, I'm sure there's a bit of feelings of nervousness. How did?
Yeah, it's been a kind of a stressful year, I would say. Like during the development of this, like considering previous announcements and stuff. So.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, we were confident in what we were making, and like we knew that we could actually make something that would stand out in the crowd. So.
How did like the idea to even start with it come about? Like, how long has that been in production for? Kind of like even as just like an idea floating around.
I mean, I've been with GGG for a year now, but I had conversations with Chris and Jonathan before that about the concept, the idea, and like it just started with that, really, just having these conversations with them, and then they decided to make the leap. Like they basically said, "Yep, we're going to do this thing," and like they brought me on board. So we built up a small team, like they called it, like a little kind of A-team kind of for mobile, and then we've just been developing that effectively on the side, but we're taking it seriously. It's kind of, we've been thinking about systems and integration into the technologies that we have. So, yeah.
It's you were saying that you have quite a bit of experience in mobile development, but also in like core game development as well, right?
Yeah, my background's kind of game design initially, but like, I moved into production sort of as naturally, like it's natural progression. So. But like, yeah, the opportunity to build this was too hard to resist. So
yeah, from what I've heard so far, it seems to be at the moment kind of like as authentic as possible translation of Path of Exile to mobile. But you guys are open to the idea of maybe changing that over time, making it more different.
Yeah. Like one of the things that we said from the start was we didn't want to make a mobile version of Path of Exile. We actually wanted to make Path of Exile for mobile. Right. So like, we want to, we're trying to keep as avoid any kind of as any changes as possible. Like really kind of focus on keeping the game as kind of true to the original as possible. So. But obviously there is some compromise you have to make just because of the platform.
Yeah, for the UI and the controls and things like that. It makes sense. Make things actually be able to be played. Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest, like the idea of putting Path of Exile on a mobile is crazy. It's like such a game with so much like fine clicking and so many details and so much text and stuff like that. It seems hard, but it does turn out, as it turns out, I actually do have a phone here, in fact, and I'll be able to have a little bit of a test run of it in just a second. But I'm curious. I'm gonna maybe try and break it.
You can try it, definitely. I will put the proviso that it is a pre-production build. It's like it's very experimental, so there is a possibility that there may be a few issues, but I'm confident that you will enjoy it.
That's fair. And I'm very curious. I've actually played a few action RPGs on mobile, but for the most part, I haven't been very impressed. And the big one is often the monetization. You have any comments on that? While I pick a class, actually, I notice it's the kind of the 2.0-y stuff as well.
So, I mean, again, that was one of the reasons I actually signed up with Chris and Jonathan and Erik on this, is the fact that like it's their ethics, their approach to monetization with Path of Exile is just excellent, and they intend to follow that through with mobile as well. So.
All right, I have not played this at all yet. I haven't even played 2.0 yet, or Path of Exile 2 yet, so this is all brand new to me, which I thought would be perfect for the authentic experience. So I understand that the whole idea of this is that it's all maps, right?
That's we've had quite a few discussions about this, about the potential of having some acts at the start of it, but the general kind of consensus was Atlas and maps is a logical kind of location for us to base a mobile experience around, because obviously you can actually kind of churn through the maps, and we've also got the Atlas for progression mapping as well, so it just kind of fit really cleanly with mobile. So
yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense in a way. Like it's content that we do in like 30 seconds to 3 minutes maybe a lot of the time, depending on your clear speed. But it's I mean that's perfect length for time for a mobile game. So do I how do I open my inventory and do things? There's a button here, it's a bag. Look, it just works.
So it's almost like it's designed intuitively.
Whoa. I kind of want to ask, don't even want to ask you how to do stuff and see if I can just figure it out. So
that's actually how I'd like to approach this.
Yeah, okay, I got the inventory. It's got the new skill system. It looks a bit different to what we've seen for Path of Exile 2.
I will say that the 4 skills there, it's kind of mapping your actual action buttons that you'll see when you actually get into combat.
Okay. I see some Arc. I see some Orb of Storms. Okay. And we got some inventory action there. Stat page, character. Nice. Okay. Do I have any maps on me? Do I need some maps? Is that a thing?
I'm going to let you find out.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Let you figure this out.
So you're going to be no help this whole time. All right.
No,
sweet.
I'm just going to sit here and maybe answer the odd
mate.
question, but.
Oh, here we go. We got a map here. Okay, I see some highlighted. Oh, I can click on them. Oh, and I just have it. There's like a map. You've got a separate map inventory, so you don't have to manage it in your inventory.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what's going on here. Do I just drag this in? Oh, it works. Okay, it works. All right. Okay.
Okay.
This looks planned. This looks scripted. It's been too easy so far. This is 100% scripted content, by the way. All right. So I don't see a clicky button, but I'm going to assume you can tap the thing on screen. All right, that works. All right, okay.
We've been working on this a while.
Yeah, I see what you're going on here. Did you, to figure this stuff out, did you kind of, get some people who have never even played PoE to kind of, have a play around with it, or...
I mean, obviously we've been kind of, as well as PC, we've been developing console.
Yeah.
We used to sort of developing cross-platform, and I mean, obviously we kind of reviewed other products and kind of analyzed, and we've had a lot of iterative design within the studio. So,
hey, we got Zana in the map here. I suppose I should have a quick chat, but I'm just gonna skip the text.
All right.
She's looking good, though. She's looking good. So this is a bit of a hybrid blend between 2.0 and Path of Exile 2, not 2.0, and what we're going to be seeing kind of 3.9-ish. Like, we've got the new skill system. It looks like new character models.
We're using the 4.0 character models, so...
Yeah, okay. So, and I guess the idea is because this probably won't release for a while, so it's kind of the idea is will be up to date by the time it does come out.
Yeah. What you're playing here is like our pre-production build. We're proving the engine tech and everything. So, but we felt it was strong enough to actually bring to ExileCon and let people have a go, see what they think, and also get some feedback.
I'm gonna get murdered
talk
here.
To people,
I noticed you haven't taken Cannot Die packs out, and I might struggle a little here.
Yep.
It's all right. I got it under control. See, I'm all right. Pro gamer.
So I'm going to give you a tip now. Tip.
Yeah.
So once you cleared this a little bit, so if you tap and hold anywhere on the screen, you'll bring up a D-pad control for another set of skills.
What? Okay, like here.
So yep.
Oh, whoa. What's this?
What that allows you to do, obviously you've got auras and stuff, but you've also you don't have to have the UI appear. You can actually just do a swipe. So when you're under pressure and in combat, you can just do your summons and stuff like that, just by swiping, targeting on the screen. So, yeah. So if you swipe down real quick.
Oh, I got skellies and stuff. So you can just kind of do a touch and drag.
Yeah, totally. Just kind of quick swipes. And this is kind of part of the kind of design cycle that we've had. We've kind of tried to innovate and try different ideas in the game. So.
All right, I'm going to smash through this map and find the boss. Where do we have a mini map? Because I can't. Oh, it's up here. Oh, there we go. Overlay map. Sick.
We do.
I'll ask you these things, but I'll figure them out. You can go if you want. I'll figure it out.
Hopefully you'll be here for some time playing this. So.
No, that's the idea. So, where did you arrive at on the structure of the game overall? If you can, because you said this character's level 30, right? And
this is purely for ExileCon demonstration.
Right.
It's kind of we thought we'd kind of started off level 30, a few skills, so you could kind of experience it, and because it's only a short demo, it's enough for this, but we just thought we'd kind of give you a bit of fun to have a play around with.
So I can't see the new End of Atlas bosses in this demo?
No.
Okay. All right. I mean, if my first kill of some of the new final bosses was on mobile, I think that'd be something. So, all right, here we go. Here's a test. How do we interact with a strongbox? Don't tell me. I'm going to try. I'm going to see how it goes.
Yeah.
This is a test. I'm testing you here. Yeah. This is your final exam. All right, hold on. Let me kill this stuff. All right, what do you want to say? If I click and hold on the strongbox? No, that's for my skills.
Yeah.
I'll just tap the strong. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Little mini menu.
All right. So I got crafting. I'm going to throw an alch on it. Sure, why not? Do I drag it over?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, I see. I did it wrong. Okay. And now it's a freeze, detonate, dead. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. That's great. And now...
then to actually open it is you tap on the middle.
All right, but here's the test, though. I'm going to try and do something fancy. So I'm going to try and activate it. And there's the open button in the middle, so I guess I press that. But if I tap that, Oh, wait, what about if I try and... Oh, I'm going to test you here. What if I press my lightning warp first before doing it? And then... No, it's not going to work, is it? I found... There you go. Oh, wait, it was going to work.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on, I'm breaking it.
Yeah,
you ready?
you're totally breaking it.
Hold on. Oh, no, where'd it go? Oh, I had it for a second there. There's a way to do this, I bet. I'm trying to do some, like, advanced gameplay tactics here. It's not going to work, though. All right, well, I'm disappointed. This whole game's a failure. I'm just messing with you. Let's die. Yes, hold on. All right, yes.
Yeah. Oh,
I knew that was going to happen. Woo, thank you. I got some applause. All right, I'm going to resurrect the checkpoint. So we're playing softcore. You are going to have leagues and things like that, do you think? Oh, yeah, what's going on here?
So what we've got here is part of our kind of core loop experience that we kind of tried to build into mobile. So it's kind of when you actually get maps, it automatically puts them into your atlas. So you kind of have track of what maps you've got for each of the nodes.
So the drop is already added here.
Yeah, so when you come back, it gets added to here. Yeah.
I've got 2 icebergs.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but did I fail, or is this portals around the map here?
that's active. So if you come out of that,
there's portals remaining.
Yeah.
How do I go in there then?
So if you actually come out of that,
okay.
then you can just use the portals.
So it was like showing me my progression that I'd made in that.
So part of the core loop that we've actually built into this is when you return, if you've leveled up during the actual map, then it actually has a level up screen showing you that, and also your skill gems, they auto level up, but it shows you what you've kind of leveled up during the map.
So you're like deferring that a little bit so that it's not interrupting you in the gameplay.
Exactly, yeah.
Because that's like the biggest thing that I find with like playing the console versions, for example, is I'm, as a PC Path of Exile player, I am very used to doing a lot of inventory management in the thick of combat. So is the idea that a lot of that stuff will happen in between maps?
I mean, the functionality is there for you to do it anytime you want.
Yeah. But it's like if I open my inventory,
I'm
going to get murdered.
Yeah.
It's not going to pause the game for me, is it?
It doesn't pause the game, but we do give feedback so that obviously you get kind of impact.
You get some vibrations or something?
No vibration at the minute, but we have visuals. So.
Okay. The screen will flash red or something?
Eventually we'll have vibrations.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's good. If my phone starts freaking out, I'm like, dying. Sounds like a good idea. So, but the kind of like with the deferring the level up screen to in between maps, so like it appears automatically when you finish the map and you're back in safety.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the kind of idea behind it.
That makes sense. Do we have things like hideout and town and stuff like that, or is the idea kind of like your base of operations is this room with Zana?
We actually haven't decided that yet.
Okay, still figuring it out.
Yeah, we're still figuring it out. The idea was that we just wanted to create this kind of core loop experience in the Atlas and in the Templar Lab and work it out from there. Because really we want to get the feedback from the players from this.
That's what I was going to talk to you about. It seems like because all right. So I knew this was the one thing I knew about. Before, I didn't know anything about 2.0 or Path of Exile 2, it keeps getting me, any of the spoilers or anything, but I did know that there was going to be a PoE Mobile. I knew that because Chris was like, I'm not going to make you agree to sit down and play the game on stage unless you're like comfortable with it. So he's like, I have to tell you what it is. And I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. So I knew about this ahead of time, but I wasn't... I totally lost my train of thought now. That's all right. I'll just play some Path of Exile. It's fine.
Yeah, good.
I don't need to think. I just need to murder and loot.
It's good that it's distracting.
Yeah, I'm distracted. I'm very distracted right now. Have you thought about toilet playability? I mean, where
it's mobile.
Yeah, if I need to put it down for a second, I'm just going to get murdered.
Yeah.
Portal out. How do? Oh, there's a portal button.
Yeah, there you go.
That's pretty easy. Automatic. I don't have to open my inventory. That's very handy. For if I need to, focus on something else for a second. Perfect. And yes, I did ask that. I know, pretty heinous. I'm doing all right with the picking up, but when I try and type text messages, I always press the wrong buttons on that. So I noticed I'm doing that a little bit with this. I don't know if you can change the size of these or anything like that. Yeah,
we have actually experimented with size of the pickups. So I think it's something that we can, we'll perfect for sure. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Is I got the whole point of my earlier train of thought was I got the impression from Chris when he was first telling me about this is that you guys are not fully sure where you want to take this and that you're really open to the feedback for that. So how do you want to get that feedback? Should people just spam your email? Are you going to say your email live on stream now?
No emails. I try to avoid emails. the usual platforms. It's like, kind of Reddit feedback.
Yeah, angry Reddit threads, right?
Exactly,
That's the classic. Okay,
totally.
angry Reddit threads, there you go.
That's where to go.
I'm going to do a boss. Hold on, I need to concentrate. I'm going to get murdered. No, this is fine. This is fine. I got this.
I've noticed you haven't used the potions much.
I haven't had to.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I'm like too good. I'm too good.
I haven't been running out of mana. Easy?
I don't know if I had. I think I was supposed to have auras, but I died and I didn't turn my auras back on. I bet Twitch chat is like freaking out about that fact. But I mean, that's not a mobile specific problem. I do that on PC as well. So good to know that the game is an authentic and true experience of me not turning my auras on. But I'm going to do it in the combat here. Oh, well, yep, no, this is fine. This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. that was not your fault. I saw a resurrect in town option there, so can I currently go to town?
At the moment, no.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I won't go exploring.
We're just locked in.
I did open a portal earlier, at least. I got this. Look, 1 map, 3 deaths. I'm doing all right. This is fine. I didn't turn my auras on again. You gave me a skill I didn't have to aim. That's nice, but I'm going to maybe play around a little bit. Potion. Yep, I'm good. I'm good. This is fine. All right, I'm going to pick up some... Sorry, if I grab this iceberg, it's just going to add to my thing automatically, right? All right. Oh, sweet. Easy.
Yeah, so when you come back, it should actually show a bit of a transition, show the completion, show the new map.
Nice.
And you're good to go.
What's the bonus objectives thing? It doesn't do anything.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Oh, secrets.
Secrets.
Okay, all right. What about this? What about this? Cosmetics?
Cosmetics, yeah.
Up in the top right? Oh, you guys can't see that. It's behind me.
We haven't actually worried too much about that just yet. We really just want to nail the gameplay.
It's grayed out. It doesn't work right now.
Yeah. So.
But my understanding is that it's going to have the same monetization model as Path of Exile.
Yeah, exactly.
Just cosmetics. And
That's the
well,
plan.
I mean, I don't know if there's like stash tabs or something. Like, you have a different inventory system. I don't know if there's like a stash.
So there is a stash?
There is a stash. Okay.
So the plan for this is like, this will obviously be like your main kind of stash area, but if you go into your inventory, we've actually got some smart stash interactions as well.
Oh, okay.
So,
let me have a look at that.
So if you go in here, if you hit these tabs on the side.
Okay. What's this all do?
So it allows you to basically interact with the stash within the menu. So
that's advanced. Can I have that on PC? So that's kind of nice.
You have to post on Reddit.
Oh, so I can post it. So hold on, this is a currency inventory tab?
Yep, you've just found the currency inventory tab.
This is a currency inventory tab.
Yeah.
It's separate to my skills and items and things like that.
Yeah.
Amazing. And it automatically uses my portal scrolls.
Yep.
What about my ID scrolls? Do I have to like drag them or?
Yep.
You can. Is there another way though?
You drag them over. The same.
Oh, that makes sense, I suppose. Fine. Tick. Nice.
So you tap and hold and brings up the info.
Oh, tap and hold? Okay, all right. And I don't really know how to work the new skill system yet exactly, but looks good, you know? What's my gear like? Oh, my gear's trash. Hold on, what? You guys gave me crap gear.
Yep.
What's this? All right, I don't know if this is going to screw my skills if I do this. It might. Oh, no, I don't have enough... what, I got intelligence on here? Oh, okay, all right. You've made my character stat dependent on my chest armor. Very nice planning. Forward planning, I appreciate that. But this gear is trash. What have you given me here? I suppose I should identify some gear then and do some upgrades real quick.
That's pretty much what we're hoping. So
yeah,
you want to feel like you're progressing even in a short-term demo. So.
Yeah, this is what you can play on the show floor, right? So
yeah, totally.
So people are going to have a chance to actually play around and get some upgrades. The blue ones are actually not bad. That's not going to be an upgrade for me. So, but I guess I'll just rock my trash gear. I guess that's why see, it's not my fault that I was getting murdered in that map. That's the crap gear, guys. All right, so
we knew we were doing this. We wanted to punish you.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. So do we have? Is this Atlas layout kind of? I mean, it's probably going to change before launch.
It's totally for the demo.
Yeah.
So,
okay. All right. Yeah. So I guess I only have iceberg maps, correct? I don't have any of these ones. Yeah, because we got the 3 symbol next to there. And if I want to say craft one of these, can I do it here, or do I have to go to the inventory?
Let's see what happens when you drag one over there.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought I was going to stump you for a second there and have like a suggestion, be like, oh, you should really be able to craft this in here.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, definitely.
But no, you got it. You got it. Okay. All right. I'm going to alch the map. Here we go. This is going to be good. It's fine. That's fine. I won't put any skeletons down. It's chain map. Activate. Let's go. All right. I don't know. We've got 5 minutes. I'm going to speed run it. Is there anything I've missed, like secret things? Because I keep discovering new things, like like little inventories.
I'll have a think while you're
stuff.
playing and see if I can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll smash it for now then.
One thing on the actual kind of potion bar, it's like a potion belt. You can actually pull it out and actually trigger individual potions, or you can tap on the end and it actually brings out the whole bar of potions.
Wait. What? I'm going to need a second to digest that. Hold up. I'm fighting a Rogue Exile here, and I'm trying to. Whoa! Lots of loot. We need a better loot filter. Loot filters?
They're on the cards.
Yeah, they're on the cards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. That's impressive. All right, this guy's a little bit gnarly. This map's a little harder. What have you got me into here? I'm all right. I'm fine. Look, I don't play a lot of mobile games, so... But I'm doing all right here. This is working pretty well. I was expecting to be able to be a little harsher. I'm kind of
enjoying it?
Disappointing. Am I enjoying it?
Yeah, it's a dangerous question to ask, maybe.
I am enjoying it actually. It's pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, like moving around and the skill usage and stuff all feels pretty smooth. Like it feels very similar to playing like a console version, just with the only like drawback being the inherent drawback in mobile gaming, which is you don't have very much tactile feedback on using buttons, which I think is super important to gaming. It's the thing that I enjoy least about mobile gaming, and I mean, you guys don't have any way around that, but maybe in the future they develop phones that have a bit more tactile feedback or something. I don't know, but that being said, it still seems to control and maneuver very well. How do I hide my loot if I'm like in a situation like this and I can't see anything?
Yeah, we're working on that.
You're working on that?
Yeah, we're
all
working
right.
on that. Definitely.
I need a Z button. Maybe just a little sneaky button down here or something. But it's picking up loot's very easy when it's like post-combat. In combat's a little trickier. So something you're like thinking about at all?
We're kind of, because obviously it's touchscreen, we've allowed you to actually pick up anywhere on screen as well. So it's kind of that natural flow as you kind of move
hold
along.
on. Let me test this theory. So that crude bow, I'm going to get it from the edge of the screen. Ready? Oh!
Hey, check that out.
Very nicely done. Okay. Can I also have that on PC? I don't know how much you can bring back from mobile to PC, but I know the console development actually ended up feeding into PC with a few advancements, like tech advancements and things like that, and ended up helping the PC version. So,
yeah, I mean, like the tech advancements that we're basically the technology that we need for mobile is obviously we need to optimize the assets quite a lot, and we're actually looking at kind of engine optimizations as well that will actually feed into all of our products. So it's like there are huge benefits of actually making a mobile game, like just for the studio and the technology in the studio. So
yeah, you get to explore a lot more there. I was just testing the ability to like kite and shoot at something. I'm not like aiming. It's using, I believe, the same tech that the console version uses to like
pretty much
aim prioritization towards. It was targeting the rear with my fireballs. So that works quite nicely. It means you can start a step around quite effectively just by kind of like holding in a direction you want to run and tapping when you want to fire your fireballs. That seems to work quite nicely.
Yeah.
I'm pretty impressed. I'm getting the wrap it up. So I'm gonna get murdered. One more death before we go. Was that a martyr? It was a martyr.
Yeah.
I was like, I bet this one ghost I see is a martyr. That's so good.
Nice work.
Well, thank you very much, Trevor, for the rundown with the mobile stuff. I was highly skeptical, but it feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, like that's our expectation was like a lot of skepticism initially, and then what we really want to do is like get it in the hands of people so they could try it out. And the general feedback I've been getting upstairs, at least to my face, has been very positive. So
yeah, that's great.
So it's good.
Feels good. All right. Yep. Make the angry Reddit threads. I'm ZiggyD, and thank you very much for watching. Cut the stream.
All right, Erik.
Hello.
Hello, thank you so much for the interview today. So from the keynote, I haven't calmed down because of the art that we see in 3.9 and 4.0 coming up for us.
Yeah, it was incredibly good to be able to show that because quite a lot of us at ZiggyD have been sort of hidden away working on that. Some people even as much as 2 years just working on things that haven't been able to be shown until now. So it felt incredibly good.
And it looked so good. It really popped off the screen, the difference between what we're used to in Path of Exile to what we're going to get in Path of Exile 2. So I was hoping you could tell us a bit about just what really stands out with the change from what we're used to this.
Well, so the entire act, the first act of 4.0, it's a forest area, and that's very deliberately chosen because the forest was actually the first act that we ever made for PoE 1. And that also means like it's the very oldest assets. So we got to take a completely fresh look at everything that has to do with forest and get another go with like modern like textures and materials and monsters and so on. And even the design, like back in the day, we were more like, okay, let's throw some trees in and what's in the forest? Well, there's some bandits and monkeys and so on. And while I really like that stuff too, we got to have a proper sort of look at how to make a really dark and gothic, scary forest. And that's more like werewolves, witches, and or the howls in the background. You get to really make it properly dark and gritty.
Yeah.
So it's almost like getting a redo to make it properly. And this is something that's been, well, at least in my mind, for many years, like how it would be done if I got to sort of make it perfectly again.
Yeah. So I was going to ask you how your vision for Path of Exile had changed from when you initially started the studio with just the three of you. And is this heading more towards what you hoped for all the way back then?
Yes, definitely. So in a way, it's more true to the sort of original vision of the game. And, well, the vision basically stayed the same. It's just we're much better at following through with it. And it's no secret to anyone, but the atmosphere and the feel, like getting it very much similar to Diablo 2, and and like I said before, like actually having years of sort of experience and learning things, and then be able to put them in use on like having another go at making the perfect content.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to know a little bit about, I have two questions here, but first I'll ask, we've heard about how different aspects of the development will lead into art. So we know now that an Ascendancy is going to have a melee bow just because of the animation. So could you tell us how they feed into each other, feed off each other, or is there a lot of concept art that we're starting with that you're developing to start with, and then everything else flows from there?
Yeah, well, the best design, I think, comes from when you're working a little bit in both ways and back and forth. So, for example, the concept art might have some really cool way of attacking, like the Crowbell monster in the demo. So he was dragging around this huge bell. So then, of course, you get like great attacks with that sounds amazing, and that can then be inspiring for. So we often have different phases in boss fights, and it makes a lot of sense then that you sort of fight him first normally, and then he goes up to the bell and like rips it off, and then you get the second phase when he gets a bigger weapon like that. So quite often it sort of starts with the concept like that, but then we sort of add more weapons and things to the fight as depending on what it needs.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, I was just thinking so much about all the different things we saw in it because it's loaded, what we saw earlier today. I wanted to kind of transition now. We saw the way that bosses will transform. So we'll have the character who we help, and then he turns into an enemy boss and tries to kill us. And that is also present in the Metamorph. league that we're getting. So is this kind of something that you designed and developed and you thought, okay, that's really, this change is what we're going to explore?
Yes, we got like a technical method of like taking one character and sort of morphing the bones in it to get it closer to another shape. Mm-hmm. And we had this werewolf monster first just in the regular forest area, but everyone thought it looked so creepy and awesome, so it fit perfect to use as a werewolf skill. So Metamorph sort of came into, like it just sort of happened to all happen at the same time. Mm-hmm. And well, when we get new sort of tech and techniques like that, then of course you think of where else you can apply it in the game. So,
yeah. So it's just that feedback and unlocking more ideas and everything that you were talking about earlier.
Yes, exactly. For each new kind of feature like that, then it sort of spawns another few monsters and bosses.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm jumping around on you a bit, aren't I? Back and forth.
Good.
So back to, well, just the whole concept. How do you take, say, a character or an act from the initial idea all the way through to what we see in game? What's the process?
Well, if I take just a character, that's the easier one.
Mm-hmm.
So you start out with a very basic idea. It's depending on how important the character is. Okay, actually, let me take that backwards a bit. So in the case of 390, then we actually had a character that was quite ready, and since our league work is often, like the design of the league often comes in so late that we have a bunch of characters, and then we kind of pick the one that fits best, and then we sort of make the league work with that. Mm-hmm. So we took the guy that was closest to an alchemist and sort of just made it work, and like picked a sort of color that worked well with that.
Yeah.
But otherwise with, so say you design an NPC, like you start with some sort of basic idea and description, and then you make like a mood board, which is just images from the internet or similar characters and from other games and so on.
Okay.
Just as inspiration, and then you make a bunch of like maybe up to 10 very simple sketches just to sort of find a good, like some eye-catching feature or something that will be kind of memorable and nice. And
okay.
Once you have found that, then you go on and make like more sort of refined versions and render it more. And that's still in the concept phase. And then from that, we take it to modeling, and you often do some extra tweaks there too with, like, you change the colors around depending on like how it actually stands out in game when you start to test it. And after that, you get all the effects work, which if it's an enemy, then that can be like a huge part of it that sort of really makes it come alive.
Yeah.
And animation too, of course. So the pipeline is quite long nowadays with lots of sort of really specialized people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's partly because that pipeline is so long that we sort of have a bunch of characters ready.
Yeah, ready to go.
Like Tana for the 390.
Yeah. So do you come in at the end, being the art director and overseeing everything, do you come in and make sure everything's polished up, tie it all together, go back?
Yes. Well, it's... Yes, mostly in the beginning and the end, I guess. We have several people that are sort of senior artists that sort of oversee characters.
Okay.
And we also have several external companies that we work with, or freelancers. So
really?
It's actually... Yeah, if we count all of those, we might even hit up to 100 artists.
Really?
Even though it's like a 50-50 in-house.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's sort of keeping an overall track of things. And in the case of 390, it's like making sure the sort of colors match up with promotion materials, and like the logo matches, and like everything is sort of recognizable as a package.
Yeah, all right. The colors for each league have always been a bit of a joke and not so much a joke, but yeah.
Purple League again.
Yeah, Purple League again, and what's the theme going to be? How do you make each league distinct while keeping it true to your vision of it?
Well, it's tricky because the league development can often be quite sort of chaotic and and quick. So I wish I could say we have these sort of very clever plans behind it, but it's often sort of taking whatever we have and sort of making it work well.
Yeah.
And of course, like you don't pick the same sort of, like you try to pick a look that's distinctly different from the last one, just to make things feel fresh. And like, yeah, with the promotion material, like you change the colors and everything looked new.
The sound design for this one particularly stood out for me with the slop coming off, the sounds.
With the sort of the flesh maggot things coming down. Yeah.
Wonderful and gruesome. Actually, that gives me a good point. Have you ever had any concept art or art that's presented to you that's just too gory to fit into Path of Exile?
Can't think of anything there, though. I have to say that sometimes something that you can't quite see the gore itself, like it's kind of hidden, can in a way be more scary. So
yeah, okay.
I wouldn't always want to go for the shock value, but even though that's good too. Yeah.
Not overloading us so that I can understand that.
Yeah,
so that when you notice.
We have a lot of sort of gory things and like even nudity if you will look really closely on things, but it seems like we haven't hit too much yet.
Okay. Going forwards, more gore. That was a question actually. Can they put more gore in? Want more gore?
I'm sure we have some. Well, with 4.0 we have like the modern materials and the sort of wetness and sort of flowing things and sort of, I don't know, like pulsing flesh and so on. Like say, like the belly of the beast levels. Once we get to have another look at making similar things to that, our capabilities now are vastly more. Well, they're much greater at making disgusting stuff. So I'm sure we will have some pretty crazy stuff coming up.
Excellent. Yeah, with the new engine and the grass and the lighting. Is there anything about that you'd like to specifically talk about or highlight that we should be really looking forward to in 4.0?
Well, it has to be mostly the light in the way that we actually kind of over time got better and better light and better techniques for it and the ability to place more lights in the level. So, for example, in older maps, like we would have to be super careful. Like we place a light here in a like a tile that's placed randomly, and then we have to be super careful so that it doesn't get too close to another light, because then we get all these like black and sort of black squares appearing and so on. But now we have the engine can handle a lot of that much better, and so it's kind of getting to take advantage of things that have been building up over a long time.
Yeah.
So, you saw the new dungeons now in the demo, and we're still only actually kind of experimenting with it. So as we learn, it will look even better as well.
And that's also coming from character effects. It's very, very atmospheric, the new, just everything we've seen. Just really feels the darkness and the light contrast is much more powerful from what we've seen from PoE 2.
Yes, I think it's because it's only really now that we have been able to take a proper look at the early game when it comes to that atmosphere. just because we haven't really been able to get back to that kind of slower, more atmospheric gameplay.
Yeah.
I guess like you need a little bit of a slower pace in order to really sort of let it sink in.
Yeah, yeah.
And by the time you're in, so say, Fall of Oriath, for example, by the time you're in Act 5, then you would be quite, like, there's a lot of sort of meteors raining down and so on.
Yeah.
So it's easier to miss the sort of more, like, werewolf howls in the background and that kind of thing.
That's excellent. And we heard Jonathan, I think earlier, was mentioning scanning things in 3D. Do you find that helps the creative process and just bulking things out? Or do you find that people come to rely on scanning old things and have less space for creativity?
Well, as it works now with modern tools, it's like you have 3D scans, but then you also have making art in the sort of normal way, have tools that help make that more and more realistic. So it's almost like the two methods are kind of meeting in the middle. But with 3D scans specifically, there's certain texturing things that you can do where, so say you have an ancient-looking statue and you have the sort of patterns of grime coming down, and like there's something about it where, as an artist, it's very hard to sort of know exactly how that would look without kind of copying what nature does with that. And it also lets us like actually artistically creating that asset from scratch, while possible, would take a lot of time. So it's more like we can get all these things made, and then we can in-house concentrate more about like the sort of placement of them and getting the most impact within rooms.
Yeah, so like building blocks to then really fill it out.
Yes.
That's fascinating. So can you tell us a bit about the inspiration for, well, we don't want spoilers for all of the acts in PoE 2, but some of the inspiration for how you take Path of Exile forward 20 years and the dark atmosphere we're seeing in Werewolves. Is this coming from one spot or?
You mean the inspiration coming from one spot?
Yeah.
Or? Well, it's really a bit like I said before, that we can sort of take a second look and make it really awesome. And it's kind of going back to the source in a way. And like you saw in the sort of early game and the early areas, they are sort of almost deliberately kind of similar to the old PoE.
Yeah.
Except a lot better.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's further acts will of course also be like only imagination sets the limit now. We can have crazy things like the moving cart town that you saw a little bit.
Stunning.
With that we can of course make really cool things, like as the quest line progresses you get like it moves over different types of desert and like different weather conditions, and like okay, say you're sort of driving to this ancient tomb here to fetch something, and then like now you have to like escape a sandstorm, and like the entire town sort of turns around and drives downwards.
Wow.
So that will be really fun to play around with. And the same the ship, the little ship teaser at the very end of the trailer. So that's kind of a similar thing where we can we haven't really gotten so far. It's just that there's so many possibilities of cool things. And of course we will also get back to we'll see Oriath 20 years later when it's all ruined, and well, you will find out what happened there and so on. So.
Excellent. So there's already so much lore in the game that we can explore going forwards. Is there anything that you in particular, a lore style or a culture that you'd really want to explore in PoE, even if we don't get to see it moving forward?
Oh, we already in this first act, it's on this Esomite Island. So that's picking another culture and sort of fleshing it out properly. But of course, we have things to come back to, like the Karui culture, and like there's this archipelago that. Well, nothing is set in stone, but I'm pretty sure we will visit that. Yeah, and Oriath again, and yeah, and there will definitely be some Val stuff, I'm sure.
Ooh, more Val.
That's another one of our. I think it was maybe even our first indoor dungeon was the Val dungeon.
Yeah.
So getting to sort of flesh that out properly, that will be great.
Yeah. So that's your personal favorites that you're looking for?
Yeah, well, those are the ones that like pops into mind now. But yeah, there's so much good stuff. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm going to pull out my handy dandy list that I've got down here, because I feel like I've taken you on a bit of a journey going all around, and so many people wanted to know so many things. Oh, could you tell us about the art teams and how they function together? Like people, was it an in-house team that went to do 3D scanning, or was that outsourced?
Oh, we have done some experiments ourselves, but it's quite time-consuming to do. So we had this company from Poland that did like graveyard scans, basically, and well, New Zealand unfortunately doesn't have the sort of European medieval old things. So that's like the one thing that's lacking here.
Yeah.
But we have the like Maori wooden carvings, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
to,
gorgeous.
To use
and
instead.
So many trees here.
Oh yeah, you have. Well, there's like tui plants. You know the grass that grows on the beaches. That's in the game. So I'm sure we will keep putting New Zealand things into the game too.
As a personal note, we went to see a thermal location before ExileCon started, and I was thinking, ooh, this is very reminiscent of certain areas of PoE. Do your artists go out and explore New Zealand to bring back their ideas?
Yes, well, we have done so in the past. We should actually do that probably more, especially with that one. Yeah, but we also, like I said, we have the reach is kind of getting bigger now, and 3D scanning is sort of spreading around more, and there's quite a lot of companies that do it, like trying to sell it, and libraries are starting to form. And
wow.
Yeah, it's a big thing now. So hopefully we'll have to tweak things to make it feel unique for just our game. But yeah.
Which is really important because you have such a strong flavor now, and even heading forwards.
Oh yeah, abandoning New Zealand would feel very wrong there.
Yeah.
I do have to say though that quite a lot of sound recording has been done here.
Oh,
so
really?
You have the sound team going out on like trips to sort of rivers and beaches to get the correct custom recordings.
Oh, that's so interesting. It's not something I did hear at one point when we were lucky enough to visit your studio, that sometimes the sound team is the last thing.
Oh, it's often, yeah, I feel bad for them. They get sometimes just a few hours, like at the end of the pipeline, to sort of get things in there. That's a rough one. But it's with 4.0 they will have, or PoE 2, they will. I've been saying 4.0 for such a long time now, so it's hard to sort of
we know what you mean.
Yeah, but it's good to be able to take a sort of more longer-term approach to changing things like that around, where you actually get time instead of sort of go.
We've got a skill.
At the end of the day,
it
needs a sound. Yeah. You actually get to like have the time to like go out to actual locations and record. So.
It sounds pretty exciting to be an artist for ZiggyD, and since we have heard that you're hiring, I'd like to ask what you look for.
They are. Well,
Did you not know?
any field really. So we're looking for especially talented people. So the bigger we we get, the more specialized the team gets.
Okay.
So if you're really, really good at some specific task, then definitely contact us.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when it comes to, say, modeling and concept art, it's often we're looking at quite strong fundamentals, like if you're good at, say, drawing portraits or anatomy, and it's certain types of artistic skills that are hard to, like, you sort of need them as a base, and then after you have them, then you can sort of start to use more sort of cheats where you sort of use photos and like pre-existing models. But at least that's what I look at in portfolios.
Yeah.
That type of sort of almost traditional skill and sort of anatomy and like sort of color and light studies.
Anatomy is a really interesting one, because I was thinking color theory and basics like that you really want to get a good handle on. But anatomy, is this because of the monsters? All of the monsters in game?
Well, there's a lot to it. With like if you have a good understanding of anatomy, then you will know how to design a monster that can attack in a good way. Like, for example, if the arm is kind of too short, or like the cloth is kind of on top in a way, like, then he wouldn't like it. It's sort of almost like a mode of thinking where how things are constructed, like even on a sort of skeleton level.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a lot of like the way materials work and so on. So if you even if we with modern tools, you often use, like, you start with kind of an existing armor and sort of tweak it to work well. But if you have the good fundamentals, then you will sort of avoid all the mistakes, and you will be able to spot mistakes in other people's work and sort of help them improve their things as well.
Yeah. I've been talking to the artists last night, and they expressed how good it was to be able to work as a team on so many different levels. And it's not just I'm very good at the one niche I do, it's about the delivery of that all the way through. So you're saying the understanding means that when you get
so if the concept artist that designs, say, a monster, to actually see the sort of modeling stage being done and be able to sort of point out, say, anatomy problems, for example, because sometimes in the drawing it can be a little bit hard to see exactly how, like, the shape is.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to. It's actually one of the problems we had, where when the team grows, then it's of course much harder to know who's working at what and where the progress is on a certain thing. So we have had to use it's like new websites that sort of easily shows the art and like sort of shows the progress where everyone is at.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's great organization there. I'm sorry, we've talked over the end of it. Is there anything that you'd like to tell us about the art as we wrap up today?
I think we went through pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you so much for your time.
Yep. Thank you. It's good to finally be able to talk about this.
Yeah.
4.0.
Maybe. I'm sure there's many people here to mob you afterwards. And artists send in resumes, specialization resumes for Path of Exile.
Yes,
1 and 2 going forward. How exciting. Thank you for your time. And thank you everyone online for watching.
Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Thank you so much for tuning in to the first day of the ExileCon livestream. We've got an exciting schedule lined up for tomorrow. Lots more awesome talks, lots more interviews on the streamer stage, more people playing 4.0. We've got the racing finale. We've got the interview with the Blizzard North founders, tons of stuff. Tune in at the same time tomorrow. Thanks very much for watching so far. Looking forward to seeing you later. Thanks.